turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. Give it to me like I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna 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 take it down.
Right, hello people, how are we doing? Oh, that's needed. Hope everyone's good. I hope everyone's had a good day. I am absolutely shattered today. I had to bloody resand the whole drive, and I must admit I'm not made for that DIY work. I should have let the wife do it, but 7 months gone on that, I'd have probably got a bollocking for that. Should have probably done a better job at it. No way, and probably got it done quicker. I mean, she is better at those things than me, but still, you know, man's got to do his dues and that, look after his wife. Make sure I say that, otherwise I get a slap in the face. But yeah, good, all cool. How are things looking at Tottenham at the moment? I mean, for me, I think we're sort of hitting that part at the minute where people are starting to get a bit nervous. People starting to get, I wouldn't say scared, I think that's maybe the wrong word for it, but people starting to get a bit anxious. People starting to get a bit nervous because we're starting to see, some will say this is just negative, some will say it's realistic, some will say whatever, but I think we're starting to see a bit of a Spursy thing starting to happen. And I'm not liking it. But then I've got enough patience for the end of the window. I know there's other things to be done as well. But we are seeming to be in a bit of a predicament now where we can't seem to find our striker or a man that can score some goals. And this is starting to get a bit anxious for a few people, I think. I mean, just going to bring on a friend in a second. Got a couple of others joining us. It's the picture I've said. We started this off with class. Are we really going to end this up with Chavs? Really? Now, anybody will understand that picture and what I'm saying there, who's had a good few nights down a pub with their mates, whatever else, or in a nightclub. And let me add Ben quick before I say hello to everyone. And there we go. And yeah, and Stel and Ben. I'll just finish what I'm saying this quick. If anyone's, like I said, with the title I've put, you know, it's, for me, it says it all, from class to Chavs. It's like that night you went down the pub with your mates, or you, how do I put this? Or you go to the nightclub, whatever else. You feel on it. You feel on fire. You're dressed up right. You got the right aftershave on. Do you know what? Even that mate next to you can't seem to pull for shit. Even he's on fire tonight. You're thinking, yes, I'm getting that home tonight. Bit of class. And I don't know, the night just seems to go funny sometimes. I think it's happened to the best of us. Then the night goes wrong and you wake up the next day with something that you really had no intentions to even talk to, let alone wake up with. Where the night went from class, you think, fuck, what happened? Did I get that drunk? Did things go that wrong? And you really don't know how you got yourself into that situation. And then you think about it and you think, yeah, maybe I just got a bit too pissed with it. And then your mate rings you up and he's in the same predicament. This is the predicament I think we are in at the moment. We've gone with the class. What are we going to end up with? And that's where I'm getting very nervous with this. So let's say hello to a couple of years, and then I'm going to go straight to these two and take it from there. And Lisa, how are we doing? Evening, Dan. A rare Saturday off work for me. Good, good. Tomorrow, so I'm definitely having a good drink too. Bring it on. Yeah, I need a good drink after today as well. So I mean, I got forced to have something to eat before I go on. It just was not hungry. I can't eat in this bloody weather, but I got it forced on me. And Lucky Singh saying, window dead again. Agree 100%. Yep, totally agree with you, mate. Tony, how we doing, fella? Big up Dan and guests and chat. Happy Friday. Pete, how you doing, fella? For an Arsenal supporter, I suppose you're all right. Evening, chaps, and big up Dan. Big up to you too. Corey, how you doing, mate? Jeff, big up Dan. Big up to you too. And also... what are we doing here is the most I can read out of that. Blame that on the dyslexic. I can't fucking work that out for shit, but I could just about work the end out of that. All right, Dan. All right, fella. I hope you're good. Jimmy, big up Dan and guest chat. Good evening. Good evening to you too. F saying, big up Dan. It seems the injury list is quickly filling up. Never changed. That's the other thing I'm going to get to at the moment. I mean, Maddison looks like he's taken a knock, doesn't he? Is it a bad one? Serious one? Here we go again. Rob, evening. Big up to you too, mate. Scott, how we doing, fella? Big up, Danny. Big up to you too. Always have a banter on here. And FNL Quiz, evening, Dan. Evening, mate. And Daryl as well. Moral of the story, don't go balls deep with Enoch so soon. We've had a couple of people warn us of this one, I must admit. One of them is here. And Rob as well. By God, it shows we need that front three replacing quickly. Yes, it does. And Scott also hope not them, but you never know with these owners. Yeah, you never do. And Scott also saying big up to Benji, big up to Stell. And the last I'll say is on these before I come to you. Jimmy Deserby putting pressure on the board already. In my opinion, he won't entertain excuses for lack of signings. We shall see. Ben, how you doing, my man?
Yes, I'm very good, mate. Bit tired. How are you?
Fucking shattered.
I didn't bring the beer, mate. I'm sorry. I've got to drink tomorrow. I can't drink tonight as well. I had a couple of beers yesterday for the birthday as well, to be fair. You know.
Yeah, you're 40th, wasn't it?
You know, I'll just leave, right? Okay, I'll just leave. I'm not 40. I'm 31.
You're fucking 31. Give me that.
I'd get away with 31. I'd get away with 31. I mean, I've got that magic sort of screen thing on, so I don't look so wrinkled.
No, I mean, do you know what you say that? The mad thing was, I mean, okay, this is going back 4 years now, yeah, but I got married. If someone comes in here with a knife and shanks me in the liver with it, it's nothing abnormal. We was on a cruise getting married, me and my wife. We were sitting there. I'm just sitting there, hat on, took my glasses off. I'd had a full shave and had a shave and that. And the people next to us thought I was younger than my wife, or my wife to be. She's 13 years younger than me. She nearly went off her head. I nearly got a kicking because I couldn't stop laughing at her. And she was really, really, really pissed off with that. It was just the one thing I held on her, basically. Seeing as everyone said she looked significantly younger, and she does, but this one couple just decided to say that I look like the younger one. She was not impressed. But you are 40, innit? Or is it 39?
38, Daniel.
Yeah. Come on, I ain't too far out. I mean, seriously.
It's not too mate, all right? Listen, I don't want to talk about the fact that I'm nearly 40. Okay? I don't like it. I don't like it.
What are you? I'm nearly 50. What are you moaning about?
You look great for your age, though, still.
I'm 48.
Fair.
I'm 48.
Me and Dan look kind of fucked. No offense, Dan.
Speak for yourself, mate.
Whatever, mate. I've seen your camera.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself, fella.
Oh, Lord.
You know, I mean, mind you, it's easier than ever to pull in a pub these days, isn't it? I mean, the effort that you just would not have to make it just make it boring. I mean, there'd just be no effort in it anymore. I mean, these days, all you need is a couple of pints and a packet, and you've got a crew round you. And that's not what I want. I have a lovely wife. So back to the football. Ben, what the fuck's going on?
To?
It's the area I live in, mate. Southeast London. Trust me.
Wow.
And I've lived near a place called Dartford as well. And if anyone knows that, they know exactly what I'm saying. You need to go out there with a baseball bat to beat them off you. It's like zombies. But anyway, go on.
Oh, Still, how are you doing?
All right.
Yeah, I'm right.
Go on, Still. As things with you.
Yeah, good, mate. Good. It's 10 o'clock here, so I'm just beginning to, wind down and finish the day with a little cheeky YouTube show, repeating the same things we've been saying for the last all over again. And people still want to listen to it. It's great.
I mean, either you two started to get a bit anxious here. I mean, Still, I know you said you predicted this, whatever else and that, but surely you might have seen something different coming. Because to me, like I said, it looks like we've gone. Yeah, we hit the ground running, and all of a sudden it's like someone just pulled up the handbrake and we've stopped. Or is that just where we're trying to do things in a set way to try and get rid of players as well? Or is it just we are actually struggling to get someone up front? What's going on?
I think we've done it backwards, Dan. I said it. I said it last show. I think if you look at last season, we were a mess. I don't think the players were as bad as 17th. I think the manager's massively to blame for that. I think had we've got De Zerbi with the same group of players at the start of the season, even with the injuries, I think maybe we would have finished mid-table.
Mm-hmm.
But the biggest problem for me is the front three are just unbelievably bad. Like you watch pre-season, we're quality playing out from the back. Some of our team passing play at the moment is brilliant to watch. Okay, it's against rubbish teams. Let's see what happens when we play good teams. I'm not naive. But midfield looks a bit more solid. The crossing down the flanks is better. We look more direct. Tempo's a bit better. Just we look like there's a plan, okay? But then we get to the final third. Tell's missing chances. Gallagher's missing chances. Yang's missing open goals. Richarlison's doing what Richarlison always does, the best part of fuck all. Solanke. And then there's no one in the 10, really. Simmons is injured. Maddison's just a constant medical patient. We don't have goal scorers, and that was the problem last season, and we're seeing it pre-season. So I personally would have thought at the start of the transfer window, Dan, I would have got the attack sorted out and said, right, that is the thing that's lacking the most. Yeah, we need midfielders, and yeah, we might need a couple of defenders. Just get that attack sorted so we know it's done. Now,
but still, they do say build from the back, though, don't they? And you are a traditional man.
Jurgen Klopp didn't do that. Pep Guardiola didn't do that. You know, well, Pep does a bit of both, actually. But Klopp, the last thing he did was fix the defence. He just made them an attacking team that could take it to anyone. And then they bought the defenders and the goalie to get it over the line. I don't want us to do it the Arsenal way, where we're this really boring, shitty team to watch for 4 or 5 years. And then we go and get the players to try and win the league. I want us to be attacking first and then be great at the back. Or do both at the same time. Poch did a bit of both, right? But he had good attackers, so he could do it. I don't know, guys. Look, there's no wrong or right in football. There's just opinions. My opinion is I wish we fixed the front three first, because I think it's massively, massively lacking. I think we've got the worst front three in the top 10 in the league. Out of the top 10
easily.
teams, I think we've got the worst. I think our front three is just poor.
I think you could go down lower than that. Maybe the top 15 teams, maybe. I think top 10 is actually being nice. I mean, I think they've done it, I say the right way in the aspect. I think they started from back to front, basically sorting defence out, because they were the two easier ones to sort out. Like I've said before, defence you can sort out easy. Same as you can in midfield. There's plenty of quality midfielders or good midfielders. There's plenty of quality defenders out there. It's just we all know there's fuck all strikers out there, and there ain't many goal scorers for the left and right these days that are up for sale. Where are we going to turn to? I mean, the Savinho deal, I do reckon that's possibly done, but I don't see where the goals come from him. And apart from that, I've honestly started to get this very bad feeling. I think we're going to end up starting with Richie and Solanke. I honestly do. I think we are going to start with them two.
This is what I said.
Then where do we go?
See, this is what I was saying. I said, I bet you money Richie, Solanke, Tell all stay next season, and people laughed at me. And I said, I bet you Lange is going to be here next year as well, and people laughed at that as well. Lange is here for at least another year, and I don't see us selling any of our attackers unless miraculously someone comes in and gives us 50 million for Richie, which no one's going to do because everyone knows he's not a 50 million pound player. What club is going to get mugged off 50 million for Richie? Who you know,
10 million, I reckon we could sell him for, and that's pushing your luck. I thought we'd keep Solanke. I didn't think Solanke would go nowhere, but I thought we might at least be able to, I don't know, I mean, if you have to take him in the back of the car and push it off the side or whatever, do what you got to do to get rid of it. Bodies come few and far between. But one way or another, I thought we'd be able to get get rid of Richie, basically. But it might not be happening because I do honestly think we're going to be lumbered with them two again this season. So then we've at least got to get someone on the left and get a number 10 then. Or at least get someone on the right as well, because we got no cover there either. Up front, we are in trouble. I mean, what are we going to do? End up keeping Solomon as well, since he is our only player who can actually cross a ball. Apart from Kunis, who's been very injured.
I was going to say, for me, stating that Solanke, Tell and Richarlison will still be at the club this year would be no big surprise, realistically. Who's going to want them? You know, they've not exactly put themselves in the shop window, have they? So, I mean, it's definitely unsurprising. I think Richie stays till his contract expires next year. Let's just be grateful it is one more season. The only question I've got for you, I suppose, is you stated a second ago, you think that the Savinho deal is done. Do you know, I think if you fast forward to 2029, you'll be hearing the same thing. Savinho on his way to Spurs. It's I'm not so sure anymore. I mean, you all know how I feel about him. I absolutely love Savinho. I mean, I'm hearing rumours that Man City want 80 million now because of the market's going crazy. I mean,
yeah, but Benji, that doesn't solve the goal scoring issue, does it?
Well, right, okay, look, right. So if we're going to go into GA, I'm going to say this, yeah.
No, I said goal scoring, not GA. Goal scoring.
No,
just people
I
that put the
hear
ball in
you,
the
but
back of the net. That's the
I've
problem,
got
isn't
you.
it?
No, fine.
Right.
But to be fair, bringing in the quality that we've brought in, and let's just say we brought in a Savinho, who is still incredibly dangerous, by the way, and has done it in previous clubs. I think the opportunities will be far better than what we've produced in the last couple of seasons. So for all we know, for all intensive purposes, you know, GA might heavily increase. You know, look, we don't have an out-and-out goal scorer. Of course we don't. But that doesn't necessarily mean our GA isn't going to significantly improve.
Benji, let me hit you some facts. Pre-season, we're taking more shots. We're creating more chances. We're getting more crosses in the box. And you know what's happened? We're missing more chances. We're missing more big chances. And we're scoring the same amount, just one goal average. So what's happening is, like, you know, because I heard this argument on We Are Tottenham TV as well when I was chatting to Ben and Sim, but we're going to create more. Yeah. And we're missing more. That's the problem we've got. We're creating more, but we missed. Do you know we missed 3 big chances in the last game?
But do you think pre-season is anything to go off? Because these players will not be at 100%, nor will they be giving 100%.
I'm going off of the last 2 years of watching these attackers. You're right. You're absolutely right. Cannot go off of pre-season, but everything else looks good pre-season, but that bit. Everything looks good, but that.
Yeah.
That's
we are doing
worry.
everything right. Yeah, I'm with you. All right,
hey, we look really good as a team. The way we're moving that ball, I'm really, really enjoying it. Get to the final third, it's a shit show. It's a fucking circus.
I mean, for me, pre-season is irrelevant anyway, because you can win 5 games in pre-season, then get totally fucked over on your first 5 games of the league, or you can lose your first 5 on pre-season and win your next 5 games. I've seen that happen as well. To me, just a lot of it is actually irrelevant. The team don't even necessarily get time to play together either. And then having them travel halfway around the world and everything, I don't think that does no favours for nobody. But like most of us all agree and all know, it's all down to money at the end of the day. But yeah, it is starting to look very, very scary up front in the aspect of the lack of ability we have actually got up there and the lack of ability there is out there to get. I mean, seriously, if they go do some shopping and some scouting, they can find players that we wouldn't as such. There are also players out there to go for. I know people are very few and far between, and there are differences with players and that. The way it's going at the moment, I'd say go get Rashford. Stick him out on the left. He's proven he can score a couple of goals. No, I don't like to see you next Tuesday either, but...
You want to go there first, yeah? All right, okay. I was just going to say ever so quickly before we get on to that fucking fraud Rashford. There is one man who looks perfect for Spurs in every which way. And I was convinced this yesterday by DK, actually, Danny Kiriakou. Ferran Torres, that just makes sense. If you look at that deal, that just makes sense. The guy's got a year left on his contract. He's gone from strength to strength to strength over the last 3 years. He's very much gone under the radar in his career, realistically. At least I think so anyway. You know, he's got Premier League experience. For me, Ferran Torres, it just makes sense. But look, I'll go to Rashford. Look, here's my issue with Rashford.
No, stay with the Torres one. Stay with the Torres one for the minute. Do you think that one could happen? I must admit, it's a player that I don't know much about. I didn't really see much of him over here, and I can't say I find his Spanish football. It bores the shit out of me.
I mean, look, listen, my knowledge is sort of it's not the best on Ferran Torres, but you know, I've seen him play a few times. He's got a bit of everything. He's got a turn of pace. He's got a good touch. He's got a fantastic shot on him. Fantastic shot. The whip he can get on balls is outstanding. But like I was saying, he's just. I mean, if anything, I'd say he's a little bit underrated, to be fair. But he's got, like I said, he's got a year left on his contract. I mean, it stinks. I mean, really and truly, it stinks of a Daniel Levy deal, really. But if Spurs were looking to bring in a high quality player, do you know what I'm saying? If Spurs were looking to bring in a high quality player on the cheap, I mean, I say on the cheap, it'd probably still be what, 50, 60 mils, would you boys say? It's got to be something around there, right?
That's an average price.
For me, I take him all day long, mate. It just makes sense. That's all I've got on him. Sorry, pal.
I mean, still, would you rate him on? As I say, I really don't know that much about the player. I can't say I've followed him enough or whatever.
No, Ferran Torres is quality. He scored the winning goal in the World Cup final as well. He's a good player. He's a good player. The only challenge will be how quickly he adapts to Premier League football, because Spanish players, they either hit or they miss. They're either brilliant.
He's been here before, though. Still, he's been here before, and he did all right. Man City.
Was he at City before, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't do all right there.
I think he was used as more of a winger, though. So all I'm saying is he's familiar with the Premier League.
Look, I would take him. I'll take Ferran Torres. He's better than anything we've got. There's not one player in the front three that's better than him. I'll take him just on that. And he's technical, which is good for. In fact, there's two good things. One, he's technical, which we're going to need for the way we play. And two, he can press because he's been playing at Barca, which is why I don't want Vlahovic, because he can't press. And I don't think a player that can't press is going to work in a De Zerbi team. I just think it will all fall apart. He can press. In fact, do you know what? He could actually be the perfect striker for us.
You know, you with Vlahovic, you had me on your video at Richie's outperformed him for 2 years straight. After I watched your video,
Richarlison has outperformed Vlahovic for 2 years.
Yes. No, it's a fact. Yes. I mean, do you reckon that's one that is a more likely one that we do end up with? Basically, I mean, I don't think he's gonna fight for the same sort of wages because he's just not getting no options nowhere. Basically, I think he's just gonna have to accept you're gonna have to take a pay cut, mate. Otherwise, you're gonna be getting fuck all. And he was excellent at Fiorentina. First season at Juventus, good. Then he had his injury, and then after that, he just pretty much fell to shit, basically. And you're right, Richarlison's past 2 years are more solid than bloody Vlahovic.
Dan, do you know what the issue is, right?
That would just be a hit and miss.
We want Vlahovic, hoping we get the Fiorentina Vlahovic. We want Savio. We want Savinho, hoping we get the Girona Savinho. So everything Savinho's done for 2 years and Vlahovic has done for 2 years isn't quite the player that we want. But the player that they both were 2 years ago, that's the player we hope we sign. I don't know, man. God knows what you end up with when you do that. That's like, imagine 2 years after we sold Dele Alli saying, well, if we get Dele Alli and we get the Dele Alli from 2 years ago, it's just luck, isn't it?
It's all hit and hope, isn't it?
You're pissing into the wind, hoping it doesn't hit you.
I mean, what would you rather we do then? Would you rather we just? Do you know what? It's like I've said. If we at least need that left winger, and I think the left winger is easier to fill up than a striker. I think the striker at the moment for anyone and everyone, unless you're willing to look in like Belgium clubs and smaller leagues and that, is nigh on impossible to find. Unless you go out and get someone like I'd like us to try for, say, Osimhen or even Marcus Thuram from Inter. But that's going to cost money. And the wages on Osimhen would be a hell of a lot as well. Depends how much we want. I mean, we've proven that money talks, basically. But how much money are they going to be willing to spend? I don't quite see them paying his wages of like 450 grand or whatever they are. I would actually understand why they wouldn't.
we didn't see what happened with Tonali, Dan. So are we still in that sort of bracket? You know what I'm trying to get at? Like, are we still in that? I'm not sure if we will, not sure if we won't, because the way things Spurs have been moving.
I agree, but when it comes to 450, 500 grand wages, I think that's a bit of a different step up from like 200 grand to 300 grand. You know what I'm saying? Like up to 450 wages, etc. I think you're now pushing anybody. I mean, what was it? Arsenal were meant to have just been willing to pay that on wages for Vincent Jr. or whatever, wasn't it?
Yeah, but that would be worth every penny for me personally.
Arsenal have got a different. They're financially stronger than us at the moment.
Yeah,
they're financially stronger than us, so they can break the wage bill better than us.
I don't see us paying 450 grand on wages no matter what.
Huh?
Why are they financially strong? Why are Arsenal financially stronger than Tottenham?
Because they've paid off their stadium. They've paid off their stadium, and they're generating record revenues because more fans than ever buying the kits and the merch and packing out the stadium week in, week out. Plus, the money they get from winning the league, the money they get from getting to the cup final, and the money they got from getting to the Champions League final, that alone is about £300 million roughly. Mm. So they're just in a better place than us. So they've got more money. We've got a lot of money because we've got a stadium that generates non-footballing activity income, but we've also, last year we registered a loss for 2-3 years in a row.
Not 94 million.
Right. Mm. So financially, they're in a better place. I think Spurs need to keep selling players to fund the next phase. I think they need to sell Romero. They need to sell a Bergvall. I think we need to start selling players to fund more big signings. Like if we want to spend 90 million on Krupi, I honestly think we need to sell players to do it. I don't think we've got the money just sitting there.
So do you think that's the issue now then? Do you think that's the issue then, that we need to stop there, sell some players and then buy some more? Not that it's just that they've gone cold and ain't going to bother. Just they've had to sell the players then. Because that could be more forgiving.
I think that's part of it, yeah. Mate, we've spent... Look, we've done well on the players we've sold so far. Mm-hmm. Right? We've done well.
Very well.
But I think the club knew those deals were going to happen, which is why we spent 100 on Tonali's. Why? So if we know we're selling Romero for 40 million and we know we're selling Bergvall for 40 million, they'll make the signing regardless, knowing those deals are going to happen anyway. But I do think we need to sell players at the moment. I don't think Tottenham have just got 400 million pounds sitting in the bank that we can just spend. I don't believe that for 1 second.
Okay. No, fair enough. I mean, Mari, how you doing? All good in America?
It's all good. Rainy day here.
Lucky you.
Yeah. It's hot though, but it's been raining. Typical Florida afternoon. But no, just hearing the show and so far I agree with everything you guys are saying. I've watched both preseason games and I'm preparing myself for just disappointment. And the disappointment is getting to the final third. We're getting there, but just the quality. And, saw the young kid, Williams Barnett, a couple times, like, oh, man, do this. And he's young, so, we'll give him a pass. But it's just everybody. And I'm just like, man, I look at the schedule, and we could start off really good. But I don't know where the goals are going to be coming from. I mean, it's good. It's a good thing getting there, but if we are terrible in the final third, it's going to be discouraging. It really is. And I don't know where. I know there's bum buzz coming in, but I'm to the point where I have to see some concrete deals. I just no ifs, what ifs, and whatsoever. I knew it was going to be hard selling off the players. Romero has to go eventually because he's going to bring in more cash.
I don't think a lot of these players are actually too hard to sell if you're actually willing to take the cut of losses that you have to take for it.
No, I agree. But we kind of still have this philosophy that we got to get 70 to 60, 50 I'm just like, all right, get some for 35. Bring that money in. If we could bring in reinforcements, get rid of him. I saw a rumor about Papa Sarr. Newcastle wants Sarr. All right, sell him.
I saw Aston Villa wants Sarr.
Oh, Aston Villa. Okay, wrong club
as well.
Sarr, Bergvall, let him go. Like we got Bergvall for 8 mil, and now we're haggling for 40. Haggling for 40. I mean, some for 30. I'm all about get rid of these players, bring new players in that can score. And it's just frustrating because I want these guys to play in the preseason. I want to kind of have that chemistry, and it's just.
I want to call it now. That Romero deal, I think that Romero deal is going to fall through with Inter Milan. After they signed John Stones, I sat there and I thought,
no, the argument is that
really
from what I've read, Inter are willing to pay 35 mil for him, basically, where we're saying we want 50. And the other problem is they're not willing to pay his wages.
hang up the phone. Hang up the phone. They're offering 35 million. Hang up the phone.
So
But if we're not
I'd be insulted.
Iggy, who is our Italian link, he's in all the Italian papers, press. He's in and out, it's his go-to place. He told us today in our little WhatsApp group that Romero will go to Inter. That's Iggy. Right? Iggy's not an ITK. He's not, but he's got his finger on the pulse when it comes to Serie A. Yeah, he knows. He normally gets it right. Normally,
he's just a bit. He's one of them dirty bastards, isn't he? He's an AC Milan supporter, so to me, that's a minor. But being an Inter supporter, I don't dig AC Milan supporters. But either way, on that one, if he knows that one's going to come through, then let's hope he's right there.
But to be fair, Dan, Iggy also told us there's an echo, Lubo.
Oh, no, again.
As soon as you came on, there was an echo.
Yeah.
Maybe get some headphones on. Iggy also did tell us that Emerson Royale was going to them as well, and he lost his mind over it. So he's not biased. He says it as is. And Emerson Royale.
No, I know that. I was
go
being
to
sarcastic with it. Yeah, Emerson Royale, fucking hell, he could have him. No, I was being sarcastic with it. He's an AC Milan supporter. It's like being a Spurs supporter and an Arsenal supporter. Why do I want my info off a fucking AC Milan supporter? Sport Inter. That was the only joke of it. No, I know he follows the Italian league very much so. And you said before that he actually speaks to people out there. I can only go by what the press I see of it, and I'm one of the few people that actually watch the league, basically.
Well, he follows the Italian journalists in the Italian media, and he's on all the live shows that their kind of big heavy hitters have got. So he just knows a little bit more than us. That's all. But anyway, he thinks Romero's going there. If he does, he does. If he doesn't, then Iggy got it wrong. And
well, I hope so. I just don't see Inter putting down the money we want, because, like I say, in Inter, pretty much everyone is stone broke except for
Como.
Como.
Dan, name. Do you not think what might end up happening is Romero goes on a loan, which is a lot cheaper, and then there'll be some kind of buy the following year, which will be at a lower price to help Inter with their cash flow. Maybe he goes on loan for like 10 million. And then they buy him for 30 the following year, something like that.
We do have Atletico, because Atletico has jumped back into the frame. So, there's a possibility he could go to Atletico. Simeone likes him. And so, who knows? And you know me, I'm a Romero guy, but I just want new beginnings. I want new freshness on this club. New forwards, just new freshness. It's the reason why, I'm sour on Davies, because it just reminds me of the old regime. I just want newness. I want new players, new attitude, I think De Zerbi deserves that, just have a new DNA, a new.
And Romero has just been nothing but a letdown for us, bar the odd game here and there, basically. As a whole, for what we expected of him.
Yeah, I think he's just been an okay defender. Everyone's gassing him up, calling him world class because he's won a World Cup. No, Messi won that World Cup 4 years ago for that country, not him. He single-handedly dragged them to the final and won it.
I think everyone Romero get man of the match in that final.
He actually had a good World Cup. He was one of teams of the World Cup. He was actually
Sorry, I'm just against the guy now for standing behind that banner at the World Cup, dancing there about the Falklands. My uncle lost his leg over there.
Yeah, well,
And
mate, that's
people
political.
doing shit like that.
That's
Yeah, people doing
political.
shit like
Corey.
that.
Just leave
Bye-bye.
that out of it. Yeah, exactly. Because otherwise, everyone will get the fucking ump.
Can I just say, if that's your reason for hating him, what you're going to do about Senesi, who was also doing it, who's going to play for Spurs next year?
I didn't realise he was behind the banner, but I was just
Senesi was there too. So
yeah,
now
you have to. So you have to despise him.
So
now, otherwise you'll get,
now we hate Senesi.
So now you said that you now have to. You now have to say from now on that you have to despise him. Otherwise, you're pretty fucking plastic, isn't you?
But to be fair, the main
Basically.
Sorry, Corey boy.
He's just dropped you right in it. Hang on, Murray. So every time Senesi gets mentioned now, Corey now has to sit there and either bite his lip or say, "I despise that fucking cunt for what he fucking done and everything." Yeah,
despise them
really
all. There we go.
mate.
Fuck it.
Yeah,
there you go. Despise everyone. Hate everyone.
To be fair, the person that's really in trouble with that, and I know you want to move on, is actually the person who grabbed the banner, and that was Lo Celso. Lo Celso was the one that grabbed the banner from, I guess, from the stands or whatsoever, and brought it over. So some of the players are going to just say, "Hey, was there? I was standing there." You know,
stealth presence cell.
So it's just by guilty by association by standing there. It was Lo Celso who may get the big heat out of everyone because he was the one who grabbed. Apparently, he was the one who grabbed the sign. Which, if he did, he's going to get the biggest from FIFA.
Mate, do you know what? Look, this is the last I'm going to go into this. Otherwise, I'll probably say something very, very bad that'll get my channel kicked off. But I don't give a fuck. I couldn't care less what they said about the Falklands. I don't care what happened then. It's done. It's dusted. It's over. It's finished.
I agree.
It's history. You ain't changing it. I have to live in London for fuck's sake, mate, and listen to all the fucking free Palestine shit, free this shit. Every 5 minutes I go somewhere, I see someone walking around. They might as well be riding a fucking unicorn with their flag on them and everything. Mate, I see it everywhere. I don't care. I couldn't give a fuck. Get the fuck on with it and play fucking football. Like I've said before. I don't care who they support and what they are. If they want to go home and fuck a man, go fuck a man.
Oh.
He got cancelled. He got cancelled.
There we go. Welcome to the Stell Hood.
Wait. I live in Brighton.
How do you feel about your new channel, mate?
Yeah, I'm from the gay capital of England and Europe. Put me off.
Like I was saying, if
you know what, that reminds me of The Sopranos, doesn't it? They're all sitting there chatting and it just fades to black.
If like I said, if the player wants to go home and do his man, do his man. If he wants to go home and have a wife, have a wife. If he wants to go home and be fucking binary, whatever he wants to call himself. I mean, there's meant to be like 50, I don't know, like 200 different ones. Just go be what the fuck you want. Come and score the goals. That's all I give a fuck about. Go do your job. That's all I care about. But you don't have to bring it on the fucking pitch as well. I mean, I just think a lot of it is just bollocks, mate. Just play the fucking football. So whatever happened in that after that Argentina game.
So I'm interested in that cross-dressing Osimhen to come to Tottenham.
Yeah, but you know what it's like though, right? All these footballers, they do it for show. Okay, they do it for show.
A lot of them do.
Look at Qatar. Oh, they hate women. Oh, they hate gays and lesbians. So every game, everyone was doing like the shush, or they were covering them. There was some kind of protest they were all doing. I can't remember. Do you remember there was a protest every team was doing? Yeah. Right. If you got a problem, why are you there? Right. It's all for show, man. But yet, as soon as Infantino says we're going to sell the World Cup and have shares in it, right? We're all boycotting. We're all pulling out now. You know.
Hypocrites.
What?
Yeah.
Now,
I laugh every time UEFA makes a statement.
And they thought Sepp Blatter was bad.
Yeah, but your point is they won't boycott Qatar, where they had an issue with their treatment of women and the treatment of gays and lesbians. They won't do anything about Argentina, who bring up the political battle of the Falklands. No, that's all fine. And then the England team getting racism in Eastern Europe. No, we won't boycott none of that. But if you sell shares in the World Cup, right, we're all fucking. That's it. We're done.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's you crossed the line now. It makes no sense, man. None of this makes sense. It's just weird.
Money. When you
It's also
when it
Trump
comes
is
down
in
to it-
Infantino's ear, isn't he? So
Well, either way, when it comes down to it, it's all about
Lubo's got
money.
younger.
It
Where's the
is
fountain of
money.
youth?
What the?
Lubo's grown hair and
Lubo.
got 40 years younger.
Lubo, share those
Lubo's
tablets.
been AI this whole time. Yeah,
What
you've been
tablets
told,
is he
Lubo.
taking? I
I
don't
need
know
him.
what tablets he gets.
I might have to speak to Lubo and see where he got his hair done. Like, fuck.
That's
Right,
better
which
than
guy?
any of the Turkish jobs I've seen.
hair treatment. Wow.
He's got a great surgeon. Brilliant.
There you go. I think he's just having his thing fixed up. Yeah, I'll mute him for a second.
I just think if
Then he can
we're
have his
going to
thing
boycott
fixed.
and we're going to pull out and we're going to complain, you do it for everything. You don't just pick the one that suits you, which is why I've given up with all this.
What, like you with the youth still, yeah?
Lubo as an intern.
That's not a
I
political.
single-handedly blame you, Stelios, for half of this fucking fan base now talking about the youth. Congratulations, mate. Well done.
Mate, half the fan base doesn't know what it's talking about when it comes to the.
True.
Yeah, Ben, you don't even
None
know
of
what
them
you're
don't even
talking
know
about.
None of them even know who these young players
To
are.
be fair to Stel, he did school me the other day about some of the youth.
Yeah, you don't even know what you're fucking talking about, Ben. So sit down and listen to Stelway read his book to you.
Oh, well, no.
Do you know
can
what?
learn,
You
I'm
should
with-
share
I'm
them pictures. I thought they were
I'm with
fucking brilliant.
Dan. I'm with Dan on this. Do you know what? I just don't give a shit anymore. They're going to do what they want. These people just.
Same here.
It is what it is. Just
That means
let's just
the World
play.
Cup
Let's just
will
play
just die.
football. Let's just play some football, man.
It's just with what we got. It's at the moment, everyone was looking extremely forward to the football. So was I. Definitely looking to the positive side of it and that. And I must admit, like I said, I'm getting a bit nervous.
It is worrying,
cool.
isn't it? We started off so strong, and then we started
Yeah.
clearing the decks of some of the old skeletons of managers past. Oh, Lubo! No, yeah, we started clearing the skeletons and everything else. We started getting rid of Deadwood. Then we're going off Ben Dave shit, a new contract. And I'm just sat here like, what? Why? What's he done? What's he done to warrant a new contract? Why does he deserve a 90 grand a week getting his coaching badges?
He's
I'd be
not
like,
on
right.
90 grand a week.
Oh, well, whatever he's on, I'd put him on a coach's wage. There, go get your coaching badges, mate. Retire from football. Then we can free up the squad spot and the wage off the books so that you're not picking up whatever you're picking up every week. He's not going to be playing.
He's stealing a
Kind
player
of
from He's stealing a place from an academy.
Yeah.
Lubo, you're still echoing.
Still
You need
echoing.
headphones.
Yeah.
You need
Yeah.
headphones. You need headphones.
Right. I don't know why that-
Intern.
Right.
Right.
Go on then, try now.
So it's still echoing. It should be working, but it's not. Right. Do we disconnect this? No, because that's
You're not echoing now.
You're not echoing now.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
are.
it
I'm not
is.
echoing now. No, because that's your microphone.
Have you tried ringing tech support?
We always say we
We
don't
always
like
say
an
we
echo
don't like an echo chamber.
Listen, it could be worse.
Listen,
it could be worse.
It could be Saeed TV.
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw what happened with that.
man.
Yeah, that's not working.
It's
not
no
working.
more callers. It's happened before. Did it? Wait, did Matthew? Wait.
It's not
Henry, it
connected.
happened to Henry, right? No.
Hey,
Definitely not.
So what do I do?
It,
here?
hap-
I can't
happened.
go
It
off.
happened to Tottenham away, Maury. It happened to Tottenham away.
Unplug it. Unplug
We'll
it.
have the sound.
Restart the computer.
Man, that
Yeah,
must
we did
have
we did a call in, and the guy came on, and then after about 5 minutes, he pants down, shaking his ass on the camera.
Yeah, dropped the whole lot, didn't it?
We got done as well, man. We got
Yeah, I remember that happened to Sava as well, didn't it? If I remember right.
Oh, that was on the
Yeah.
charity
Wait,
stream. Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember
but-
that.
I mean, the thing is, it's not funny, not at all.
I know it's not
must
funny,
admit,
but oh.
it's
Yeah,
it's something I
crowd too.
personally laugh at when stuff like that happens because I've just got a fucked up sense of humour like that. And you know, I must admit, I
You and
can't
me
help but
both.
laugh at something
Twisted
like that. Yeah.
sense.
Exactly. But it's obviously not a nice thing to do. It's not correct, whatever. But you know, if someone did that on mine, I'd probably sit there and laugh.
Dan, for me to talk, you need to mute everyone.
Oh.
It's not happening.
I
It's not
don't think I'm going to be able to do that, like muting everyone at the same time, unless everyone does. Go on.
I can mute myself.
What he needs to do is unplug everything and then see about if his software or firmware needs
He's gone
updating.
again.
He
Yeah.
had the same problem the other day on Cookie Stream as well.
Yeah,
He's
the
had the
thing is, all
same
this
problem
was,
since he started doing YouTube.
Yeah, but it wasn't
Lubo for about 3 years.
yeah, it wasn't happening like that for a while though, and it seems to have all of a sudden just kicked in with everything again that it does it. You need a set of headphones basically. You need to use
Dan,
headphones and a mic.
I've been around Lubo's house. He has got a PC from the 1980s. I think he's running what's it
ZX
called?
Spectrum.
Microsoft
ZX
XP.
Spectrum.
He's got Microsoft XP or something like that, right?
Fucking hell.
Windows 98 on a ZX Spectrum on a 8-bit memory card.
He's not even using like Chrome or Safari. He's like Netscape.
Oh man, that's old school.
Windows 1.
Headphones.
Yeah,
Right, is that better?
Hey!
Hey!
There we go. That's better. I think.
You're mute.
Now you need to do the settings in StreamYard, as well as your settings in the computer through the actual computer
Top
itself.
of the string. I like that. He's a top of the
Hello, tech support.
There we go. It'll be done in a minute.
Yeah, there you are. We can hear you.
Any echo now. Good.
I'm ashamed. They don't use technology, so you know.
Right, I've just removed your background noises and that on there, and if I take the echo cancellation off, that sometimes actually makes it better. Right, Lubo, go for it. Can we hear you? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Sadly.
Yeah, and he sounds
Yes,
a lot
I can.
cleaner.
You sound like you're on a space station. It's great.
How we been doing, Ian? Haven't seen you from a while, mate.
Yeah, all good, thanks. All good. Nice weather's still great. All good.
Oh. Still eager with what's going on, or are you starting to have Spurs potations again, sort of thing? You know, like
No, I think so far. Look at what we've done in the transfer window: 6 in, 6 out in 6 weeks. We brought in a top negotiator from City, who's now off gardening leave and working with us. They brought in Chris Ramsey, who's organising overseas recruitment. Solange is out of that, thank God. You know, Chris Ramsey's got a great network, much better than Lang. It's all looking good.
He was in Mexico, looking at a young prospect that we've been linked to, who's actually
Mora.
kind of good.
Mora, young kid.
Yeah,
He's so good.
Hugo Chamberanos.
Oh, Champions. He's not a bad player, but Mora's better.
He's like a young Chicharito. If you remember him from United, Javier Hernandez. He's pretty good. He's pretty good.
Chris Ramsey developed Harry Kane, by the way.
Yeah. So
Ian,
no, great.
Go on. So you think everything's all cushy and sweet at the moment? I think we started off brilliant.
Yeah.
I'm just very worried that we're going to go Spursy, and like I said, start off with quality and basically go home with some chavs, and I don't want to do that. And
he won't accept.
I can't get. Go on,
Dan. He won't accept those. I heard he'd rather wait and get the right players than dive in and just waste money on the wrong players. There's no point. So he's doing it right.
I understand that.
Yeah, for me, how much money have we wasted on players over the last 9 years, literally, since we left the lane for Wembley? A fortune. So for me, we may as well let him. If it takes a bit longer, it takes a bit longer. You know, we're looking at this as a long-term project. This isn't it's got to be done for Brentford in 4 weeks' time, 3 weeks' time. It's got to, you know, he's planning it long-term. So, you know, we should all be happy that we've got a manager who knows what he's doing. He's in control now in terms of bringing in the players. And it's, you know, you look at the players he's brought in. I can't complain at any of them. I genuinely can't. You know,
I'm not complaining with any that we've brought in. I think we've made some brilliant signings personally. And that the point I'm making is, as I put it, I said to everyone that I think maybe a lot of us are going to have to step down a peg or two and accept some quite average players that we wouldn't necessarily have wanted. to build ourselves back up to a 10th place team and then hopefully build up to an 8th to a 6th and go from there as such. I mean, I don't think anybody really expected any other way. They might have wanted another way, but I don't think anyone really expected them to sort of come down and go, well, bang, there you go. There's Fernandez, 85. There's Tonali, 100 mil. There's Van Hecke, 50 mil. All of a sudden, the expectations have gone, well, 10th would have been good, but now I'm expecting this. And now we've gone and bought those sort of players, which all of them have been very good buys. No one's willing to accept this more average sort of player now that they maybe would have before those buys. Because we've made those buys, we're now expecting bigger players. That's just how the brain works on the football side, isn't it? And
goes to show that
now,
De Zerbi's got the pull, really, hasn't he, compared to other managers that we've had?
No, sorry, to me that don't. That just shows that Spurs was willing to put the fucking money on the table and people listened. I'm not saying he had no pull whatsoever, but that was blatantly down to money why we got Tonali and maybe 10% De Zerbi. He came to Spurs for money, and plus I bet his family didn't want to live up fucking north anymore. That is what I'd put the bet on.
I've got to say, Dan,
but either way, we're expecting bigger now, aren't we? Because of the buys we've made.
I'll send you. There was a report in the Mail about Tonali and why he signed for Spurs and turned down City. I'll send it through to you. De Zerbi had an awful lot to do with it, but you're right. It wouldn't have happened if they wouldn't have put the money down. So it was a bit of both.
Yeah, I'm not saying he had nothing to do with it. I just think obviously the money had a big say in it, and I think London also had a good pull on it as well.
I'm sure.
And obviously, he's got a link. He grew up in the same town as De Zerbi. They
played at the same team as well. You know, De Zerbi 30 years before, obviously, that pressure.
I think as it stands, we're going to leave ourselves short. If we don't bring in a goal scorer, we need two, but if we don't bring in at least one, we're going to leave ourselves short.
It's not just the goal scorer, though. We need two left wingers and another right winger as well. We need cover for Kudus when he's down. We need two left wingers that can rotate with each other when one's back and the other one plays. I know with this one game a week thing, but it's just I don't want to rely on Tell. Don't want to rely on Odebert when he comes back.
We have no one that can score goals, though. I think scoring goals is the biggest problem.
De Zerbi came out and said 60% of our job is done, right, in the transfer market. 60% of our project is complete. So theoretically, by those numbers, we should be getting another 4 in. For me,
I hope so.
3 attackers and 1 attacking midfielder like a Alex Scott or something. I don't know. I'd love that. So hopefully that's the case. Hopefully.
I mean,
I just don't want players like Marcus Rashford.
Listen, Rashford would be a good shout. For me, Ismail Assar at Palace would be a good shout. Balogun as well. Wouldn't be upset to see him join. But did anybody hear when the dust settled after the Everton win and we knew we were in the Premier League? Did anybody honestly think we'd be going and spending 100 million on a player and 85 million on another?
No,
I don't think anybody did. It was a real shock. Listen, they had to do a lot of work.
We've also recouped quite a lot of that back as well. So
we have. So it's for me, it's encouraging. You're right. Still, if we don't bring in any more strikers, I'd be amazed if we didn't, because De Zerbi must be. Listen, he had 7 games end of last season. He's been looking at these. He's been looking at Richarlison in New Zealand and Australia, and he will see. He will know better than anybody how short we are up front. So for me, at the moment, we're 10th. I expect us to finish 9th, 10th. If we get a couple of forwards, it's going to push us up maybe 4 positions. We'll be challenging definitely for Europa, maybe even for a Champions League place if 5th. Bearing in mind all the other clubs have got Europe. Even the clubs like Brighton, Bournemouth, and Sunderland, Palace, I think, have got.
Palace have
Europe,
got Champions League. No, yeah, they got Europa.
Palace have got Europa.
They'll win. So 9 teams in the Premier League have European competition next year due to cup wins. If Arsenal had also won theirs, it would have pushed it down to 10th. Can you imagine that? 10 teams in the Premier League in European competitions next season? That would have been mental.
So,
Can we rewind to something Lubo just said? Where are people standing on Rashford here? Because I keep hearing, bring in Rashford, bring it. Why? This piece of shit, when Man United needed him, were nowhere to be seen. He's the type of player that thinks he's bigger than the club. What do you people think he's going to do at fucking Spurs? His GA isn't that great. He went to a club, tried to show his utter best, and played 33 games and got 7 goals. He ain't that good. And you wouldn't want someone like that at Tottenham Hotspurs. Now, Luba, I know you advocate for people that want to give their all for the badge. He ain't one of them, mate. He's not one of them.
I got to tell you.
Otherwise.
I mean,
Benji,
I would go to
players. Sorry, very quickly,
Lubo,
Corey. Let's not underestimate the De Zerbi factor. He gets players running through brick walls for him, and players come in, they sit down, they talk to him. The players that have joined have bought into his project within 10, 15 minutes of sitting down with him. And these players will run through a brick wall for him, and you will get more out of players from him than maybe other managers got from that same player at other clubs in previous seasons.
That doesn't mean he makes them into goal scorers, though, Lubo. He hasn't. De Zerbi hasn't fixed one of our goal scorers, not one, and he can't because they're just shit.
They're too broken to fix.
They're just. I get he can improve. He can improve players, but no manager's going to fix these goal scorers. They're just not good. They're not good enough. None of them should be at Tottenham. Not a single.
Still, Benji asked me about Rashford. I was going back on Rashford. I'm not talking about
Rashford. Yeah, but we're signing Rashford to be a goal scorer. He doesn't really score a lot of goals.
Well, you know, I think he's different level to anything we've got. You look at Tello, De Bear, Richie, Solanke, Scarlett. Sorry, Rashford's on a different level. And
can I just say really quick? Wait, I've got one. If he's on a different level, Richarlison has outperformed him for 3 years straight.
I know he has.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
This is what I'm saying to you.
But putting him on the left but Rashford isn't there to replace Richarlison.
What?
Oh, it'd be a backward step technically if we're going off GA.
Well,
guys,
he'd be a backward step off of Tell and bloody Odebert, would he?
We need
Rashford would be playing on the left, not the striker.
Tottenham need goal scorers. Like, do you know everyone keeps talking about attackers?
And Rashford has scored goals in seasons. Savinho has done nothing to prove.
Yeah, you're right. Back in 1978, he did have a decent season. You're absolutely right.
2 seasons.
Solanke had a good season.
No. Let's do this. So his last 3 seasons. Are we ready? So for Barcelona, he played.
One thing. Let me just stop you a sec. Tom, all right, mate. I got your fucking picture. Yeah. Just leave it at that. Now you've put it on here 10 times. We got the fucking picture. You love Argentina. Good for you, mate. Fair play. Leave it at that, mate. Otherwise, I just have to block it. And I don't usually do that on here. Say what you fucking want on the side, but you don't have to keep coming up with that. Everybody already fucking saw it. Go on, Ben. Sorry.
Put me off my game now. Let's just look.
Wasn't too hard, was it?
Fuck off. What is wrong with you people? You're supposed to be my mate. Right.
You know what, Ben? I can imagine that. You can't even handle it when you're at. You can't even handle it when you're at it, and the phone goes off. Totally puts you off, doesn't it? That's why you turn the ringtone off, for fuck's sake.
Bag of cats
before you get that cock block in there.
Right. So let's look at his last 3 seasons in the league. Right. He's played 32 for Barcelona, the second best. Did they win the league this year? Whatever, it don't matter. The first or second best in the league, all right? He played 32, 8 goals. Yeah? This is goal scoring. Aston Villa, he played 4 and scored fuck all. Man United, his last 2 seasons for Man United, played 15, scored 1, assisted 1. 2023-24 for Man United, 33 and 7. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Do you know what? Because this is the truth of the matter. Because Rashford went to Barcelona and people spoke about him a little bit, people are convinced themselves that this is a good player. He is a piece of shite. He's not a great player, and he's the worst type of person, human being that you would want at Tottenham Hotspurs. If he's
as bad as Romero in that aspect.
He thought he was bigger than Man United. This is Tottenham we're talking about. I'm sorry, for me, not with a barge pole. And if someone can convince me otherwise,
I'm just looking at goals.
Dan, you need to block that Tommy guy.
Yeah. Okay.
He's not listening to you. He's doing it more now.
Yeah.
What a patriotic young man.
Benj.
Yes, mate.
If I'm just talking about stats now. Stats are okay up to a point. You compare David Ginola's stats to Brennan Johnson's stats. I mean, for me, Ginola's 100 times better than Johnson, but Johnson's stats in terms of goals and appearances were better. So stats could be completely wrong.
So you're no fine. You're going off a performance based. That's Lubo. We can ride that train.
Because I've got to tell you so. Rashford last year when he joined.
Goals.
Hang on, still Rashford last year when he started with Barcelona, he was superb.
Maybe for
Eva,
Barcelona.
you're comparing a player who was a creator to someone whose job is to score goals. You can't do that. Brennan Johnson was brought in as a goal scorer. Ginola never came as a goal scorer. He was a creator
In a specific system that was designed for him.
Rashford, if we sign Rashford, his job has to be to score goals. Otherwise, why are we signing him?
I have a wild card. I have a wild card, guys.
Sorry, go on.
No, there's not. I'm looking at the market.
What's Savinho done?
And there's not too many. To be honest, not too many people who are out there. I mean, Ivan Toney's in the Middle East. Osimhen will be huge wages, and then Rashford. I've been looking. Talk about the Argentina link. But I'm looking at what Real Madrid, because I'm looking at what they did with Nico Paz, sent him to Como, and they sent Endrick to Lyon. He shined, because some of these players are not getting minutes. When they signed Franco Mascherano, he is quality, but
he's a very good player. Yeah,
he doesn't get the minutes, and they're trying to loan him for 1 or 2 years to Roma and Fiorentina. They want to loan him, and I'm thinking, why don't we jump and seize the opportunity, like hijack that potential loan and have him play with De Zerbi, because he could potentially explode, especially, he's wanting to prove himself. He has the talent, he has the skill. And I'm looking at, maybe we may look at bringing him in, or, to kind of play up front or play on the wing, as a wild card, because we're devoid of talent. We need people who could score. The kid could score. He just doesn't get minutes in Real Madrid, because Real Madrid buys everybody. And, like Nico Paz and Endrick, you see them actually produce because they get minutes.
Yeah. I'd also tested waters at Atletico Madrid. I've been the biggest fan of this kid for about 6 years now. I'd go for Thiago Almada. When he broke out in Argentina, I thought this kid's going to be dynamite, because, like I said, I watch a lot of football around everywhere. Then he moved to the MLS, and he was really good there. Yeah, and he went to France for a little bit, was pretty decent there. And now he's at Atletico, and he's showing what he can do. My camera keeps going in now because I need the light on. Atletico, he's done quite well there, but he's not getting a minute. So maybe chucking a bit. I really do rate Almada. So.
Almada is quality, which there are very few people that, inside Scaloni, which is me, he could have helped Messi if him and Paz playing on the field. When Messi didn't play, when we destroyed Brazil, it was Thiago Almada pulling the strings. I've been saying for years, Stel could tell you, that's a person I've been saying, he's cheap. We could get him. He's the type of player, quality that we could get in the final third, but that's, I don't know how.
Have Leadys at Benfica. He might be worth a punt. The Greek guy.
Yeah.
Physically,
I've been saying this for weeks and weeks.
Physically, he's ready, but again, can he adapt to the Premier League? But physically, he's ready. He gets the goals. He does score goals.
Yeah.
And it's not just that. He can also play in a groupie role as well, so he can play further back. He's a great player. He's a great player. I wish we'd take him on. 27 years of age, coming off another fucking fantastic season. I mean, look, yeah, you could say it's a risk, sure. I mean, most players are a risk, right? But listen, the numbers this guy's putting up and the performances he's putting in, for me, I am amazed he's not being touted around for our club and others. Blows my mind.
Which players would you guys bring in then? If you don't think, if you're not happy with Rashford, who would you bring in? Let's start with the left side.
Mamouche as a forward.
Yeah, but Mamouche can play across that front row, so he's versatile. at that.
I mean, Mamouche is a forward, isn't he? He is a striker.
Play left and right. Yeah, he is a striker, but when I saw him at the World Cup, he was playing off the back of another striker or on the left or on the right when I was watching Egypt play. So he's not a bad player that can play behind the striker or on the wings. Savinho would go for, but the market for players like this at the moment is very few and far between because not many top clubs are going to be selling their best assets.
We should have got Trossard. If Trossard's leaving Arsenal, we should have got him.
Yeah, I mean, Trossard for 2 years would be tidy. I've always liked Trossard. Even down there, he was pretty good for Brighton before the move.
Mate, Trossard's a good player.
I wanted Trossard before Arsenal went for him. I was talking about we should get him and that, and then we offered him something like, what was it, 10 mil or something like that?
12 mil, 12 mil,
12,
Dan.
15 million.
That was all it was, 12 million. And Arsenal picked him up for 21 in the end.
Yeah.
And he won the league.
And personally, I think he's a good player. I don't think he's nothing special, but I think he's significantly better than what we got.
He's a solid 7 every week, isn't he? He's a solid 7.
I always rated him as a player. Nothing special, but I thought he was a good, solid player.
Yeah.
I would have taken Mitoma at Brighton. I would have taken Harry Wilson from Fulham. I think they're all good players. All better
Scott M is going to give me a breakdown on air. I'm convinced. There is
also
nothing wrong
the Norwegian
with
kid Nusa.
Savinho.
I think he's worth a punt. Nusa. I think he's brilliant.
He's bringing that up, but he's not really seen him play apart from he's at Man City and apparently he's failed when there's 4 other players in front of him that do the same job.
I mean, the one player that I did like last season until we played last season, the season before, should I say? What's his fucking name now? I'm terrible. No, number 10 at Atalanta, Belgian fella, skinny Belgian fella.
To Ketelaere.
Oh, De Ketelaere, yeah.
That's the one, yeah.
Fella.
Yeah.
He's not that good though, Dan, is he? Let's be honest.
That's what I was just saying. Before last season, I actually thought he was pretty good, quite sharp, and I thought he'd keep going up the levels. Last season, he did not have a very good season. But then neither did Henderson last year either. He didn't have the greatest of seasons either.
He's a confidence player. Because when he's like, I see what you're saying, Dan, because I've seen him play some really, really good performances. And then
who's that? What one?
Who you talking about? Declare.
I ain't going to try the Belgian fella. Just say Belgian one.
And then there are times where he just goes quiet, like this. Yeah,
he's like your normal in that aspect, though. Then what's the difference to Maddison? Maddison's exactly the same.
Do you know what? There's a couple of players.
He's just obviously a lot better.
Madison there's a couple of numbers in the hardest league in the world. I mean, he's
Madison's a waste of time. He's a waste of time. He's always going to be injured. He's never going to.
His body's breaking down all the time.
It's fucking ridiculous.
We thought Darren Anderton was bad.
Making him captain is daft.
One sec. What are we doing here? Thanks for the super sticker, mate. Much appreciated. Go on, still with what you're saying. Sorry.
There's a couple of players from Bodo Glimt I would have taken. There's a couple of players from Bodo Glimt. I thought. Look,
you did say that when we played them. There was one of them.
Striker went to Celtic. Their striker went to Celtic.
The young lad that plays in the 10 for them is wicked. So freaking.
Soldado wasn't a flop. He was played in the wrong system.
Correct.
When Soldado was in Spain, he played in a 2. We brought him in and told him to play on his own. There's a difference there.
No,
he played
the other difference,
man in Spain.
Corey.
The wingers, yeah, that's how he played.
The wingers in Spain went down the line and cut back. When he played for Spurs, we had Townsend and Lennon that were playing inverted and coming inside and cutting down the space that Soldado had when he was in Spain. So
yeah, but he that was massive. He played Esquioin style. In Spain, he had Esquioin at Valencia.
Fair enough. The other thing, Corey, Darren Anderton, do you know how many games he played for Spurs?
Something like 600 odd.
No, but just under 300.
Oh, just
amazing.
Under.
600 fucking hell.
And they called him sick now.
Hang on. Oh, that's the days we've been being sick. All right, okay, yeah, 300.
Yeah.
Do you know what?
Being called a Darren.
I'd keep Jed Spence. He showed in the World Cup he's got attacking abilities. He's got attacking abilities.
We need to keep those kind of players.
That's another one. It's all gone quiet. Well. It's all gone very quiet on Jed Spence.
He doesn't. Well, with the one you're saying there, that is a good one. I mean, me personally, I wouldn't get rid of him. I think he's a good squad player. I'd start Robertson over him all day long until he proves otherwise. I think Robertson is a much better player overall, even though he's got come down a peg or two. I don't think Spence has done nothing special, bar again people changing their minds over 3 solid games. All of a sudden, a player has 3 solid games and he's quality. I think Spence is good. I think it's a good idea to keep him. He can play left, he can play right, and you could even play him in a back 3 because he can defend, unlike Porro. And he gets forward, but then he's got absolutely nothing to deliver with. Nothing. No pass, no cross, nothing. He's definitely better on the defensive side, but where he's homegrown and everything else, I would say, yeah, hang on to Spence. But on the other side of it, that's 4 or 5 managers he's been through now, and not one of them have rated him. And even when he was our best player for about 6 games on the trot, or 7 even, as soon as Udogie got fit, off. Why? There's got to be some sort of reason to that, isn't there?
The interesting thing, though, Dan, is that for me, I saw performances in the semi-final games in the World Cup from Porro and Spence that were on a much higher level than what we've seen at Spurs.
I agree.
Yeah.
So Spence has ability. Your agenda against Spence, Scott, is questionable, mate.
No, I like him. I like Spence. And you know, we should have 4 really good fullbacks. You know, if we want to be a top team and challenge, you've got to have 2 good players in every position.
Well, the thing is with that, Ian, if you did follow the World Cup properly, which you obviously did, yeah, do you now get my point? What I've been telling everyone for 2 years, that Porro is a shit defender and he's not a right back. He nearly cost that game against France twice for Spain, because he can't defend. But the rest of the game, where he sat on the halfway line and got used as a wing back and got covered behind him, he was excellent. That whole World Cup, most of the time, he was sitting on the halfway line because he's a bloody wing back and a bloody good attacker, but can't defend for shit. Now, if we're going to use him to that, then we've got a quality player there. If we're going to use him as a right back, waste of space.
Yeah, but that go on.
If De Zerbi doesn't get the strikers that he needs,
we're fucked.
I wonder whether he will change the system to 3 at the back, play Porro and Udogie as his wing backs, and maybe have 2 in the middle, 2 10s, and someone up top.
The goals? It doesn't matter who's going to score the goals.
Then if we're going to play that system, then we don't go in for players like Savinho and wingers. We look for 2 10s.
Mate, changing the formation.
Corey, he likes
the ball in the
Kunis.
back of the net.
That's the problem we got.
Can I pose this question? Why has
Kunis can play a 10?
That's right.
Who's going to put the ball in the back of the net?
Well, I got a name.
Doris the tea lady.
Say it.
I have a name, Premier League, and no one has mentioned him or any clubs. I haven't seen him linked. Maybe Thiago of Brentford. I'm looking. He scored 22 goals last season in the Premier League.
People have mentioned his name.
Yeah. Why are we not trying? We're a bigger club than Brentford. Why are we not going after Thiago?
No idea, mate.
I think
he's concerned around his overall.
In fact, who's that guy that plays down the wing? Who's that guy that plays down the wing for Brentford?
What's his name?
Kevin Charlotte.
I'm like, why?
That's a player we should be looking at.
He's 25. He's 25 years old. 22 goals.
Mate, is it Sade? Mate, that's the player we should be looking at. He's good. He's really good.
Well, still, that's who Frank wanted in the January window.
The guy's
he's better as a doorman.
I'm not against it. I'm all for it.
Yo, I see the chat. I'm all for people who could score goals. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Ismail Starr.
That's where we go back to the Rashford Savinho one. Rashford has proven that he can score goals in the Premier League, whether it's patchy or not. Savinho hasn't proved it yet.
By the way, can I say, pre-season, do you know who hasn't impressed me?
You're going to give me a fucking panic attack in a minute, I swear to God.
Do you know who hasn't impressed me hardly at all pre-season?
Gallagher?
Gallagher, yeah. I still don't see what Gallagher brings to this team, guys. Yeah, he runs around, he works hard, great. I don't see what he brings to the team. You know,
I think he's a good squad player.
He's being played in the wrong position, to be fair to him, though. He's being played as a cap.
Mate, work rate is the minimum you should demand from any football player. If that is what he brings, then I don't know, man. I'm just saying, look, I'll see how it goes for the season. Give him a chance. I'm not saying sell him, but I just don't see it. This pre-season, he's not done anything for me.
Yeah. I see the chat, but I want people who can score goals. And
Sorry.
Thiago had a good year last year. I mean, I'm not hearing.
Now, Mari, I agree with you. I'd take Thiago. I'd have Thiago at Spurs over fucking Solanke and Richie in this crap.
Yeah.
All day long.
But then to bring in a Thiago, we need to unload some of the foreign player quota because I think we're still 3 or 4 over that line, aren't we? So we need to clear the decks of that. We need to get rid of like Richie. We need to get rid of
Tell Bergvall.
I'm to the point beggars can't be choosers.
Romero.
Oh, but hang on a minute. No, Mari, no. I'm sorry, I'm not having that one. Beggars can't be choosers. Well, hang on a minute. All of a sudden, we've gone out and spent fucking 100 million on this, 85 million on that. Got a quality defender in there as well. Okay, other 2 were free, but good as well. But now we have to go back to beggars be choosers. What do you want? Do you want Spurs to not to be beggars and be choosers sort of thing? Or do you want us to say, fuck it? No, we've just paid 100 million for that one. We've just bought quality that one. Tell you what, I'll be a beggar for that one. Well, make your mind up. What do you want?
I want Vinicius. But in reality, if we could get Thiago for 50, 60 mil, bring him in. Trust me. If I'm rolling dice, let's go after Vinicius.
Do you rate Thiago? Is that good?
What's the name of that Japanese striker in Holland? Fuck.
Yang.
I know you're talking about Corey. I know you're talking about.
It's on the top of my head. I can't.
Yoshimitsu.
The one
He
that
played
Tamagotchi.
Yang has been awful.
Oshie?
He's been awful pre-season.
It's probably Yang something. Either way.
Yang's
What,
been
the one in
so-
Holland?
I get what you're saying, Dan, but
I can't remember his name now. It's going to wind me up.
Yoda,
He plays,
isn't it? Yoda.
Aida.
Something like
Yoda.
Yoda.
Tiny bee.
Oh, shit.
Showing our age.
Oh, Tottenham Hotspur.
Hotspur shit club they are.
Goals I will score.
Lack of goals I see.
That accent is too good. Whoever did that impression, that's too good. That's too.
I mean, I would go for Thiago from what I've seen and what I've heard. I think he's better than what we've got. It's just, again, like I keep saying, the options out there really are limited with a striker. So does anyone agree that we might as well, if it is that limited out there and people don't just want to buy crap for the sake of it, then just stick with Solanke and Richie and try and get something quality on the left? Or do we actually get rid of one of them 2 and take a hit or miss chance of 60, 70 mil? Just a question.
Dan, honestly, mate.
The name of the player is Ossie.
Whether it's going to away games, whether it's sitting at the home games, whether it's watching on TV, I cannot do another full season watching those 2 donkeys up front for Spurs. It's painful, man. Both of them again. Come on, it's no. Do you know what? My answer is no, Dan. I can't.
So you'd rather take a hit and miss, basically, like a chance.
I'd rather counsel Lancashire's move and bring him back and let him have a crack at it. Honestly, I'd rather let Lancashire have a crack over
if
it.
that's how you say it, because the one thing we have all complained about over the years, I mean, call it playing devil's advocate here, but I've got a different plan to what I would do personally anyway, and pretty much most people know it. But we've complained over the years, time and time again, of Spurs just buying for the sake of it, or just not looking at what they're buying, just spending their money on shit, basically. So, okay, we've got shit. We need to replace the shit, but I don't want to replace the shit with shitter to have a fight. Not
how can you not find better than Richie and Solanke, even if it's just a bit?
Surely,
you can't sign a striker that's worse.
But wouldn't you rather that extra money goes on an established left winger that can score goals and someone on the right as well, or even a goalkeeper with it instead of wasting it?
We need a number 9. Tottenham Hotspur have always had a good number 9, right? It's no coincidence. As soon as we sold Kane, the shit hit the fan at this club because we stopped having a good number 9. We need a number 9. If it's an average 9, so be it for a little bit.
Garassi.
I can't do a Mawani, Solanke, Richie in the 9 anymore.
Especially if Ben Davis starts.
Yeah.
Mate,
Where,
don't get me started.
Ben
where
Davis
you
is
put
captain.
the money where your mouth
Dale's
is.
been pushing
Now
it for
I'm
weeks.
being.
Go on, Ian. You were going to say, hang on, Maury.
being-
Ian was in the middle of going to say
Oh.
something. Go on, mate.
I was just going to say, you kill two problems with one swap. You go to Barcelona, who are interested in Romero, and you say, fine, you have Romero, we'll have Ferran Torres.
Exactly.
Sorted
That's
out.
what I was going to
That
say.
sounds good.
Ferran
That
Torres,
sounds
We said
good.
earlier.
Yo, I said this a couple of weeks ago on your show, Dan. Ferran Torres is the only one I would say, you know what? We just paid Tonali the biggest wage, the biggest Tottenham deal. Break that record. Say, all right, we'll give you Romero. We'll tell Ferran Torres, get De Zerbi, say, yo, you are our masterpiece of this project. You are the Don.
You are our Michelangelo.
Maury, he's got a year left on his contract. You wouldn't need to go crazy, mate. He's got a year left on his contract.
No, I will give him the world. Say, yo, we're putting everything on you to be the centerpiece of our attack and bring him in.
Wilson.
Bring him in.
Alan Wilson.
And then
Other thing
still,
is as well.
still, who would you bring in? Who would you bring in from the academy now for left wing?
You.
We have. There's only 2 academy players I'd bring into the 25-man squad. All
Williams,
the kids I've
Barnett.
seen.
You say
100%.
Williams, Barnett, and Malachi Hardy.
God,
That's
here we
it. The
go,
rest
flavour of
for
the
me,
month.
the rest aren't ready, or they're not good enough. But those 2,
I know they're not. I know they're not.
I've seen more than enough to know they've got it. But it don't matter. They're not going to get a chance.
Still,
They're not
don't
gonna
we
get a
say
chance.
that every single year, though? Okay, so flavour of the month this year
I
is
don't.
Williams Barnett. Flavour of the month last year was
Mikey Moore.
Mikey Moore.
All right,
Flavour of the month the season before
When you
that.
say
Hold on,
we,
I can
when you
keep
say
going,
we,
mate.
1 minute. When you say we, take me out of that group. I do not.
Well, you're the one that
talk
advocates
like
it
all
the
the
most.
other people online about the youth. I don't talk like that. I did a YouTube show 3 years ago because I took Brian Daigle, Graham, Phil P, Barry, Nick Collison. I took a couple of people to the Spurs Academy. I said, look, let me show you what goes on. Took them down there. They met the academy director as well, a couple of the coaches, watched a couple of the training sessions. Anyway, when I spoke to Simon Davies, he said to me, and this was just when we signed Ange, none of the kids are going to play this season. And I did a show and I said, I've heard it from the academy director, they are not going to play. And everyone called me out. None of them played. None of them got a proper chance. But what he did say, and Brian and Graham are my witnesses, he said to us, the current 14s, they're the ones to watch. Watch out for that group because they're the ones that are going to get at least 3 years with me. You know, the rest, I've only been here a year. I can't change what's happened for the older lot. And who has just come out of that 14s group who's now 17? Williams Barnett. That's the group the academy director was talking about. So I'm not surprised Barnett is grabbing everyone's attention because our academy director said to me, and Brian and Graham were there, wait till you see the 12s that are going to come through. 2 more years when they're 8. Just you wait and see what's coming. He is the best academy director we've had in terms of developing a winning mentality as a team. McDermott was a better one-on-one coach, right? McDermott was an amazing 1v1 coach, but as a team winning development director, we've got a brilliant one, which is why I'm saying to you guys, stop shitting on the academy. We've got the talent. It's there. But not all of them, just one or two. 1 or 2 every 2 or 3 years.
You get that. You get that in every.
In fact, there's a third. There's a third who's not on tour because he's injured, which is Junai Byfield.
Byfield is good.
Who Ledley King actually said that Byfield was better at 17 than King was.
I'm not just saying this. I've got a kid that I got into Spurs when he was 7. He got a contract at 9. You're legally allowed to actually have a proper contract. He's now just been given a scholarship. So he's there till he's 18. Mark my words. I'm not just saying it because he's one of my own, right? But mark my words, he is a fucking baller. He's brilliant. But there's a lot of kids like
Go on, who are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
Elijah Ebanks. Remember the name, Elijah Ebanks. He's a fantastic football player.
I must tell you, still, it's funny. I went to see the under-21s last week.
I think he can play in the 6, by the way. I think he'll make a brilliant number 6.
Right. I
mean,
saw the
also with
under-21s at Corey. I saw the under-21s at Boreham Woods. They had a left back there called Miracle Adewola, who for me was head and shoulders above everybody else. They played him left back first half. They had the kid Feeney, who they brought in from Ireland a few months ago. They took him off at half time, switched Adewola over to right back, and he was as good, if not better. Kid's superb. This is why I'm maybe they can see him coming through. The rest of them look nowhere near it. None of them.
Lubo, I'm not one of these fans that says give them all a chance, because I don't. For me, and I keep saying it, 95% are not cut out for Spurs. They're just not going to do it at this club. But there's those one or two players every couple of years that should be in that first team and integrated. They're the future stars, but they don't even get that chance. Those one or two, not all 18, all 16, all 10, just put one or two in there. And let's just see. But, anyway, this conversation is pointless because it's not going to happen. I have zero confidence that our kids will feature for Spurs. I don't have any confidence.
Do you not think, still, do you not think that Williams Barnett will be kept in the squad this season?
Well, he can't go on loan, so he'll probably play for the under-18s and maybe the under-21s instead.
Well, he's been playing the under-21s regularly, isn't he?
Yeah, but he can play 2 years up. Williams Barnett can play 2 years up.
That's the thing with Williams Barnett. He's done it since he was a young lad, playing like 2 to 3 years, like
he's
on his station. He's a very good young player.
He's fearless. When you've got a direct, fearless player with skill, and skill means that you can keep the ball opposed. That's what skill is. When you've got that, mate, that's the play you've got to be nurturing. You've got to be developing that, but I just don't know, Luba. I don't think it's going to happen. I think we're going to end up signing more players. I think just going to end up signing players instead of giving any of the kids a chance. And I think most fans will prefer. That's
a full swine.
They'll prefer the kids not getting a chance. I think most. If I said to everyone tonight, we're going to sign Leao, Thiago, and Savio, or we're going to sign 2 and give 1 academy kid a chance, I bet everyone says no, sign the 3, forget the academy kid. I think that's how most fans think. So that's why I don't know.
The shame is,
but it's logical.
It is what it is.
It
is what it is, mate. It is what it is.
The shame is that the kid that I would have liked to see in the first team squad this year has gone to United, and that's Tyler Thompson. Which is a real shame.
Before we get into this one, just want to say Curly Norman. Okay, strange name, but Peppa Pig to play for as a false swine. Yeah, fair enough. Cheers for the super
I'm
chat.
Still
mate.
a Bluey
appreciated.
Louis still better.
I mean, look, I just think we need to forget about this academy and throw it under the fucking bus. Use it for what it's there for, and that's
what I mean. I think that's what most fans think. So.
And then give it 3 years. Give it 3 years. Build that 11. Build that squad. Start getting somewhere. Then start bringing some of the youth players in. We've tried to do it the other way round, and literally every single one has been a total fuck up.
No, it hasn't been a fuck up because they weren't Tottenham trained. We signed. Look what we've done, Dan. We signed Sousa instead of giving one of our academy kids a chance, like a Carl Martin or a Tyler Hall. Instead of giving them a crack at it, we signed Sousa. We're now selling him. 6 months later, after blocking the academy pathway, we're looking to sell him. That's the problem.
Deserve is stop that. That whole youth, Lang going out and buying youth kids. Deserve is put a stop to it.
Yang, Takai, Sousa,
correct.
Phillips.
That's right. He stopped. No, he stopped it. Still, he stopped it. He stopped it. He wants to bring the kids through from the academy, but he wants the academy to be at this. I've heard he wants the academy to be at the same level as City and Villa.
It is. Right, hold on.
Is it? Then why do we keep buying Tells and Odeberts and Grays?
Because I can answer that. Let me answer him, then answer you.
Okay.
Simon Davies spent 10 years working under Tiki Bernstein, working partly with Pep at Man City. He then went with Vincent Kompany, who was at Man City. They both went to Belgium together. And then Vincent Kompany moved to Burnley, and Simon Davies was going to be his number 2. But Paratici picked up the phone and said, no, Simon Davies, come and be the academy director at Tottenham and make us the Man City type arrangement, which is what he's done. So the way all our teams play and the way our kids think is of a Man City player. Now, why we signed all these young players is because we've had the most diabolical collaboration between academy and first team that we've ever had.
So the academy just haven't not been good enough, basically. Surely they're just not good enough.
Pochettino and McDermott had a fantastic relationship. Once McDermott left and Poch left, it collapsed, and there was no relationship ever built because we then went through 7 managers in 5 years. You couldn't build the relationship, so the whole thing came tumbling down. On top of that, we had Lange in charge of recruitment, who fucked the club.
Completely.
The guy could scout Nard bar and Asda.
There's so much.
Still, you make it sound like that poor average bloke that's been married 4 times and fucked over every single fucking time, and now he lives on the street.
But still, who should have come through then? Who have we missed in the first team that should have come through?
No, Lubo, my point is, right, it's not about me saying him or her. The point is...
No. But do you judge this success of an academy in how many players come through? And if they don't come through for us, like Madueke came through, went to Chelsea and then on to Arsenal.
Right, I think selling Marcus
we haven't
Edwards
missed many. We haven't lost many others, have we?
I think releasing Marcus Edwards was a mistake. He was a talented footballer. He could dribble. And we got rid of him. The thing is, Lubo, between the ages of 18 to 21 is the most important part of a player's development, because to get to 18 at any academy, you're good. You don't stay. Listen, Corey Boy down there, he's been in the academy system.
Yeah,
you are not an academy. You are not still at an academy at 18 unless there's something about you. You would have been binned off at some point in the previous 10 years. So at 18 now, if that development doesn't push on in the club or at one club, it all goes to shit, because that's the point where you go from kid to man. And if you're not helped to make that jump, it can all come crashing down. And sadly, that's what happens for a lot of our players. So they end up going to another club at 23, 24. And everyone's like, they're not good. Yeah, because between 18 to 21, the most crucial phase, we fucked it. We fucked it all up. All that hard work, and then we sabotage it.
Yeah.
You know?
Still, I want to clarify real quick. Hold on. So to be clear, you've just said to us, everyone here, that you would take 2 new signings up front, up top, 2 new attackers, and you would give a youth player a chance on top of that.
No.
Rather than signing three top tier players.
No. It could be any position. If I was to say to the average Spurs fan, would you take 3 experienced players for the first team, or would you take 2 experienced and give one of the academy a chance? 99% of fans would say 3 experienced players. 99% of fans would say that. So
would that not be right?
I must be in that 1% then, dude, because
would they not be right?
It depends because
6 months ago you were complaining about Spurs using youth players like the rest of us.
No, I never once complained about us using youth players, because we never gave any of our youth a chance. We signed young players that I was against. I was saying, why are we signing young players who can't hack it when we've got academy kids that should have maybe given that chance instead? That was my argument.
But do you think this is relevant to the situation Spurs are in now, though? That's my question. Like, what for me?
I don't think fans care, Benji. I don't think fans care. I think fans.
I don't think they should
give a
right
shit
now.
If the academy kids come through or not. Whereas some of us, like me, I do care, but I'm in the minority. I'm in the tiny minority.
Because you've got a bias, because that's your thing. And listen, I can respect that wholeheartedly.
No, it's not. It's my thing. It's that I know we've got the talent there to really become something special. Like, I know we've got the next Kane, the next King. I know we've got them in the
Then
academy.
why aren't you working there then?
What, the Spurs Academy?
Well, if you can see
there isn't a beach
that they're that fucking good.
No, there's no beach. Hold on.
There's no beach in Enfield, is there?
Hang on, Lou, but let's still answer. Let's still answer his thing. I've got a serious question. If you can spot the next Kane there and the next this and that there, then what?
No, Dad, I'm not saying I know who's going to be the next player. What I'm saying is we've got the next superstar in the academy. Who it is, I don't know. I don't watch them day in, day
Right.
out. I don't coach.
Okay.
But I
No,
know.
I misunderstood what you said then.
Yeah. I'm not saying I know who he's going to be. No, sorry, no.
Right. I
We've
thought you were
got-
telling me
we've
you
got-
know the next player who's going to be this and that. I'm like, well, why the fuck are you sitting here then? Go and get a better job.
Yeah. No, of course
But-
not. Of course not.
I
What I'm saying is
misunderstood what you were
we've
saying.
got-
My bad.
We've got enough talent in the academy to know that if those the two best ones, if they're given a 2-3 year pathway in the first team, I know they're going to land. But we're just not going to take that risk, and we're not going to give it that chance.
How do
They
you
just
know?
never do.
Do you hear what De Zerbi
Because we
said
never
last
do it.
week?
Yeah, Frank said it, and they all say
No.
this shit. Lubo.
No.
They all
De
say the same
Zerbi
shit.
said it doesn't matter about their age. If they're good enough, he'll play them.
I disagree. I
My
don't think
manager
he
will
will.
say that. In pre-season, I've
I don't
heard that
think
a
he
few
will.
times, to be fair.
I don't think if that's the case, he wouldn't have kept Ben Davies. He's talking shit.
He's kept Ben Davies as an emergency. I don't know why you've got this whole thing about Ben Davies because he's hardly going to play any minutes this season.
Would you
Yeah,
rather
yeah,
have
I
an
mean-
academy? Would you rather have Byfield and Malachi Hardy as the emergency defender or Ben Davies, Lubo?
Careful with
But-
this one, Lubo. Careful.
But I think he'll know Byfield.
No, I'm asking
would have
you,
seen
not he.
Byfield.
If your emergency defender, would you have Byfield, Hardy, or Ben Davies?
Well, personally, I think Byfield is better than Hardy from what I've seen, and I would have Byfield there every
Right,
time.
And that goes against what our manager's just done and what the manager's saying.
Listen, they're keeping him there, just in case there's a massive emergency because of injuries
You
like
just
we
said
had.
Byfield would be the better player. And I agree with you, but our
listen,
manager disagrees.
Well, it all depends. If you've got 4 or 5 centre backs that are injured, which isn't an impossibility with our club, then you could have a Byfield and a Davis playing like you had Gray and Davis playing. So
Byfield,
you know,
he's not going to kick. Listen, we will find out what De Zerbi does.
Yeah.
My personal feeling is these academy kids, they might as well all start planning their exit because I don't think they're going to get a chance at Spurs. I want to be wrong on this. I would love. No one would be more happier than if I'm wrong on this. I'd love it.
You know
I'll do a
what?
whole
With what you're
week
saying there, still.
of YouTube on
Go on,
that.
Lubo. You were going to say something.
I think we got the first
3 top quality players in 40 years, though. So I mean, it's not.
But
like
hang on.
That is a point.
What's that, Benji?
3 top quality players in 40 years. Spurs have produced.
Yeah,
What's
because
your
our-
really
what's
put
your
wings and skip
criteria
on
though? Hang on, Benji. What's
because
your
our system is broken. The academy pathway's broken. It's been broken for a very, very, very long time, bro. Really long time. It's been damaged. Enoch for me.
Benji,
Could you not say the same for pretty much most of the other academies?
I support Tottenham. I couldn't get less what the other clubs do. I care about my club.
Hang on,
there's other
Benji,
clubs
what's
with the same
your-
problem? Yes, as well.
Okay, 40 years. 40 years. Do you not think that players like David Howes, Vinny Samways were successful academy players for Spurs?
They was okay. There was no more
Glenn
than a skimp. There was no more than a skimp.
Hold on, Glenn Hoddle. That wasn't.
No, hang on a sec. No, I didn't mention Hoddle.
Glenn Hoddle weren't for our academy. Was he?
Vinny
Of course he
Samways won
was.
the FA Cup with Spurs.
Glenn Hoddle
Dan,
was.
Was he?
Dan,
Was he actually?
Hoddle joined when he was
Of course
9.
he was. What are we talking
Oh,
about?
yeah. So I just when I thought of him,
Well,
I
I'm
thought
not gonna
Chelsea.
lie
My
like
bad.
that, I
My
didn't
bad.
know that.
Fair enough. No, you're right. My bad. I was thinking.
You look at that,
Chelsea. My bad.
but if you look at, Benj, I'm reading your book about.
them through and through.
Blame the drink, not me on that one. No, that's
Hang
my
on.
bad. Go on.
That's just
Cyril,
coke in there, Dan. You're lying.
Hang on, Cyril. Hang on.
It's my bad.
Go
Hang on.
on,
As
I'm
far
listening.
as the
Go on.
comment, on now, Cyril, I think you've forgotten Steve Perryman, our record appearance holder, and then let's.
Sol Campbell. Sorry, Sol Campbell.
Yeah, no, you mentioned
No,
Campbell.
he's one of the
Harry
3.
did say Campbell.
I've got
Harry
Harry Kane,
Kane,
Sol
sorry.
Campbell.
Hang on.
Ledley
Hang on.
King.
Let Lubo. Let
If
Lubo
you're
say
going
his
back,
bit.
if you're going back 40 years, let's talk about Paul Miller, Mickey Hazard, Vinny Samways,
Hazard,
Mark Falco. Sorry, these are all players that all
No,
came
I mean,
through.
Lubo, we'll have to trust you on this one because
okay,
you're
I'll tell you
talking about what we
I'll
saw when
rewind
I was
that,
5 years old.
and I'll
Let
say
Lubo
30
finish.
years,
Let
so
Lubo
it's
finish. He was
roughly-
giving us a list.
It's 1 every 10.
It's harder and harder because today it's global, isn't it? And clubs are bringing in kids to play in the academy from abroad. You know, so it is exactly Nicky Barmby, another one.
Is that
No,
not dumb
Lubo,
because of the fact that they don't feel like
Darren Caskey. You know, these are all players that came through the academy.
Lubo, our academy is mostly UK players. What's happened is the Premier League has gone from being an English league to an international league. So they're bringing in players for the first team who are international. Look at all the players we signed: Robertson, Scottish; Tonali, Italian; Fernandez. Where's he from? He's not English.
Portugal.
Van Heck, Dutch; Senesi, Argentinian. We haven't signed one player that's English. Dubrovka, not one. So that's what's gone wrong. Whereas the academy would feed the first team, the Premier League's become an international league. No other league in the world is as international as the Premier League.
Sure.
We're the most international league.
So,
but the thing was,
how do you see this? Hang on, Scott ain't been able to say nothing where he's fucked
Steve
off.
Carr.
Oh, there
That's okay. I thought we were moving on from the youth conversation when I joined, so I'll let you finish
but
it.
We haven't actually heard Lubo's actual side of all this. I know I've heard about Youth Academy over the fucking years with Lubo, but I haven't heard this specific side of it, and it was brought up, and it always will be at the moment. What is your portray on what they've said, basically, if you actually listen to a word of it? Because I know you go numb when they say academy, basically. A few of us do.
I've said it when I talked to Stell. I said, I don't have as much. I don't watch the youth academy. From what I see when they go on loan, it doesn't seem like we're missing out on talented players. I can understand Stell's point that they would have a better development if they stayed with our development path the whole time. So for me, I'm fine with how we're doing it. I think the best thing we can do, if we're getting 20 million from them, sell everybody for 20 million. There's nobody there at the youth system that I'm really concerned about that we're going to miss out on a great talent. So I'm fine if we're not blocking, if we're blocking the youth or if we're not bringing them through. But I also understand that Stell has more knowledge that I might not have. So that, from what I know,
and like
what
Tony
I see,
says,
I'm fine selling them.
No English players would want to join us anyway. Fair enough.
Let me ask you this question, guys. Let me ask you this question.
Go for it.
Spurs have mugged off the academy, right? They're not. We haven't brought for anyone in 10 years, really. Like, we haven't brought some real talent for in 10 years. How have we done as a club without embracing the academy? Have we done well? I don't think we have.
I don't think it's made a difference, personally.
I just maybe there's an argument to say, do you know what? Maybe we should give him a bit of a chance. But then now we're trying to be Chelsea, so I think that's going to happen.
But we have invested still. We've invested much more this season, apparently, into the academy.
Invested? What do you mean invested? Into what?
Well, I was told when I read through some stuff that there's been an investment into the academy this season coming. Apparently
there's always investment in the academy. The academy costs about £3 million a year to run. It's self-sustainable. It funds itself.
Yeah, of course it does. Yeah.
The academy funds itself.
That's not correct. The academy hasn't been given more funds to maybe produce something better.
The academy doesn't need more funds. The academy needs a bridge between the academy to the first team. It needs that bridge. And that's what a pathway is. There's no pathway, and it's because we sign players that block the pathway. But look, what I'll say, as much as I'm bigging all this up, and this is what I think. If Spurs go and win the Premier League without any academy players, I'm not going to complain, guys. I'm not going to complain. But you better win that Premier League then. You better go and win it. You know what I mean? You better go and win a trophy then without them. Because for the last God knows how many years, we've won fuck all other than one trophy under Ange in, 16 years?
18 years, yeah.
18 years, you know?
And playing youth academy players could fix that, yeah?
I was just thinking that. I'm so glad you said that. I'm sorry.
You've got to look at some of the teams that have done it correctly over the years. West Ham, Leeds,
Southampton.
Yeah, look where West Ham are. Look where Leeds are.
Yeah, I know, but they've had the youth academy to do it.
That's because they stopped doing it. They
sold them all.
Well, look at West Ham. They had Defoe, Ferdinand. They had...
mate.
Carrick, Joe Cole.
Genuinely believe that we live in fucking 1995 or 1996. This is 2026.
Dan,
football
I agree with you.
Changed, not for the better, but football has changed. God, still.
I agree with you. We're not going to win the league with academy kids. I 100% agree. But what I disagree with is that we don't have a couple of players that, if given a 3-year pathway, can't turn out to be absolutely fantastic for us. And they're there and they're free. That's my
I'll
argument.
ask you.
There's
Okay,
a couple of players.
Fair enough. Straight question I'll ask you though. Give me an honest answer here, yeah? And forget about the way I put it. You know, I ain't got the best way of putting things.
Yeah.
No, that wouldn't be the way to put it. You like the youth academy because you've trained with them, because you've done things with them. You've seen it from your own two eyes, basically, yeah? Whereas most people, the most they might have been is to go and see their boy play football. Hopefully in 5 years' time, I can get my new boy playing football, whatever. I get that point. And I've got other mates who've got kids that have made it into academies and whatever else as well. James Flower speaks on here very highly of his son who plays, I can't remember, is it Norwich Academy or something along those lines anyway. Yeah. And speaks highly of him. But then one thing I must admit, I mean, me and James don't see eye to eye on everything. But I like having a debate with him because he's willing to hold his hands up when he's wrong, but he's also willing to fight his bit. The point I'm making with him is I was actually like fair play the other night when he turned around and give his description of it, of like, well, the boy's got to be told if he can fucking do it, he's got to get his act together and take his fucking chance or we ain't going to make it. And he said he would say that to his own son. Do you know what? Credit where credit is due in that aspect, because for a father to say that can't be too easy to do it. But I'll give credit for that one. But basically what I'm saying to you is where you've been in the thick of it and around it and seen it with your own two eyes more than anyone else here sort of thing. Do you think you've slightly got that little bit of bias towards you sort of thing where you have that youth academy, how shall I put it? You've got that sort of bias towards it because you've been there, done it, got the storybook with it sort of thing. Do you think you're slightly a bit more biased to it and you don't mean to be? Or is it just genuinely out and out what you think without any bias towards it at all?
Every single player in any league, in any country, came through an academy. Today, you cannot become
obviously
a pro
I get
footballer.
that. I get that part.
Right. So my point is this: if every single player has to go through an academy to become a pro football player, you are not going to convince me that Spurs don't have one or two that aren't good enough. When every player has to come through an academy to make it.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that only all the other academies develop players that are good enough for Tottenham, but Tottenham can't do it themselves when we're a category 1 academy, elite centre of excellence.
Define how good. Okay, I can get that one. That actually does make sense. But define how good. I mean, people who sit here and say we shouldn't do it because we ain't getting Archie Gray. Fucking Archie Gray. I only said that because I'm looking at Lubo. Because we ain't going to get a fucking Harry Kane, or we're only going to get, we're going to get a Harry Kane or Sol Campbell. That lot. I totally get that one. Yeah, that's like what is it, 0.9 or whatever in that. But what standard are you looking at of players that we could produce? Are you looking at anything from a Winks and a Skip, or are you looking at more of a Kane and a Campbell, whatever from there? Give me a bit more detail for me on that one.
Players like Winks and Skip were good enough, but they got mismanaged. We completely wrecked their pathway. We gave them the pathway. They were doing well, especially Winks when he first joined us. And, he was scoring the equalisers at Barcelona away, got an England call-up. He was doing well. But then we pushed them into positions that just didn't work for them, and we wrecked them.
Did that with Eric Dyer as well, though, because Eric Dyer as a defensive midfielder, for me, wasn't actually bad at all. Either way, it's just an example. It's just an example. Go with your youth bit. It was just an example.
Eric Dyer, we signed from Porto. He isn't technically one of our own properly.
He was Porto, wasn't he? Yeah.
Came from Porto.
Fair enough.
No, Sporting Lisbon, I think.
Sporting Lisbon. Yeah.
Sporting Lisbon.
From Portugal. Came from Portugal. I will never know how good until they're given that chance. But every player comes from an academy. And to think that we can only sign players that have come from all the other academies, but not one from ours is capable, I just can't buy that, Dan. Because I've seen the quality of coaching at Tottenham. I've seen how good our academy director is. I've seen how the trophies that the Tottenham Academy is winning. We haven't won like this in the last 4 or 5 years in God knows how long. We have a very, very, very good academy, people. Every Spurs fan should be so proud of the academy we've got, but they're not because they just don't know it. They don't know it. We've got the talent there. Who could be the next big thing? How far could they go? I've got no idea, because until they're given that chance, you will never really know. And a chance isn't 45 minutes, one game, and then nothing for 10. They've got to be given a proper chance.
I have
They've
a
got to be in
question.
that squad. And
But
it's not
But
going
all
to
respect, but all respect due, still, people don't care because our first team is massively underperforming, and youth players are not really going to help that. So I think that at the moment is why
the youth team was underperforming without our academy kids. Without our academy kids. What academy kid played for Spurs last season in the Premier League when we finished 17th?
None.
So don't blame the academy. You can blame young players. You can blame young
But I
players that we
don't see it as
signed.
relevant.
You can blame young players that we signed, but don't blame our academy kids for that shit.
True.
Our
True.
academy kids haven't done no wrong.
My first
Has our academy kids and you guys will know better than me, do they get to perform against other academies outside of the FA, and how have they done against us?
Yeah, Spurs played in the Champions League under-21 competition last season.
And how did they fare well? How did they do?
Right? Can I say, Maury?
Go on.
Don't look at how well the team did, and I'll tell you why. We went and played in the German Cup last season. So it was Dortmund, Bayern Munich, Tottenham, and some other teams in this German Youth Cup.
Okay.
The conversation between the academy director and the coaches in Germany isn't how well did our team do. This is why it's different to men's football. It's not how well did the teams did. The first question they ask is this: Which Spurs player stood out? Which Spurs player shone? That's how they look at it. Do you understand?
Okay.
Because they want to know who can match the Bayern kids, the Dortmund kids, who stood out. And they're the ones you've got to say, right, circle them. They're the ones we've got to get into that first team. They don't care so much about the win. The fact that we win just means we've got lots and lots of brilliant individuals on the pitch who know how to play together. But you've got to develop the individual first. And that's why the academy will ask that question. Whereas Daniel Levy or Vinay, when Spurs play and they call up De Zerbi, what was the score today? It's not about which player was good. Yeah. Did we win or not? Because the academy... and that's the difference between youth and men's football. That's the big difference.
I did read that De Zerbi is very interested and believes in the academy. And I do actually think, I know the manager's got his own shit to do and plenty of it and that, yeah. And he's also got his man to come and talk to him, his left-hand man that does all that shit, his right-hand man that does all that shit. I know how that works.
Well, I would have thought it is also Brighton. So.
I would have thought it's also down to the manager to actually go and have a look at that as well. If he's got a couple of hints off a certain player,
the manager depends on the academy director. The manager depends a lot on the academy director feeding information to him.
And that's been happening. Still, that's been happening.
Pochettino went and watched the academies, though. Pochettino watched the academy games. He got involved, Poch.
Still, De Zerbi's bringing the kids into first-team training and did it when he started in April.
Mate, I hope so.
So
and that's the right thing
he's
to
been
do,
watching.
That's the right thing to do. Yeah.
He's been watching. He's actually said to the head of the academy, "Who do you think should be coming in and spending some time training this week with the first team?" So he gets told, the kid comes across, and De Zerbi has a look at him. And that's what's been going on.
Here's the thing.
Still look at the kids on tour at the moment. How many are on tour?
Yeah,
how many games are they getting?
Under Ange as well, and under Frank, it's always the same.
Well, listen, under Ange, he played Donnelly at left back. I mean, it was a nonsense what Ange was doing.
Yeah, but the kids played though. Is the point? If De Zerbi is speaking to the academy director to say, "I want the best training with me," and that is happening, the best thing about that is this. The academy director and the coaches, when they have their meetings in the academy, will say, listen, this guy might take us seriously, and they're going to up their game. And the kids, they're going to be told, listen, this manager's different. He's going to give you a lot of crack. Everyone suddenly ups their game because now they know what? There's a pathway, and it raises the levels. But when that pathway isn't there, the whole thing unravels, man. You know, so I hope Lubo's right about De Zerbi. I really am. It'll be brilliant. It'll be great.
Still, you know, Williams Barnett's been training with the first team since the beginning of pre-season.
So he should.
Okay.
So he should.
Are we just at that point now, yeah, where the past 3 shows I've come from, and obviously I've got no problem with mentioning the academy and also learning a bit off a couple of people about it. Because if I'm going to be honest, I know fuck all about how the academy actually works, except the basics to it. Well, I don't. Yeah, I just know how an academy
people in the
works.
comments telling me that I'm wrong about everything. on my show.
You
I mean,
usually
the thing
are.
is,
The difference is you usually are, but the thing is, it's just I admit I don't really know that much about it, but I know how a youth academy works and the basic spine line of it and everything else, all the ifs and buts. Like some people used to say, you don't know how a transfer market works and you don't know how a contract works as such because they've listened to professional people talking about it, where we obviously haven't, whereas some people have. Everyone has an ITK up their arse somewhere. And when it comes down to it, I don't know as much about it, and it does actually interest me, some of it. But I just feel it is just what are we in that much of a situation at the moment that we're now drifting off to the fucking youth academy all the time because we're that fucking it's gone that dead at Spurs on that side at the moment that we don't know what's going on. There's not a lot to talk about except we must do A, B, C, D, and nothing's getting done. So we're now talking about the youth academy more than fucking ever.
Well,
No,
I
it's
mean,
because they're trying
I'll
to
have something for this on my
Hang on.
on a personal experience
Go on,
with me,
Corey.
right? With an academy player like me to train with the first team when you get the manager giving you the nod is a massive confidence to that person. Like my mate Adam Alab, myself, Gareth Barry was a few years above us. He obviously went to Villa. Yeah, I mean, I you know, everyone knows my story. I blew my ACL, and that was it. That was game, set, and match. But I talk to Adam every other week. I still see his bum around town. Still ask how Adam and the kids are. But going through, my mate Adam Alab that played for Brighton. But when you're going through
something else, sorry, I misheard you.
Yeah, when you're going through a youth academy, it's rather endearing when a manager, when I'm 16 years old, is going, right, you're going to come and train with the first team because we see something in you. That does give you that confidence lift. You walk around like your shit don't stink.
Okay. Can I say something?
For me, it was. Go on.
Look,
it was
boys. Can we please just get off this fucking youth stuff, okay? Spurs are breaking records this season. We're trying to do something special here. We're bringing in players that we never thought we'd be able to get for like the next 3, 4, 5 years. You know, we're in the midst of buying a new forward line. Why the fuck are we still talking about this youth nonsense? It's so boring. It's completely irrelevant to what's happening right now at Spurs.
It's not nonsense.
No, it's not.
It's not nonsense, but it's irrelevant to our situation. We've been in 17 for 2 years in a row. I want to talk about who we're bringing, what we've brought in, who we're bringing in, and we're talking about youth.
Then tell De Zerbi to stop playing youngsters pre-season so that we don't have to talk about them.
Oh, Rob, how you doing, mate? Listen, Stell has just told me
That would be nice.
What's that? Tell Stell to fuck off. He's too busy buying £100 million players. Gotcha. All right, mate. We'll do. Thanks. Cheers. Nice one.
No, I mean, I do get it, and it's something I don't mind having an hourly debate with or a chat with or something, because I'm willing to change my mind on certain points if someone gives me a better example or a better opinion. You don't just have to throw facts in my face to actually change my mind. I know what it's like with some people. You might as well talk to a fucking brick wall and headbutt it, and they still say it's a different colour. But everybody is different in that.
Can I ask you and Benji something then? Dan, let me ask you and Benji
Go on
something.
then, go for it.
When you watch the pre-season games, right? When you watch Spurs play pre-season, is there not a part of you that says, Williams Barnett, you know, wouldn't mind seeing a bit more of him? Is there none of you that feels that way when you watch him?
Is he the left back?
No, he's
the attacking.
Still, I look at players like that. And
Who's
I
the
put
wing?
them into
Who's the
Premier
wing
League
back that looked pretty
situation.
good?
That's when I switch off.
Kai Martin.
The real answer, the real answer is between both games. Like I said, I see the potential, but because of the final third, because there were 3 or 4 times I was not screaming, but like, oh come on, bro, it's a disease that everybody has. So unfortunately, I lump everybody together because the front 3 wasted so many chances.
Okay, but Murray, what about when he beat 2 players and smashed it off the crossbar, or when he picked it up in the 8, traveled with the ball and split the defense to set Tell and set Robertson away? What about when you saw that? Did you not think this kid's got something about him?
I see the potential, but when you right now, it's hard for me to separate that. If we had quality and I saw that, I can appreciate that. It's tough to appreciate that when you see everyone missing their chances, that you lump them together. It's almost like guilty by association, right? You were outside while your boys were robbing the store, and all of you got in trouble. You didn't technically. So, maybe that's a bad analogy, but so I see the potential. And like I said, he's 19, 18, but
17,
yeah,
18.
but he's lumped in with everybody else. And my mindset
He's
is
17, Corey.
Yeah, 17 going on 18.
17,
He has,
yeah.
It's
but
hard.
ever since Mari, the kid has been playing above his level for the last 7 years. When he was 10, he was playing with the under 12s. When he was 12, he was playing with the under 14s. When he was 14, he's playing with the under 18s. That's what Yamel was doing.
No, and I
The
get
same
that.
pathway. I'm not putting Barnett on that level, but he's on that same pathway as what Yamel was. Playing at a higher station what he should be. And what about if he does get that nod?
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. And I'm just answering Stell's question. The hard part is separating his progress because it's near misses that everybody's doing, though he's ahead for his talent. And so it's hard to separate that. And maybe that's just me because I want to see more goals from our front three. And though he has that potential, I see it. I believe it, but it's so hard to separate because everybody's missing. Season's coming up in about 3-4 weeks.
Sure, of course.
I just want to see people finish their dinner. That's all I ask for people to finish.
But it's not going to happen, Mari. Number one, it's been what, a month now since we got Tonali and Fernandes through the door, and then I think Dubravka. So we spent 4 weeks talking about the strikers and the forwards. It's all it's been on YouTube. Spurs forwards. Yeah. That's been it. So for me, Benji, it's nice to talk about something different because, to be honest with you, I'm sick of just talking about the same players. We talked about Krupi. That's out the window now. We talked about Savinho. We've talked about Somerville. We've talked about Gakpo and Marmouche. How many times can we keep talking about the same thing?
Basically, you're saying we've had.
That's what I feel about the youth.
Let me.
Yeah. No, basically, what I think Ian's saying. What I think Ian's saying is we've had blonde hair, blue eyes. We now want black hair, brown eyes, sort of thing.
Let's talk about something else.
That's what I'm saying.
That's right.
This is gangbang. This little Bukaki session.
Lubo, listen, mate. When I say that, I mean no disrespect.
No, of course not. No, there's no disrespect. There's no disrespect taken.
Opinion on it. I take it in. Listen, Stell sort of schooled me a little bit in the youth, and it was very interesting the other day. Just the way it's being presented. Well, it's his speciality, mate. Stell's good with kids. Look, the way Stell, the way it's being presented is, I suppose, what's bothering. Whoa. The way it's being presented at the moment, Lubo, where it seems like people are making out like it's a mass necessity. Like, why are we not concentrating on this? That's my issue. It's not the subject. I understand it. And listen, for the most part, it is interesting. I just think
if we get into Europe next season,
100%, then this will become more relevant.
99% chance it's not going to be Champions League. So if we're going to be in the Conference League or Europa playing 2-3 games a week, we're going to need these kids. We're going to need them.
For sure.
So let's not mug them off. Let's not just mug them off. We're probably going to need them. So they've got to be developed so that so when we need them, they can step up.
And just sort of coming back on what Mari said, it must be very frustrating for De Zerbi because he's lost 10. There are 10 or 11 players that haven't gone away with him on the tour. A, because of the World Cup, and B, because of injury. So it is that. So pre-season is a bit broken. He's not. When they go back and they start pre-season training with the guys that played in the World Cup, the final weekends.
It's that Turkish hair implant.
No, don't worry. I don't trust Turks when it comes to that, mate. Trust me.
I'm not
with it.
I won't be going for a still with Danny.
No, mine was Harley Street, not Istanbul.
Fuck off! Don't lie. Don't lie.
No, I swear to God, in Harley Street.
Bollocks, mate. You got that little plane.
I believe you.
That little shop round the corner. But they've done a good job, mate, so don't complain.
What What benefit do I get about lying where I got it done? Where's the win for me here?
No, you're just trying to act fucking richer than you are by saying you got it done wherever and not in some little shop round the corner. So either way, they've done a good
Harley
job,
Street.
mate.
I promise you, did it Harley Street because
I had it done in Harley Street. Bullshit. He got an easy jet.
I need mine done as well.
I'm religious. I'm religious, right? There's my cross.
Yeah, so am I. Yeah, so am I.
I did it in Harley Street. I swear to God. I promise you.
Don't use God's name in foul.
Check out a guy called Dr. Reddy and see where he's based. It's in Harley Street.
That sounds like a dodgy channel, if you ask me.
It does a bit, doesn't it? Some
I
fucking
don't want your
dealer.
bullshit here, Steph. I don't want your
hang on. Dr. Red Ebreck, yeah?
Yeah, what you do in your private life, man, I don't need that shit.
Listen, just because you poor cunts are poor, don't fucking drag me down to your
That's all natural,
levels,
sir.
Right? Don't drag me down to your levels.
No, I ain't poor. The problem I have is called a fucking wife,
mate.
and that spends your money for you.
I'm
leaving. You are now with that
Oh,
haircut. Anyway, go on.
No, do you know what? It was one of those things. I thought if I'm going to do it, I don't want to take a chance. I don't want it to go wrong, and I've got to fly back and problems. Because there's horror stories, man. You read about it. You're like, so I thought just do it in the UK, pay more, but at least I know if anything goes tits up, at least I'm at home.
Instead of doing some easy jet to some dodgy little shop round the corner sort of thing.
Dan, did you?
Where? What little round the corner? Where are you talking about?
Well, there's plenty of little shops around the corner in Turkey. I can tell you that for myself. I'm sure you've been there.
Mate, I don't even know if I don't even know if I'll survive in Turkey. I'm not exactly their favorite nationality, am I?
Yeah, we wonder where their kebabs come from. Yeah. Anyway, back to the
point. This tastes like Stelios.
He said it.
Hold on. Isn't Cyprus part Turkish and part Greek? I thought you got a good.
They don't call me Donna for nothing, right?
Still, isn't Cyprus part Greek and part Turkish? I thought you had a good relationship, no?
Harley Street in Bangkok.
This guy.
Benji, learn your history, mate. Don't come out with that. That's all. Change the subject.
I'm dead serious. Hold on. Is that
Greece and Turkey have been at war for 5,000 years? Greek Empire.
Even
Ottoman
I know that
Empire,
shit.
World War I, World War II, you name it, right? Cyprus is an independent country. It was owned by the Greeks, then the Romans, then the British, then so everyone's owned it.
Hold on, I've got friends from there. I've been to Cyprus.
That's why it's part of the Commonwealth.
There was no problem in Cyprus at all. There
was no problem. I shouldn't say this, but America and Britain stirred it up and caused the war there so that they could put their bases. And now they've got bases. They can hit the Middle East whenever they want. It was a strategic war, like every war is. It is what it is. Anyway, Cyprus is made up of Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots, and all the Cypriots get on, Turks and Greeks. But,
yeah, that's what I was referring to.
But the island's divided. It's divided. It's split. There's a border with the United Nations on the border. And
that sounds like England round every fucking town, if you ask me. But and again,
North and South Korea divide, does it?
That's all different politics shit. Go back to what you were saying.
It's very political. It is, yes. I weren't going to go Turkey and get it done. Is my point. No.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I honestly thought you actually went Turkey and done it. I actually thought you did.
Harley Street.
He looks 20 years younger.
I'll have to remember that one. I mean,
it's a million potatoes.
Yeah. Well, my daughter totally destroyed my life, and I'm going to have a son now as well, so I'm pretty much fucked. I'm going to have to start taking lessons off Lubo when it comes to that, because I ain't far behind the poor fella.
Andy, you're going to be a dad. You're going to be a dad again.
Yeah. Didn't you know? My wife's 7 months gone. We've got a little boy on the way.
Congratulations.
Oh, fair play, mate. The debate we're having at the moment is, do you know what? I'm literally at the point.
The debate we're having is: did Stell look better with or without hair? That's the debate. I think you rocked being bald, mate. Personally,
no, I think he looks
more sort of. What's that actor?
I think he looks more. I think he looks more intimidating without hair. With hair, you look less intimidating.
I know this is a football show, but give us a little lot of that still, because that's grown in real.
Can we not talk about my hair transplant? Can we talk about football? This is what's going
Let's
on.
talk about the puberty beard.
I don't know.
going on,
Maybe
then.
your hair transplant has more.
I'd rather talk about Stell's hair than the fucking youth anymore. Good
Yeah, it has
God.
more facts than Tottenham has. Basically, it works. Well, majority
the
of it.
chat have
But
tuned
look-
in to listen to Tottenham chat, not my freaking cosmetic surgery.
No, but the quick thing I was going to say to you still is like, yeah, my missus 7 months gone now. That's why I had to spend a long time off. Basically, I had to rebuild the place. I'm going to lose my room. We're just in the debate at the moment where I've said, you know what, Beth, we can't necessarily agree, so I'm going to leave it to YouTube or something between the name, and it's either going to be Harry, and that's nothing to do with Harry Kane. It's just no English traveller sort of name that I like, or Vinny. She likes Vinny, and I'm like, okay, I can deal with that. But that's the debate we're going to have in 3 months' time. But yeah,
Harry's. I like Harry. It's a strong name. Harry's a strong.
I
name.
like
I
Harry.
like the way Dan puts a front
Be like
on
the top
YouTube.
landlord,
Dan puts a
proper
front on.
British
That's the
name.
debate we're going to have in 3 months' time. You
Harry.
mean it's
Oi,
going to be called
Harry.
Vinny? That's it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Better
check
be
it
then
out.
called fucking Darren. Hi.
Would you consider Timo?
What, as a player or a name? Neither. I ain't the Germans still.
What about Moani?
No,
Little
definitely
Moani.
not.
Lewis Holtby.
I mean, if
What
you're gonna
about
call,
Destiny?
if I wanted, no, I bet no, don't. I ain't gonna say that. Go on.
What about Richie?
You're fucking hell.
Dominic.
What Richard? Yeah, like I want to call my
Dominic. Yeah,
kid
Dominic,
Dick.
great
Yeah,
name.
if I was gonna call my kid, I'd call him
Proper
Richard.
British
innit?
name.
Yeah, Richard Dick. Yeah, nice. Whoever brought up that one. I mean, fucking hell, Richard Dick. I mean, much love in the family there. But anyway, back onto it. Back onto it with players.
It's diverged into a kickbox football. That's why I love talking to you, gents. Makes my evening talk to you lot.
Yeah, Ben would be a great name. Ben. Go with
Your
Ben.
point.
Benjamin, strong, powerful.
Ben Davies.
I don't know if you was at my school, you'd have got beaten
Benji
up for that.
Davies. Benji Davies. Great.
I mean, to be fair, we are mates, Dan. Like, I know you better than most of these on off stream. Maybe
Sounds
Benjamin's a
kinky.
good name, mate.
Mari's sitting there going, and they fucking call us Americans weird. He's thinking, and you lot cuss America, like what the fuck?
You know what? For what I want, I might as well call my kid Donald then, and that ain't happening either. But again, that's a different story. That's not football. He done a good job in the World Cup, didn't he? So seriously,
how-
right? We try
trying
and
to
keep it
stand
back
there
to the
with the,
football. I don't mind drifting off now and again. It's all a bit of fun and games. I prefer it as a couple of people talking down the fucking pub. Just makes it a lot more lighthearted.
Nigel.
But
Well, if you like that, Dan, can I just say one more thing?
Man.
Nigel.
Nigel. Oh, fuck off, man. That name is just gay. I'm sorry. I don't dig that. I mean, there's names, each to their own, yeah, but there's names I don't dig. That's like Nigel. I'm sorry. It's no offense to no one, but I just think the name just sounds fucking queer. Like, Nigel, come over it. Like Trevor, Kevin, Keith, stuff like that. I mean, honestly, if my parents called me that, I'd probably rather be adopted. That is just not nice names, but again, each their own, whatever turns you on. That's an opinion I'm allowed to have, basically.
My
Same
name
as
is
like,
Jeff.
Same as like Richard. It's Richard. I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, but I'm English.
I mean, can we
You know
not
what?
go
I
too
mean-
far with the Richard name, by the way? Because we have a friend that we.
Oh, it's
stream
your
with.
middle name, isn't it? I forgot about
No,
that.
no,
Yeah.
we have someone else who's actually called Richard.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Ben. I share that pain. The middle
I-
name.
That's not my fucking name, mate.
Oh, right.
I
Anyway, go
I
on.
think you should go with Boris.
Oh, oh my god, that's fantastic.
Lammy. There you go.
Oi,
Just call him
Boris.
Lammy.
Well, that's better than Richard
Oi.
or Nigel, in my opinion.
Vladimir.
Vladimir. Mate, do you know how popular
Vladimir.
he'll be at school?
So, right, come on. Let's get this back on the football for a moment.
Vodka
Let's
drink
get this-
you.
No, there's
Oh,
no
no.
point. Look at the chat. They're all giving you baby names, mate. Carry on. Look, look
I'm
at
not that
Leslie
far ahead.
Howell.
Right.
Leslie, why
Let me
not?
go into- Yeah, Richard, this stream is all over the place. My streams usually are, mate. Enjoy them or love them or dislike them. It is what it is. That's just how I prefer to do a stream. But
Dan.
yeah, there are plenty of different names. Go on in.
Archie, mate. There you go. Archie,
You know, if Lubo had another kid, he'd fucking call it Archie.
I knew he was your bastard. I knew it. I knew there was a bastard there somewhere, man. Many moons ago.
It's like that Kevin and Perry scene. My parents have only ever done it the once.
Mate, he sat there for 10 minutes all quiet and then just dropped.
no.
You know it, don't you? Fair play.
No, I was listening. I was listening. I was actually reading a lot of the comments here. Very funny. Very funny. But having said that, I haven't actually mentioned how well he's been playing on pre-season. So, just saying. Just saying.
Oh, here we
just
go.
saying.
No,
That's
go
all.
on. Go on.
It's all right, Moot.
No,
I
you
just
know what
want
you say with that, still. You say with that, Ian. Out of all the shit I think we should get rid of, I don't rate that little fucker, that little prick. I really do not rate him in any means or manner. But he would actually be the one I would keep. Because, over Bergvall, Odegaard, and others, because he has got a universal side to him. Not very good at it, but he has got a universal side. He is homegrown. I think he's got more pros to keep than Bergvall, for example. I think he's going to become an average player. I never said he was going to be bad. I just really don't think he's good as such. But I do think he can come up to a certain standard. But I would keep him over Bergvall, Odegaard, and Tell personally.
Listen,
but that is part of the homegrown bit as well.
I'm
sure.
I'm rooting for his success. I really am praying and hoping that he's the surprise player of the year. I'm like literally, really not only for your benefit, Lubo, but just for our team benefit. I think we deserve a player to shine that no one expects it, and if it's the player, who else I could think than Archie Grant? If he,
my worry for him next season is that if Tonali and Fernandez stay fit, how many games is Gray going to? How many minutes is he going to get?
Hopefully none.
But we need him, right? Because when
he's a good player, Corey.
Lubo, when your nightmare scenario of all four center backs getting hurt, then we got Gray to step in and play center back. Or if all of our right backs get hurt, we can insert Gray to play right back for us. So we need him. He's important.
That's true.
Well, we're going to tell you, Scott, listen, we don't agree on much, but you've got a point. How many 18 and 19-year-olds have played in 6 different positions in the Premier League? Not many. Can't think of many.
There's no 18-year-olds that are better as a 5th choice center back, a 4th choice right back.
There you go.
10th choice center mid.
Choice forward.
He's the best 18
that is
center mid. You're right.
That is praise indeed from you,
goalkeeper.
Mate. Praise indeed.
He's the best 5th choice player for every position.
So listen, you'll all be saying, and I won't say I told you so. I promise you.
No, because you won't ever be able to.
I won't say that.
Archie Gray is going to be 29 years old, and you're going to be here saying, "Just you wait, boys. You're all gonna, just you wait."
While he's playing for Charlton Athletic.
Well, I've got to say, listen, De Zerbi made him captain the other day, didn't he? Just saying.
Did he?
Yeah.
Because there's no one else to give it to.
Against Sydney FC.
Yeah.
Wow. You do realise all those Sydney blokes are playing the wrong sport, right? They should be back playing rugby.
Yeah, probably was the rugby team, wasn't it?
Can we have a conversation about? Do you think it was a mistake making Maddison captain, considering he's going to be injured?
I would never.
Can we have a chat about this? Because has De Zerbi got this one wrong? Has De Zerbi maybe got this wrong?
De Zerbi's done a couple of things for me that have given him a red flag. And just because I give him a red flag doesn't mean I haven't got faith in the manager or whatever else. But it doesn't mean I have to agree with everything he's done or does or whatever in that, yeah? For me, the first major red flag is the goalkeeper. I am not digging that goalkeeper in any means or manner. Some two Bob fella that's had 5 good games and that's all we've ever seen of him. That's not for me. But again, each their own. The other one, for me, Maddison isn't captain material. When he was vice captain along with Son, he was just as bad as Son. As soon as it went bad for him, he dragged his knuckles over the floor and got bitchy over it. He never done nothing over it. For me, Maddison is not captain material. I think some people are just thinking of captain material because they like Maddison as a player as such. For me, he's not a fucking captain. Not in my opinion. I think we've got better captains there. If we play Porro properly, I think there's captain material there. If we play him properly.
Dan, and Tonali as well.
And Robertson and Tonali. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's gone, Lou. Both carry on with what you're saying. Carry on.
They're your three.
side,
I mean, for me, they're your three. Porro, Tonali and Robertson are your three. Madison's like
He's
the
a
cheeky
bitch.
chappy. No, he's the cheeky chappy that everybody gets on with, which is why Ange made Son captain, because Son was liked by all the different factions in the dressing room, all the different groups.
It does
There you
seem
go,
like
great
Son, like
assist.
Madison. Son was captain almost by default, right? Because we didn't really have a clear-cut guy. Son had been there for a long time, so we kind of made him captain. Same like Madison. Like we don't have, because lots of the guys you mentioned, like Tonali, I don't know if Tonali is a captain material for me, but he just came right in. Robertson, I think the problem with him is the same question. How many games is Robertson playing this year?
Yeah.
I say I would like to see Van Hecke potentially as captain just because of his relationship with De Zerbi, but again, he just came in. I think it's much like we did with Son. Son wasn't captain because we thought he has all those leadership things. I think he was captain almost because he had been there for so long. And I think Madison right now is because Tonali hasn't been there that long, because Robertson might not play every game, because Gallagher might not play every game, because Van Hecke is new. A lot of
Could
the
have been
more
worse.
guys that naturally are leaders are new to the team and maybe
Could have been
don't want
worse.
to. I don't have a problem. If you
It
put
could have been
him
worse. They
in
could have
there.
given it to Davis.
I don't think Madison is captain yet, though, is he? He's not official. He's not
Before
officially
he's been there
captain. Is he?
longest now, so
I haven't seen it official, but I don't pay attention.
Yeah,
to
I don't
it.
think we have an official captain yet, do we? But Madison is the one that is presumed that he's going to be captain, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean,
But
we've
there
got
again-
no leaders of men within the Tottenham team. I don't think. I don't think anyone's suited for being captain.
I do.
mean-
Robertson definitely is.
Yeah,
Robertson
Yeah, but
definitely
the thing
is
is-
100%.
Is he going to play game in, game out? I don't think he is.
No, I can
you,
agree with that.
actually, but-
Then I'd go with someone like Tonali, personally. I don't care whether he's just come into the team or not.
But like
Then you can
Scotty
say
said, can you do
Deserbi's.
that?
teams
Of
have done
course
it
you
before
can.
in the past.
De
They brought in
Zerbi's
players
only-
and replaced the captain.
Deserbi's only just come into the team. Deserbi's only just become the manager.
See, I thought it would end up being Van der Ven, if I'm honest. Not because I
I'd
think
give it
that's
to
what should
Senesi.
happen.
Senesi's
Yeah, but he won't
experience.
play, though. He won't play at all, will he? Not really.
He will play, but not
Messi will.
first choice.
No,
Well,
that's
with
the
what I've
problem
just
still.
read, with what I've just read about with Romero, it's pretty much a given that Inter are going to get him. The thing
But then I suppose just what do you feel a captain should be? I mean, I look at captains like Vieira and King, you know, players
Yeah,
that will
but they're
get
done
you
and
to-
dusted,
those,
mate.
those captains.
They're
so
old
sad,
school.
but yeah, I know. It's
I
just
agree,
such a
Ben,
shame.
but it's done. It's done. I agree
Yeah.
with you. I think
But
a captain
guys-
should
What
have the upper-
happened to real leaders of men? You know, you don't see it anymore. It's
Benj,
a shame.
Benj, what did you think? What did you think of Ledley King as a captain?
Fair point.
I think what you see from him is a guy that had knee injuries, was limited in training, but every time he went on the pitch, gave everything he could and was willing to fight through all those knee injuries. Right? That's
He
what
was
I would say.
brilliant.
Like the
I
example
could
that
be
he
wrong,
showed
but
of fighting and persevering and doing everything that he could to be out on the pitch is what I would have seen from him. Like as a leader, you see that guy wanted to do everything he could to be on that pitch every
Like
single
a
game.
Kane captain.
Oh, I know I
basically,
have.
sort of
but
thing.
that's a player that leads by example. I wouldn't
Yeah, like
say
a Kane.
Ledley King is that sort of guy that was getting into players left, right,
Yeah,
and centre.
Ledley
It was
King
more
was
by
captain.
example.
Ledley King was captain. Harry Kane was
Gareth
captain, and
Mabbott was
they
a
both-
captain.
They both came through the Spurs academy.
Wasn't Sol Campbell captain at one
You
point?
love that bit, didn't you,
Yeah.
Stella? Look at his
I'm
fucking
saying.
smug
The
face.
same.
By the way,
Come through the academy, become captain of the club, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah, I think you can have different kinds of leaders, like whether guys who will yell at you. But I mean, as much as people, you can have a guy like Roy Keane. If he yells at you and you don't care, you just tune him out, right? Like you need to
No.
have players that respond to that. If
You
he's your
didn't
captain.
tune-
Yeah,
Yeah,
but Roy
I-
Keane
you
didn't
know,
just
but,
yell at
yeah.
people. Roy
Roy
Keane
Keane
lived by
would headbutt
example.
you.
I'm saying that Roy Keane obviously did more, and
I
Roy
mean, he
Keane
fucked
also
up.
had the
He fucked
advantage
up
of
a few
having
teams on the
Scholes,
pitch.
Giggs, Neville.
But Roy Keane was also quality on the pitch as well, and a lot of people
Yeah.
underrate how good he actually was.
He was really
actually
good.
he was actually a fucking good player and had a lot better players around him as well. And he was a quality captain. But that's where I've said it with Ben a couple of times and others. This is just where I think times have changed and people are just kids are just more woke. And forget the political
Too soft.
view of woke. I just mean that much softer. I don't think so much younger players would be able to handle that slap in the face and get your fucking act together, basically.
Yeah, can I say something? You know,
whereas these days they just wouldn't be able to handle that. Whereas back when I was young,
Rob's just put in chat horror.
I was gonna say it's funny today. You know, right now we're talking about captains, and we lost the captain of captains in Baresi. You know, it's
R.I.P.
Yeah, it's interesting that we're talking about that because this guy, you know, growing up, seeing him play and just listen to my father say that guy right there is a captain. And you know, everybody talks about Maldini, but Baresi for the national team from Milan, man, this guy was the captain.
He was a class player as well, Murray.
Yeah,
Gattasso was an excellent.
He was
captain.
incredibly short for a defender. I think he was 5'9" Baresi.
I went over a list with a friend, and I'm like, he's easily in my top 5. I mean, behind Maldini, Beckenbauer. I still got
Cannavaro as well. Cannavaro.
Nesta.
Cannon Cannavaro. What a player. I always just called him Cannon.
But then would anyone say Gallagher is captain material?
No.
Yep.
No.
Did a good job at Chelsea.
Captain. He was made Chelsea captain for a reason, so there was something there. But it's waking that back. It's waking that back up in him for Tottenham and getting him playing the way he was when he was with Poch. I can't see it going. I like Gallagher. I think he's a good player. But
I would say in the sense of when I see Gallagher go out there, he's again that he gives everything. So he might not be the best, but I don't think there's many times where people say he didn't try or he's loafing or he's lazy, right? So I don't know what none of us know what happens when you're in the dressing room. But the one thing I could say about Gallagher is, again, if you see him out there giving 100%, it's maybe hard for you to be lazy, or maybe it isn't, and you just some players just don't care, right?
I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, one thing you can give with Gallagher is you'll get 110% every game, no matter what happens. But then you can almost say the same with Richie to an extent. One thing I do like about Richie is he tries. The poor fella just fails epically. But I don't think Gallagher's as bad as that, yeah? He's got the right mentality for it, Richie, but he just hasn't got the fucking capability, basically.
I'm sure
we still see that
on the wrong feet.
Yeah, but Gallagher is, I think, a captain material person as such, but I don't think he's necessarily going to... I think you need your captain to be in that first team consistently. Not an injury-prone person, someone who is going to play 90% of games of the season. But that's
which is why a lot of people are calling out Pedro Porro to be captain. How do people feel about that?
I think he's got the mentality for it, but only if we play him the right way. Because if we play him how we've been playing him, he looks shit most of the time because he's a fucking crap defender. And that's not going to be good for a captain. A captain needs to be able to live by example and live by personality as well, in my opinion.
Well, yeah. Also, my idea with Porro would play him out on the right wing, put Spence behind him, and then have Kudus in the middle, and then somebody out on the left. That'd be my idea of playing Porro properly, playing further up the pitch. Just don't have him coming back.
Use him how Spain used him properly for what he is, and that's why they won the World Cup, and that's why he played very good.
Well, so you'll end up relevant anymore.
But hang on, you'll end up then with a Van Heck, Senesi, and Van der Ven back 3, won't you? If you play, for argument's sake.
But then
you could play.
I would probably have
say that again. You paused for a moment.
You could play.
Say that again. You paused for a moment.
Sorry, no. You could. For me, again, it depends on what strikers he's going to get. But if you want to get goals, I'm sure Fernandes will score a few. Tonali will score a few as well. Last year we missed Maddison's goals. If he plays, he'll weigh in with a few. We missed so many. All of our creativity last season, then the main was gone, wasn't it? So you look at it and think, well, how are we going to score the goals? But if we've got players that are creating this year, and De Zerbi's going to play a fast-moving, fluid system, he's going to try and get forwards that can play anywhere across the front 3, which is going to be good. I mean, if you've got Solanke, keep him in the box or keep Richie in the box and get Porro putting balls in, because Porro's one of the best passers in the game, and if he starts hitting those balls, if he puts them on a sixpence in the box, then the strikers, if they're there, are gonna put them in. I just think it's really exciting what we're going to see this season. Style-wise,
You think if Solanke and Richie are the strikers, they'll put them in, Ian?
Yes, I do.
Have we not seen that in the past, that they can't do that?
I'm with Scott on this one. This is crazy.
Well, I've got to tell you, Solanke had decent service, didn't he? He had good service for that big season, and then he came to Spurs, and he didn't get the service. Now, I'm not saying Solanke's the answer. For me,
in Spurs' first season, there was service. In the first season, we had.
He did get 16 goals in that first.
He got 16 in 45. I know.
Not in the Premier
9
League.
goals in the Premier League.
9.
He got 9. He got 9 in the Premier League, didn't he? He got 7 in the cups.
Yeah, but look who we played.
But he can't stay fit, can he? Solanke can't stay fit. That's his problem at the moment.
Yeah, before he came home, he never had an injury.
Didn't score before Brighton.
Solanke's problem is he's bang average.
3 and 6 goals. Then he had 19. Then he had 9, and last year he had 3. He's had 4 seasons of no service. Scott,
he missed. Hang on, he missed 2/3 of last season. So let's be fair about that. Come on.
So he had 3 goals in 15 games. So triple that.
And look at the team, Scott. Look at the team. Scott, look at the team he was playing in, and they weren't even creating. There was nobody there to create for him.
He got service at Chelsea. He got service at Chelsea. He did nothing. He got service at Liverpool. He did nothing. He got service for England.
He hardly played at Chelsea and Liverpool. Listen. For me, Solanke's not the answer. We've got to bring in better strikers. I'm not here championing Solanke, but I think he gets a little bit of a raw deal. He's not as bad as people think he is.
Based on what?
Yeah, he's had one good season in his entire career.
Mate, he's not. Hold on, he's not as bad as people think he is. What are you basing that on?
Basically on the seeing in the season before he started picking up the injuries with the underage.
One season in 10 years.
No, not at Bournemouth. He scored 16 goals for Spurs a couple of years ago.
Yeah, but against Coventry,
still 16 goals.
9 goals in the Premier League, and then 7 goals against
that team on the Astro pitch.
And Villa, he scored against Villa. He scored against Liverpool. He scored against decent sides.
What's the
consensus? So we could sell. So Solanke, if
on...
we needed to, we could sell him for what, 30, 40 million?
Probably.
Do we think Solanke offers us more than Richarlison, boys and girls?
Richarlison's goal return is far better than Solanke. The data doesn't lie.
Is it? Is it?
Yes. Yes.
Seriously, no, it's a question. I'm not questioning it.
Richarlison's output is better than all our attackers and better than some of the strikers we've been linked with.
There's only one other attacker we've got, so there's not much compared to, is there?
Yeah, the question was, is Solanke better than Richie? Well, Richie scores more goals. Facts. Yeah. And I don't like Richie. I think he's one of the worst. Richie spends the whole game chasing his first touch.
And his shadow.
He's awful.
And getting off the ground.
He's
on the ground the whole time.
And he still scores more than Solanke.
I know.
People that... Do you know what? I honestly think fans just find it very difficult to just admit we've got really shit strikers at our football.
I don't disagree, mate.
They're actually shit.
Shit's level above them both. What are we talking about?
So,
I've got to say, it's poor. Listen, Coventry have got a better front two than us, with Haji Wright and Asante.
You're not wrong. This front three wouldn't cope in the Championship. I'm telling you now, they wouldn't fire much in the Championship.
This front three nearly got us relegated twice.
Yeah, it wasn't just the front three; it was the whole squad.
Oh yeah,
you can't just blame the front three.
At least Kane would pull us out of the shit. Son would save us, or someone would. Bale. How many times did Gareth Bale save us? We've got nobody that can do that now. There's no one that can save us. Just one goal to get a little win or a little draw. There's nobody.
Well, okay, then I'll turn that.
And we sold him.
No, with what you're saying, I can go with that. But then doesn't that mean you should get a fucking solid goalkeeper there that can save you 15 points a season?
Goals win games, not clean sheets.
Goalkeepers win leagues and cups as well.
Only if the goal scorers put the ball in the net on the other end so you can win the game.
Yeah, but the goalkeeper cannot. What is it easier to do? Is it easier to score a game if you score 3, we score 4, or we win 1-0?
Who's going to score that one for us, Dan?
Last season, I'm sure we can score one.
Doris, the tea lady.
I'm sure we can score one a game, sort of thing. Yeah.
I don't know. I disagree. Paulinia. It was his goals that kept us up under De Zerbi. Paulinia, and I'm
not denying that. I'm not denying that at all. But in that aspect, if our attack is that shit, yeah, and we ain't going to be able to replace it because I'm sorry, but I think we're going to start with Richie and Solanke. Not that I want it, but I think that is what is going to happen.
We're going to end up with 3 points out of 9 then.
I think we're going to get a left winger. I'm just struggling to see where we get this fucking striker from unless we take a chance with Vlahovic. So if we can't get this striker and we've still got 50, 60 million in the bank, shouldn't we then turn around and go to our next point and get something established there instead of going with some two-bob fella that's had 5 good games and has possibly played double games in the Premier League, and put a solid goalkeeper there who can save us 10 to 15 points a season, like Raya did with Arsenal, basically.
Dan,
even though they had the best defence in the world, he saved their ass a couple of times.
Let me put it to you this way.
Okay.
I think changing the Bravka or Kinski will have less of an impact than changing Richie and Solanke. I think there's a bigger upside if you change the attackers than the goalies.
Still, what I've told
I can
Dan
see
all
where you're
along
coming
is
from.
calculated risk. The reason why we've not gone for a keeper is a calculated risk.
I can see where you're coming from.
Given the players that we've brought in front of Kinski, I think dramatically decreases the chances of being absolutely fucking peppered. So, I mean, you got to think.
Absolutely.
Well,
You're sort of saying a goalkeeper is only as good as
week.
his defenders. So basically, Ben, what you're claiming on is a goalkeeper is only as good as his defenders, yeah? Is that what you're basically saying?
He's got less to do. He's got less work to do, isn't he?
That's what I'm basically saying.
We can't do everything in one window. The way I look at
agree.
it is, I'm with you. Look, I am with you. Spurs need a top quality keeper. Dan is 100% right. I just think this season, and again, there is that old saying, isn't it? Keepers win leagues or whatever it is. Like there is that saying, but I just think this season is a calculated risk because you can't do everything in one season. And I think our bigger problems, like Stel's alluded to, is up front. And quite frankly, what we have brought in, Dan, it's going to make a big difference defensively, mate.
But when there's a quality goalkeeper out there, and I mean quality for like 35 mil for fuck's sake, which is tuppence money, why don't we go and fucking get him when you know a goalkeeper?
Who's that goalie? Dan, who's that goalie?
Sevilla from Roma.
Right.
Juventus went for him. And Roma said they wanted 35 to 40 mil. They wanted to keep him.
I'm going to ask you one question
then. League, but he said he don't want to sign a contract, so they was willing to sell him. And Juventus couldn't afford him, so they went for fucking. All
right.
What's his name?
I'm going to ask you one question. Forget the price.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to make one more transfer before the window shuts. We can either sign the goalie you just mentioned or Osherman up front. Who are you signing?
Osherman.
You've just cancelled your argument.
No,
Danny,
I'm just being honest.
Danny.
No.
Yeah, that's your argument, though, isn't it? I know you're being honest, but that's your argument.
No,
that's
but what I'm going to change it to, you're 100% right on what you're saying there, yeah? I'm not disputing that. That's why I answered it honestly. If I'd just been some stubborn other prick, like there's many in the world, I would have denied it, basically, yeah? But I haven't.
Yeah, but your answer proves that...
Right, but hang on. Now answer my question here then, yeah? If we've still got, let's say, 70, 80 million to spend on a striker, yeah? But the best we can do is some fella that might be a little bit better than Richie or Solanke. Shouldn't we just go back and get someone who is established and made as a goalkeeper and a player who will improve that first 11, not possibly give us another 2 goals a season, and give us that solid goalkeeper that every good team has?
Dan, let me put.
What would you?
Hang on. Let me put this down.
Let's still answer that, and I'll come to you.
If the choice is signing a top class goalie or a slightly average striker, I'd take a top goalie because the levels are different.
Then that's what I'm saying. By the look of it, we ain't
But
going to
that's changing the goalpost. That's moving the goalpost. So
that's
that's
comparing
just
a really good player versus. Look, for me, I just cannot fathom another season with Richie and Solanke and thinking anything good's going to come out of that. I just don't see a world where anything good comes out of these two, and Tell as well, again for another whole season. I just think we're going to bang our heads against a brick wall every week.
If any of them start, this window has been a massive failure.
No,
I don't care.
Lubo, you had something to say on it. Lubo, you had something to say on what I said.
That's right, though. He's got a point.
Okay. Two things. Before I come to Scott's massive failure in this window, if you're talking about how many points a keeper makes for his keeper saves make for the club, if the save against Wolves won us 2 points, the save against Leeds in the last minute was 1 point.
Mm-hmm.
So if you
Brighton.
Yeah, one against Brighton as well. So that's 4 in 7. Mm-hmm. 4 points in 7. Put that over a season. That's 21, 22 points.
Mm-hmm. So what are you basically?
But saves that any goalie could have made.
No, I
think we've got.
Listen, you've made half the solid point. Get to the actual end of the point as such. You didn't.
No, the end of the point. The end of the point is, I walked out of the stadium at Madrid saying I don't never want to see Kinski in a white shirt again, and I said at the end of the season I've completely changed my mind. He's won me over.
You can't argue.
Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. But his footwork was good. His saves were good. His commanding of the box was good. He talks to his defenders. The defenders looked 7 games.
No, first 2 he wasn't that good. Against Aston Villa, he wasn't.
Hang on. Hold on. Against
Chelsea,
Villa,
he wasn't good.
Wait a minute. Against Villa, he had nothing to do, but there was no way he was going to save that header from Buendia. Against Sunderland, they had 2 shots the whole game. They had 2 shots the whole game. He came out. He blocked out. Robbie, just before half-time, 1-on-1, closed him down, great save, and the second one was a deflection. So he did fine. Villa had nothing to do. Spurs dominated that game, absolutely dominated. Villa hardly had a shot.
That's 5 games.
So for me,
5 games.
No, 7 games, Dan. I think we've got a really good keeper there.
I agree.
I honestly think I think he is a really, and the fact that De Zerbi's giving him a 5-year contract shows that De Zerbi thinks he's good as well. Dubravka, he knows from the Czech Republic international scene, he knows Dubravka, and Dubravka might be his mentor. So maybe Dubravka's come in.
He deserves a season.
Absolutely,
I've got a theory behind this. I've got a huge theory behind this because obviously when De Zerbi come to Brighton, he brought in JP and he also brought in Bart Verbruggen, didn't he, for Brighton? Nobody knew who they were. We've already got one of his prodigal sons. Bart Verbruggen, after this season, will have 1 year left on his contract. And if De Zerbi goes in for him after this season and he doesn't renew that contract, I can see him joining Spurs. But Broggin's a fucking quality keeper.
Mate, he's quality.
He was at fault with a lot of goals last season.
So what are you suggesting?
He was at fault with a lot of goals last season.
I have a feeling we'll go in for the Broggen next season or in next summer. I just really feel it if he doesn't sign a contract.
Given what you've just said, do you think then we should trust De Zerbi on this? His decision to keep Kinski as number 1?
Well, he's getting rid of the mistake engine at the back. That's Vicario, which is great. Kinski, I can see something.
But the keepers he's brought in, he clearly knows a good keeper, right?
He knows a good goalkeeper, but I strongly feel one of his prodigal sons has already joined him at Tottenham. I feel like his other prodigal son, Verbruggen, will join from Brighton next season.
Guys, last season we drew.
He is Corey. He is average. There are so many Premier League keepers that are better than Brighton. So many.
Unfortunately, Kinski isn't one of them.
No, Kinski is. I listen. I don't like Verbruggen. I've seen him make mistake after mistake after mistake last season. He cost Brighton a lot of points. For me, he's overrated. I'd rather see Dean Henderson. I'd rather see Henderson than Verbruggen.
I'd rather see keeper.
I'd rather see Kelleher than Verbruggen. I'd rather see Nick Pope than Verbruggen.
Used to be.
I'd rather see Ramsdale than Verbruggen.
Who was that? Who was that number 2 at Man United or number 3 at Man United on their books? I forgot his name.
Tom Heaton?
No.
Tom Heaton.
I might be thinking
Can
about
I come on? By the way,
He's
Dan,
their third
can
string
I
goalie,
just
right?
ask?
You're not talking about Man City's goalkeeper, right? What's his name?
No, there was an English
Rashford.
goalie.
Yeah.
Can I
there's
get
a young-
Dan? Can I? Dan,
Yeah,
can I come
him.
back on Scott's? Can I come back on Scott's point that if we don't buy strikers, then it's
Yeah,
been
yeah,
a
yeah. Go for
disaster?
it,
Was
mate.
the word you used? I think
Massive
it will
I don't
be.
failure.
think it's a disaster.
I think
Not
no,
disaster.
I don't think so.
The
I
window's
think
a
it'll
failure.
be. it won't be a failure. It'll
That's
be.
it, Dean
It'll be.
Henderson, that's the goal.
It'll be incomplete because I think we've strengthened in defence and we've strengthened in midfield and we've strengthened very well in both areas. So for me, that's not a massive failure or a massive disaster. To bring in
Our
Fernandes,
biggest issue
Tonali,
that
Van
we had
Hex,
going into the season was
Senesi.
goals.
No, it wasn't because we conceded 60. Do
Lubo.
you know we were letting goals until De Zerbi joins. We let in 13 goals in 5 games with Tudor. Look at the goals we conceded last season. We had major problems at the back, midfield,
That's because we had
all over the
coach,
pitch.
and I told you from day one, we had an awful coach, and Tudor was worse. Tudor was
So
bloody
we're
worse.
saying that
Let Lubo finish his point. Let Lubo finish his
Tudor
point.
was
Then counter
so
it.
for me, it won't be the complete transfer, and it'll leave us short. I agree with you because we desperately need strikers. Will it be a massive failure? I don't know how you can call Van Hex, Senesi, Tonali, and Van Hex, Senesi, Tonali, and Fernandes, Andy Robertson. I don't know how you can call them failures. Certainly
I
not.
didn't say they are failures.
I'm-
I said the
I'm
window's a
happy we
failure.
got
No,
Robertson.
but incomplete, yes. I'm
Go on,
finished.
Scott. Every
Hold on a
year.
minute. Hold on a minute. Last season,
Hang on. Let Scott make his point to Lubo, and then we come.
We do
come
this.
to you.
We did it last year, where we said Paulinho is a good signing. Kudos is a good signing. Simmons is a good signing. Some people said Mwani was a good signing. We look at the individual signings and say
I thought
they're
he
good
was.
signings. This is an 8 out of 10 window, but we don't address our actual needs, so we finish 17th. We're not going to finish 17th this year, but if we don't address the goal scoring issue on our team, this is a massive failure. I don't know how we can't say that. If we do nothing to address the goal scoring on our team, it's a massive failure. Even though that doesn't mean that those aren't good signings. They are. But we don't need individual good signings. We need a full team. We need to address all of our issues. And if we don't do anything to address the goals, it's a massive failure. I don't know how we can say anything else.
guys,
It doesn't mean that
Tonali.
Tonali wasn't great.
Can I back up Scott? Only 5 teams scored less goals than us last season. Only 5. We were awful in front of goal. And on top of that, we drew 11 games. If we had someone that could have just scored 1 goal to turn those draws into wins, that's 22 points we could have won. That puts us 5th. Mate,
Okay.
goal scoring is the biggest problem at this club last season, and it's going to be this season. Listen, Scott and I, we agree, disagree. I'm 100% agreeing with Scott on this.
If we had a
sign
quality
goal scorer,
keeper still, there is obviously points we could have saved as well.
But Dan, when De Zerbi came in, we stopped conceding lots and lots of goals. We still struggled.
Yeah, because we
to score
kicked the
those.
kids out and we went to basics.
Yeah, so it just goes to show that the goalie wasn't the issue. It's the coaching setup, which he fixed, but we still struggled to score goals. 1-0 against Wolves, 1-0 against whoever. So for me, I agree with Scott. The players we've signed are good. That doesn't mean they're bad players if we don't sign a striker. But if we don't sign a goal scorer, this window is a disaster because we're going to end up being 10th when there's an opportunity to get back into Europe. And we would have missed that opportunity because we didn't sign a goal scorer.
Missed opportunity is
Lubo.
different to saying it's a massive failure.
I
wouldn't
wouldn't call
call
it
it
a massive failure either. I've got to be with Luke. Finish your point, Ian.
Well, it depends where your standards are at. If your standards are that we should be back in Europe. Listen, sorry, guys. No, it is a failure. Do you know why?
Are you suggesting I've got low standards?
Man United went from 16th to
But
3rd.
Dan, you don't even believe it. That's
Hold on, Scott. Man United, 1 game a week, went from 16th to 3rd because they signed goal scorers. We can get back into the top 6 if we sign some goal scorers because the rest of the team is there now. There's no excuse. If United can do it, why can't we now? Just get a goal scorer.
And look how aggressive we were in signing those midfielders and defenders. We've known all summer, prior to the end of the season, that this team cannot score goals. We have no quality up front. We should have signed, I'm sorry, by this point in time, we should have signed a winger or forward by this time. We should have. There's no excuses because we know prior to the season's end, even out of De Zerbi's mouth, that we need quality up front. So now it's about to go into August, right? And he wanted this in the preseason. And don't use World Cup because we signed Van Heck, who played for Netherlands. We signed a couple of Tonali. We signed people who were with their national teams, and we were aggressive in doing that. So you're telling me we can't sign one forward or striker from this point on? So I'm with Scott and Stone. This that man, we've had a lot of time to chance to scout.
Murray, do you not think they're working around the clock to bring in forwards?
We were aggressive to get in Tonali. Yo, just like bring in Savinho, bring him in.
I think
bring the money. Just bring him in.
I think the problem is getting the strikers and getting the forwards is the hardest part. Yeah, but I'm gonna go with Ian here. That even if we don't sign another player, for instance, fucking hell, I hope we do. Yeah, but if we don't, I'm still not going to call this window a massive failure. Okay, we haven't got our strikers and that, which were important. I get that. Yeah. We've just bought fucking Tonali, for God's sake, who could be possibly one of the best midfielders in the Premier League if he's played properly, yeah? We've just got our defence sorted out. We've also got another quality midfielder. I get that you can't do it all in one window, yeah? So I can't call it a massive failure. I can say that we haven't reached the peak that we need to, yeah? Hang on. That we haven't reached the peak that we need to. But I can't call this a massive failure. The question I'm more asking everyone is if we can't do the job up front because there's the only thing we can do is a hit and hope. I would rather that we done something that would be a 90% chance that it works instead of a 50-50. I agree. If we don't get a striker or someone who can score goals, it has been a bit of a knock this season, but there's no way it's been a massive failure. I can't go with that. I'm with you on this one.
It's not a failure. I think the verbiage is not massive, and I understand how Scott's verbiage. I will use the word, and maybe Scott agrees, disappointing. For me, it's disappointing. That's my verbiage. I wouldn't say massive because we brought in Tonali and Fernandez, but I would say it's more disappointing.
Why are you disappointed then, Murray? What's the disappointment?
That we have signed nobody who can score goals, who can be creative up front. That's disappointing.
You can't just look at the players in. You can't just look at the players in. Look at the players out. We've got rid of Deadwood that we've held on to for too long.
Guys, this
What Deadwood?
I want to see goal scored. That's like number one on my list. Not anybody else's.
But if De Zerbi's that good, won't he get better out of Solanke? If he is that good,
no.
Solanke is
what is a manager's job then?
Man. Solanke's
what is a manager's job? No, but I'm asking the question: what is a manager's job?
Not when they're 29, Dan.
Yeah,
when they're younger, yes. 29, 10 years of.
I get it, but that orange is defective. So when you have, I'm in Florida, right? Where you get all your orange juice, your oranges. When you have a bad orange, right? And you try to squeeze
but you have dodgy flags out there as well, mate, for fuck's sake. So orange juice ain't the best example.
Do you know what's funny? When this transfer window ends, everyone's going to be absolutely...
Listen.
You know it as well, mate. You know it.
This conversation isn't reality, right?
I'm just double Solanke, man. With Charleston,
Mario, this conversation is not reality because... If we get to October, November, and we're dominating possession, we're on the front foot, we're playing it out the back, we're beating the opposition's press, we're pressing, everything looks great, and we're not winning because we haven't got goal scorers. Every single week, your channel, my channel, his channel, her channel, their channel, it's going to be moans, it's going to be complaints, it's going to be negativity. And then before all this conversation now is going to mean nothing because Scott will be proven right. And everyone's going to be like,
need to go to next
and
season.
moaning that we failed to bring in a striker and it's costing us.
But does that make the whole window a failure?
But that's the
Does
failure.
that make the whole
That's
window?
the failure.
So if we went and got strikers, which we definitely needed,
Just
but
one,
then
just
didn't
one
go.
number 9.
Okay,
Just get a number
okay, but
9.
if we went and got a left
Obviously,
winger
he's
and
not
a
an idiot.
striker,
Why are we assuming
but
he's not
then
going
went
to
and
get
got
any money?
but then we didn't get a midfielder or a defender or whatever else? Would it be a success then?
Dan, we needed.
No, if we didn't address our needs, it wouldn't be a success. It doesn't matter where.
No, but that's not what I'm asking. You've missed the question totally already. Yeah, I'll let you go first, Scott.
If we're scoring goals, it's fine. If we're scoring goals,
Right.
it helps.
But then if we hadn't sorted out that midfield, what the fuck are Archie Gray and fucking Bergville going to get you?
Yes, I agree with you, Dan. I'm saying yes.
Fuck
If we
all.
didn't
So you
address
can't.
the midfield, it would be
So
a
if we'd
failure
have just
too.
got a strike, so if we just got a striker and a left winger and defenders, it's a total failure as well.
Yes,
I would rather.
If you're telling me that we're
Okay.
playing Bray and Bergvall, yes, that's a massive failure as well.
That's a fair point. That's what I'm asking. That's your opinion. Fair enough. Still,
I just think if we don't sign a goal scorer, it's going to become a very moany, complainy season on social media and YouTube because the frustration of watching a good team play football that can't put the ball in the back of the net. You've all done this long enough to know how it goes, right? It's going to turn, and it won't be blamed on De Zerbi. It'll just feel like we fucked it by not getting a 9. And by the way, the club, not De Zerbi, ENIC, have known that we've needed a number 9 from the day they sold Harry Kane. They've known we've needed a replacement and they've never done it. So there's no excuse for me. I don't care if we don't get Savinho, if we don't get Krupp. I don't care. Get me a number 9. If we don't do that, I just think it's just going to end up being a lot of moaning and complaining again.
Everyone spent all last season complaining about Solanke and Richarlison. This isn't something new.
And others.
It's only now
and
that
others.
we might not see their replacements.
Yeah, and
come in
others
that
as
people
well.
say,
Yeah.
well, maybe we can make them better. No, everybody knows that we need to upgrade them. It's not even everybody knows it.
So do we agree though that we can't build a first 11 in one window? Now I'm a believer that you can bring 11 or 12 players in. Other teams have blatantly gone and done it.
Did it
but
last
not-
year.
but not to the same standard that we had to do it of like 100 million, 60, 70 million pound players for fucking most of them. Yeah. But I make you right on what you're saying. But I totally understand that we needed, that we needed players everywhere. But if it comes to the point that we don't get a striker and a left winger, or we at least get a left winger, is it really a total failure? Because for me, okay, we need that fucking striker. For me, if we don't get the striker, get the goalkeeper, because they will both save you points. But if I'm right what I'm saying here, I'm with you. I can't call this a total failure.
I just don't. So what is our goal here? Like, isn't our goal to build a team that can compete at the highest level? Right?
Yes,
we can't compete
but
at
Scott,
the highest level with Solanke and Richarlison and Tell. And there's no
That's
reason
fine,
we can't
but-
get a striker
but
and a left wing.
Scott,
There's nothing stopping us.
Scott, nobody's expecting Spurs to go and challenge for the Premier League the following season after a 17th place.
I never said that. I said
I didn't say you did. No, hang
How
on.
did
I
United get
didn't
third?
say. Wait a minute. I didn't say you did. I did. The point I'm making is that if you look at the players that are going to come in and improve the team, so you bring in Senesi's going to improve the side. So is Van Heck. So is Tonali. So is Fernandez. And for me, to be honest with you, I think Robertson probably does as well. Based on Udogi's always injured, unfortunately.
I think Robertson's better than what
That's
we got.
fine. That's fine. Hang on 1 second. But if you've got 5 players there already that are improving the first 11, then surely that is a positive. If you're
I don't
saying
think we have 5 players that
hang
are.
on.
Not if you don't score goals.
Wait a minute. Right, but hold on. But if you're
That's
saying
not what he's saying.
No, point I'm making is that taken in isolation, you bring in 5 better players, you improve the team. So that's a positive. If you're building, it took Arteta 12 windows to buy it to get to the Premier League. 12. So what are we actually saying after one window? Yes, we need 7.
Hmm.
We've got 5. We need the other 2. if we don't get
We
the
need
other
more
two,
than
because
7.
hang on, but listen, there's going to be another there's going to be another massive window for in and out in 12 months' time, because if De Zerbi is still at the club, and I hope he will be, he will learn which players can play his system and which players can't.
You're making excuses.
I'm not making any excuses still.
Man
What I'm
United
doing
did
is
it in 9 months.
Oh,
they
they
went from
did.
16th to 3rd because they signed goal
Man United-
scorers. Sesko, Cunha,
Man United
and Buemo.
already
they
had-
signed goal scorers and they got
They
them.
all-
They were 16th, Lubo.
they
were
already
16th.
had they already had
Solanke
a 20
Lubo.
they already had a
They
20
were
goal a season
16th. They were
midfielder in
shit.
Bruno.
Lubo.
Still.
Just why can't we get the
Okay.
striker and left wing, Luke?
No,
Okay,
I'm
we signed
just-
Fernandes.
This whole conversation is based off assumptions.
Hang
I
Hang on,
don't-
slow down.
It's all-
Let Ian finish his point and then take it in, because you ain't going to be able to totally take it until he makes his point. Ian, I'm so far I'm 75% with you. Finish this properly so I
Yeah,
can back you
so-
up.
Sure. So we got 5 players that are going to that so far have improved the first team. We got just
agree.
under 5 weeks left of the window. I don't know why everybody's feeling so down at the moment. It's like
We're not feeling down.
we still got nearly but disappointed. You know, Mari's saying I'm really
No, he
disappointed.
said
you know,
if
we haven't
don't
got.
replace them. That's not what he
If
said
we
to me.
replace
But
them.
he said if
No,
we
but-
don't replace them.
I would be
We've got to wait
disappointed
and see.
because
But the thing, just let me finish, Maury. Just let me finish. He's trying to build a team for the next few years, not for the August, not for this season, for the next 2 or 3 years. He wants the players that are going to suit his system. Now, hopefully, he will find. Hopefully, there are players out there that he's identified, and he'll get 1 or 2 of them that will fit his system that he can bring in. I know he wanted Krupi. They had the agent down at the club for 4 hours a few weeks ago, and Krupi wanted to come to Spurs. The
Should have
guys
signed him
got
earlier,
an
shouldn't
injury.
we?
Well, maybe. Listen, we
If
should
we
have signed
wanted him that
Eze
much.
when we had the chance from QPR.
Yep, I agree.
should-
I agree.
And
We've had
and
3
before,
years to sign a number 9. 3 years.
Still trying to sign someone from
Listen,
Kyle Walker, aren't we?
Ian, I agree with you to a point.
yes, no, you're
Hang on a
right.
sec.
You're
Let Ian
right.
finish his
Corey,
point.
you're
Let
right.
Ian finish his point.
Oh, you was
Murray,
finished?
let Ian finish.
So will it be a perfect window if we don't buy any strikers? No. Will it be a window that will drop us, that could probably cost us European football? The answer is yes. Will we improve from 17th to 10th or 9th? Yes, I think we will, because last season we conceded 57, 58 goals. You could probably knock 15 or 20 off that with these players if they providing they get a fair run, which is going to bring which is going to yield.
You're being biased.
Hang on, which is going to yield. It's going to yield more points. Still, we're going to get more points
because we only scored 48 goals and we've sold 12
Correct.
goals. Right, so
here's my
it's the
thing.
same. It's the same shit.
And I agree with Saba on this. And someone else said this. I don't know why we can't be like
We've got
Chelsea.
fucking Solomon at the club, man.
Wait. I don't know why we can't.
He
be
can
like,
still cross the ball better than fucking Tell and everyone else we got.
listen. I don't
can't
know why
score
we
goals,
can't
though.
be like Chelsea.
Neither can Tell.
Listen, like Chelsea and some of these clubs, when they just know the player is not going to cut it. And the where you lost me is where, okay, see if you can get a tune or see what these players have. Solanke, I'm so done with Solanke and Richarlison and some of these players that I want them gone. I'm almost to the point of, hey, Williams Barnett, you're on the squad. Give him a chance. So if this season is going to be a throwaway season for our front 3, then I would rather see a youth player, Williams Barnett, start, because at least there's hope for me that, he's the young player of the year. PWA young player of the year. He banged in 12 goals or something. You know, I can get more hope of that. But I'm all Solanke and Richarlison out. I'm like on E. And fair or not fair,
Then you should be happy if you're on that stuff, mate.
yeah, we need to be a big club and be savages and be like, yo, we're done with you. Richarlison, go to the Middle East. Or I love Spurs, I want to stay. You're done. You're not that good. Solanke,
The only reason why Richarlison wants to stay in this country is because he's 1 year away from getting citizenship. The only reason why someone wants to stay in England.
But boys, why are we talking about this? This is
Hang on,
a lot of assumptions.
Go on, Ben. You've kept quiet for a while.
We're having a conversation based on assumptions, right? I promise you, this is how it's going to go. I promise you, in a month's time or whenever that transfer window slams shut, we're all going to be sitting here going, well done, Tottenham. They built from the back to the front. It's how it's supposed to be done.
Right.
Our manager has come out and said, we are signing more players.
So
why are we making assumptions that we're not going to be bringing in these attacking players?
We never said that.
What assumptions? We'd have signed no forward players. That's not an assumption. That's a fact.
No, but they're
I
coming.
think
I understand the frustration. I understand the frustration because, listen, I won't lie. I also sit here and think it's gone quiet. And I'm basing it off the fact that I've had 25 years of it's gone quiet and it doesn't usually work out for us. So naturally, there's going to be a little bit of PTSD there. But all I'm saying is...
See, there goes the logo.
Benji, we're not saying we're not
let
going to
Benji
sign
finish.
them.
Let Benji
But we're not saying we're not going to sign them.
Let him finish. Let him finish still.
No, but there is assumptions there. But if we don't, but we are. We are. I understand frustrations right now, but we are going to sign.
You hope we are.
No, we are going to sign. Even our managers come out and said we are doing it.
Okay,
and
so
it's an assumption.
So if our manager says we're in a fucking, we're going to fight for the title, does that mean we're going to do it?
So much all raving about him. If he says that, then that's what's going to happen. No?
Go on, Still. Go with what you were going to say to him. Go on, Still. Cool, fucking hell.
What the hell was that?
All Scott said was, if the window ends, which it hasn't, if it ends without signing goal scorers, it's a disaster. And I agreed with him, but the window hasn't ended. So we don't know yet. No. That's what Scott said. And now you're saying something a bit different to that.
Yeah. Well, because the way people are talking, it's like we're not going to at all.
No, he specifically said
we don't know that we are.
I'm talking a conversation in general. It's like that people are saying that we're not going to sign anyone. Like if this, if that. But we are going to. So does it matter?
Yeah.
We don't know.
Yes, because I don't know how you can be that confident.
We do know that because our manager's come
out
and said. He's literally said we're signing another with 60% of our transfer.
I've heard no manager has come out and said something, and then something else happened.
I'm sorry, Paul Benji. I suffer from post-traumatic coach.
Oh, I feel you, mate.
Yeah, so I have to see it in blood. I got to see it.
Yeah, but Mari, if we're going to be honest, most of them are on the fucking spectrum because we support Spurs anyway. So let's just be straight about that. And so Danny, welcome, mate. How you doing, fella? Go for gold.
No, I just think Scott M's being a bit harsh on Solanke. I think you all are being a bit harsh on Solanke.
Oh, fuck this.
Not for fuck's sake, there you go.
I had to look twice at his picture then. I thought that was Jordan's son in the picture.
Come on. Let Dan give his point.
Nice.
Let Dan give his point over. There's no need to be aggressive like that.
Lanky's good.
No need to be so aggressive, Corey, for fuck's sake, man.
Solanke's a decent player.
Horrible.
The Zerbi clearly likes him. He clearly wants him, right? So why are we not gonna? Why, like Dan said earlier on, why are we not gonna trust the Zerbi? Right? He's the one making all the decisions, and if he thinks he can get a tune out of him and make him perform at a better level, when why not?
He kept.
Why does he clearly like him, Danny?
He kept Ben Davies.
Why not?
Yeah, Ben Davies.
Why not?
Don't get me started.
What's the reason why not? What's the reason why not?
Yeah,
because he's 28 years old with nothing but crap seasons in his career.
But if he's a good manager, I think that's what Dan's saying. If he's a good manager.
This is my argument on Dominic. Why did Chelsea Liverpool bin him off? Why did Chelsea Liverpool bin him off?
De Zerbi's not perfect. He's not perfect.
Ian Wright came into the game at 26, 27 years old, right? He was an old player. I'm not saying he's going to be Ian Wright.
He was 23. He was 23.
No. When he hit the heights that he was hitting at
23. Arsenal. He joined Palace at 23.
No, it wasn't.
Brian said he was too small.
His name. I'm talking about where he hit the heights that he did. That was at Arsenal. He was around 26, 27 years old.
Yeah, but Solanke's had 10 years longer.
Not 28.
But I'm just saying,
had a 10-year head start. And he's still not done.
Solanke with better players around him, if he's played to play in the position which is to be up front and link the play. And to be in the box, then why can't he score more goals?
Danny,
because he's not good enough.
Hold on a minute. With all due respect to you, Danny, you more than anybody I know last year These players are shit. They're fucking costing us. They're the reason we're going down. You hammered them more than anyone. And now you're saying Solanke's good with better players around him. You said the complete opposite last year.
Solanke's all right. He's not bad.
Are you suggesting that Dan's
I can hear
Still,
you
are you
laughing,
suggesting
bro.
he's being a flip flop? Are you suggesting he's being a flip flop? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm taking the mud bath down. I'm taking the mud bath.
So Dan, do you think that De Zerbi, it is his job to make players better? That
Of
is what a
course it
manager
is.
is meant to do. So do you think he
100%
can
Dan.
actually make Solanke a better player?
I think he can make Solanke a better player.
You can't make every player better, man.
I think he can. I think.
He's
Yeah,
29. He ain't getting.
Why
I
are
think
you
he can
idiots entertaining this? Is my
I think-
question.
I think
Bro,
he can get
Danny
10
called
goals.
everyone shit last year. Now he's telling us that.
Ben, I totally agree with you, mate. I'm saying
I
like,
think
we're talking
he can
about a
get
shit
10
player.
to 15 goals.
You're laughing as you're saying it. He's on a wind up. He's got tremendous Solanke with a big fat
Why
belly.
do our managers?
Look at that fucking picture of Solanke he's got.
God, fucking hell, Dan. Even though we can't see your face, mate, you're sounding like that bird that's had the fake orgasm while she's looking at her watch.
You're the best.
I enjoyed that. Yeah.
You know
Where's my money?
Yeah, the funniest thing was. You know what the funniest thing was? Scott M in
It's
it
that old
earlier
Joan
on.
Rivers
When I was
joke,
saying
isn't
it, when I was saying
Where's my money?
Hold on.
Where's my
When I was
money?
saying it in the chat, Scott M's face was going mad. Me saying Solanke was good, his face, oh my god.
Because your takes are so terrible this summer, Danny. That it's hard to tell.
Do you think I like Solanke? Why do you think I put him as Dominic Solanke?
You're so delusional.
He's fucking useless.
Yeah, but surely the manager should get better.
Oh my god.
Danny, what does that say?
Yeah, it will
First
get 10
player in
goals.
Premier League history to score and order a pizza.
What's wrong with a pizza?
Put it on full screen, man.
Depends. I've got to ask this. People, pineapple and pizza, yes or no?
I knew
Pineapple,
that
yes.
was coming.
Pineapple,
I knew
yes,
that was
all
coming.
day long.
Absolutely.
Look,
Absolutely.
there was a reason. There is a reason. Everyone believes their own
Italians
shit. Yeah,
will
I
shoot
totally
you if you
agree.
say that,
So
though.
take it
You'll
with a
lose
pinch
this.
of
Well,
salt.
I'm
'cause I've
Italian,
had a
so's Dan.
No, yeah.
love
Take it
pineapple.
with a pinch of salt because
You
I've
lot
had a
want
drink.
Italian,
Jalapeno,
don't you?
as well.
But I don't give a fuck who you are, whether you're fucking Buddha, whether you're God, whether you're fucking what is that thing called Allah or whatever else there is. Yeah.
What is that thing called?
I'm sorry, but I said I've had a drink. God's put pineapple on this planet for a reason, and that was to put it on a pizza.
And jalapenos, yes.
Yeah, I don't
Mate,
care if
you
you
know-
put human meat on there, whatever turns you on or whatever. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, pineapple was made for a
No.
pizza. End of. Game
Dan,
on.
But seriously,
Dan,
I think-
100%, Dan. I had a Hawaiian for dinner tonight.
Yeah, it's got to be
Absolutely.
pineapple and pepperoni, man.
What was
I'm
his
with you
name?
there.
Ooh.
No, it was ham and pineapple.
The Italians will they'll cut your throat for this stuff, man.
Oh, I know that.
They
Do
will
all
not-
of you. If
But I'm
Dominic
only part
Solanke-
Italian, so I can do that.
If,
I
because
mean, look
Dominic
at Ben's
Solanke-
haircut. You can see he's got more Italian in him than me.
This right there, if that happens, you won't hear another word from me. If that happens, all three.
Yeah, they're-
Mate,
If-
if we just get Fernan Torres, just him, and that's all we
Yeah.
do, I'll be so happy.
I
I'm
wouldn't
so
say no
fucking
from what
happy.
you lot have said. From what you lot have said, I
Oh,
wouldn't say
Ferran
no.
Torres
I
is
can't
class.
really judge him fairly. I can't
He's
really
a
judge him
player.
fairly.
He's a
and
player.
he's
Good
played,
player.
he played most of his games last year as a centre forward for Barcelona.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
I-
Torres
he
would be
played-
great.
Yeah, he played 38 games for Barcelona last season as a centre forward, and he played I think 5 on the left,
Eastern
and then a couple
European.
on the right, 5 or 6 on the left, a few on the right.
Wow, he's been on me all bloody night.
You know what's fucking
Yeah,
all
Ben,
right?
you look more
Relentless.
European. Where's your fucking rubber boat, mate?
Ask Dietrich.
It's probably still at Dover waiting to pick him up.
My family in
Tricks
Spain, by
because
the
the
way.
boat won't make it over, mate. It'll probably catch fire of
Well,
some sort. Anyway,
According
back
to the news,
point.
mate. But look, I do know. Honestly, if Dominic Solanke stays fit, he will have a much better season than last season. He'll have a
Well,
much better
scored 4 goals.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think he'll get 10 goals if he at least 10 goals if he's fit, minimum.
I don't want to see him play 10 minutes. I don't want to see him
Dan,
I don't want to see him play 10
Danny,
minutes.
Obviously
Torres,
him
do you know
and
why?
Charles.
Do you know why Ferran Torres is the best option right now for Spurs?
Dan, I've got to
If you
shoot.
look
No. Right, Lubo, great
Thanks,
to see you
mate.
again, mate. Have you got anything last you need to say?
No, nothing. Just let. How many of us are what? How many could pick a team for tomorrow's game at 11:15 against Chelsea?
I've got to
You
get
know,
late
on that
first, mate,
subject-
so I
on
can't be
that
bothered to
subject,
do
look
that.
Have you seen the
That's
injuries
how-
going on now?
You know, Lubo, I've got to get laid first, mate, so I can't be bothered with that fucking thing on me. So I'll leave that one to you.
Thanks for having me on, Dan. See you guys.
No, good to see you,
Take
mate.
it
Take
easy.
care of
Yeah,
yourself.
yeah.
Yeah.
Cheers.
See you later,
Cheers.
mate. Bye.
You were
Anyway,
saying-
to whoever what we're saying.
You know Ferran Torres. If you actually look at his stats at Barcelona, he started out as like a kind of mixture of wingers, like left, right, and down the center. But every season he's gone on. If you look at his stats, he's actually improved his goal output every single season. Yeah. And last season was his biggest output he's had as a center, and he played predominantly as a center forward. He scored over 21 goals. So in the league. So he's got a pretty good goal record.
Yeah.
Oh, was it 16 goals in the league? I can't remember.
He's number one on my list.
And me.
16 in the league.
I won't lie to
20
you, DK.
22
You
is the-
convinced me last night. It just makes sense, doesn't it?
Get
Everything
me
about
Torres
that
and
transfer
Garassi.
makes sense.
Get both. Go get Torres and Garassi then.
Danny, what do you think of Dan's question?
There you go. We're playing fucking
No,
fantasy
what do you
Dream
think
League.
of what do you think of what Scott said? If we don't sign any goal scorers and we start next season with Solomon, Tell, Solanke, Richie, do you think then the window's been a bit of a disaster?
Yeah, a little bit. I think it's like a 50-50 because you've done 50% of the job you should be doing. But the problem is, yes, I know we needed a whole upgrade on the whole squad. Like, let's be honest. But I think if everyone went into a transfer window at the beginning of the summer saying what's the area you want to see the most changes in, you'd say the attack, right? So on that basis, it would be underwhelming to say the least. Because it's like started so well by buying class all around the pitch, and then you don't change the forward line. But I'm also with Benji. I believe we're going to see 3 players in. That's my opinion.
I hope so.
We have to.
Mate,
if idiots like us can see it, then surely they bloody can.
Yeah, but we've said
I
that for
would-
years about things.
I would be
With
surprised if it's
I'm guessing.
like a Savio, a Torres, and like an El Mala or someone like that.
Almada.
I'm telling you, if we sign 2, not 1, if we sign 2 players that score goals, we are going to get top 6. And I'll back
Oh,
that.
yeah, definitely.
I think we will get top 6. One game. We won't do what Man United did. We're not going to do as good as that. But I think we'll get into Europa Cup if we sign 2 goal scorers. 1 game a week.
Boys,
Yeah.
Savio, or Savinho, or whatever you want to call him, Savinho and Torres. Are you happy?
Oh yeah.
Just those 2? No.
Just those
I
two.
don't know.
I'll take it.
Savio, I'm on the fence with him.
Okay.
That's not enough goals. Savio does not score enough goals reliably.
There's so much.
I'm
context
funny
to
with
that.
Savinho
Unreal.
as well.
It's just that he don't score goals. Okay.
I'll
Please don't
take
say
that.
I'd rather get Mamouche.
But we need goals,
Torres,
Benji. So we
or
have to
Krupi
care
and
about how many
Torres.
goals he scores.
No, but
I'd rather get Mamouche.
I'm not doing this. I'm going to lose.
Well,
my
Mate,
voice.
Mamouche and Torres. Yeah.
Marmouche and Torres, then I would be happy.
Yeah. Now you're talking.
Torres,
Marmouche
Savio,
too.
and one other, like a Gakpo. Yeah, I'd be happy.
Mate,
But I can't
imagine
go next
Maddison.
season with Tell and Savio as our 2 left-wing options. That's too much risk there. There's not enough.
And Solomon.
proven
Don't forget
production.
Solomon. Super Solomon.
Solomon.
Yeah, he's still here.
If Solomon plays for us in
Imagine
the Premier League
Maddison.
next
What
year,
plays
it's
a game?
disaster of a window.
What were you going to
So
say
I
about
can't do
Maddison there?
Solomon.
Still,
I said, imagine you've got Torres and Mamouche, and you've got Maddison, Kudus, Fernandez feeding them, mate. We're gonna cause a lot of problems for a lot of teams.
I would love that. I would definitely love that. So,
Well, I'll actually be excited. I'm frustrated at the moment because I've done 3 watch-alongs. I've watched every single preseason game from start to finish. The subs, seen every player that he's played play, and I'm so frustrated because from a coaching perspective, our football is good. Like, it is good. There's moments where it's lacking. okay, we've just started. Down the flanks, the link-up play between wide players and fullbacks is so good. The balls in the box have been half decent. In the middle, we ping the ball around nicely. The shoehorn football's actually got purpose to it. Playing out from the back was good. Our pressing game's been the best out of everything that I've seen. And I look at it and I think, we look good. We look like a proper football team. And then we get to that final third and it's absolute dog shit. It's horrific. And it's frustrating because all that hard work and there's no outcome. And you just think, oh, I can't do this for a whole year. I can't watch that for a whole season. It's painful.
It makes me want to. Go on.
You go. Go on.
It makes me want to buy Football for Dummies for the board and go and give it to them, make them read it, see if they understand that.
In what aspect?
The book Football for Dummies, it's a fun read, isn't it? If you've not seen it or read it,
I don't know. I haven't read it.
Oh no, it's just like jokey sort of like things about football and what it is and what a striker should do and stuff like that. Just go to the striker page at the back of the book and tell them to read it. Football for Dummies is quite funny. If you haven't read it, you make sure you get the football one, not the American football one, like my mum got me.
But if we don't go and get a striker, though, I totally get it. We definitely needed it. But surely you cannot call this window a total failure.
It's not. Like I said, we've got 6 in, 6 out. The 6 out. One kid's never touched a minute of Premier League football for 49 million. We got rid of an injury croc centre back who was the Italian centre back of the season when we signed him, but couldn't get into the team. Out injured for about 10 months for 22 million. Then we've gone and got rid of Will Lancashire. Everyone crying out for him to play, but I've seen the kid play when he was out on loan. He just hasn't got it up there as a forward. He can bang a goal in, but his movement and understanding of what a striker should be doing is not there.
He can bang a goal in. Exactly what we don't have.
Yeah, I know, but like everything else that he can't do, which he should be doing.
What are we doing here?
But then other players that are going. I mean, there are so many other players that have gone out. We've got to clear the decks as well of foreign players to bring in more foreign players. With 3 or 4.
That's a concern. We haven't been moving players out, right? We haven't moved the debt, but we need to move out.
If it's true that Aston Villa wants Sarr, give us a tenner. You can fucking have him. We'll all chip in for the Uber up, shall we? There you go. We'll pay for his Uber up. Yeah, you can have him for a tenner. There you go. Fuck it. Get him out the door.
That's
hopefully. But how long have we been hearing Bergvall's been wanted, and he hasn't been moved on? And
so wouldn't it?
De Zerbi came out and said he was talking about keeping him. If I'm right.
Yeah, I heard that.
You're talking about keeping him.
So wouldn't it be more sensible, though?
5 million for Bergvall, I think that's fucking insane. Insane.
Mate, anything above 20 million is insane.
Yeah, take it.
We only signed him for 8.
45 million.
Now, I get it. It's like, the way I compare it is like playing poker. Again, I don't know how many other people have played poker.
Sorry. Real quick, before I forget, De Zerbi's left Bentancur and Sarr back at home, right, at Hotspur Way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are we assuming Bentancur's on his way out as well?
No, I think Bentancur ain't going nowhere. He's a good squad player. He's better than fucking Sarr and Bergvall as a squad player.
Bentancur is a good squad player, yeah.
I saw something online the other day that Bentancur may be sold, but I'd rather keep Bentancur, to be honest.
As a squad player, yeah, I'd keep him over Sarr.
And keep Gray and Bergvall instead. Fuck that.
I would sell Bergvall.
No, thank you.
Gray's just here to fit the English quota if we make it the Euro.
Yes, Gray is more universal than Bergvall or Sarr, isn't he? If you had to keep one of the 3, it wouldn't even necessarily be. Mind you, they're all 3 fucking shit anyway. But Gray does have his points over them 2 as such. Not that I'm saying.
If we sold Bentancur and Bergvall and used that to buy someone like Alex Scott, then sell Bentancur. If we sell Bentancur and replace him with Gray or Bergvall, no thank you. Keep Bentancur.
Can't we just call up Bayern Munich and make a silly offer and bring back Harry Kane and just fixes all the problems?
Yeah.
Kane makes sense. That's next summer, right? Let all the kinks get worked out this year for De Zerbi when we don't have Champions League. He gets to go for another run. And then maybe next summer we can dream about Harry Kane. But if Harry Kane comes back at his age to waste a season not playing in Champions League, I would be massively disappointed in Kane.
I honestly can't believe we got rid of the best striker we've had in 20 years, and now we decide to chuck big money at talent. Like this club. Do you know if we had Son and Kane now, we'd be laughing in their prime. We'd be absolutely laughing.
Yeah,
We've done
I
it
agree.
all. It's unbelievable. Mate, when Kane and Son were here, we were moaning. Why aren't we signing top players and building around them? Why aren't we fucking building a squad around these two? Them two go, we build the squad. Where's Kane and Son? If only we had Kane and Son. It's like we just never know how to quite get it right.
Kind of like that scene out of Monty Python, it. Bring out your dead.
Yeah,
That's
but
what it feels like with this club, innit? Bring out your dead.
Also, everybody says you can only do so much in one window. And if you want to do quality in one window, I do get that, yeah. And I just have the attitude that, yes, we needed to replace that attack desperately, possibly more than anything else. But it is the hardest one to replace. It is the hardest one to do anything with, and the most expensive, possibly, which shouldn't really be a problem. But it is the hardest one to do.
More than Tonali and Fernandes.
What, 90 million for fucking what's his fucking face? Who played like one season? Krupa, who played one season for in the Premier League. But what I'm saying is, it is still the hardest position to get anything in, a striker. So use your brain, fill in the easiest points that you can improve your team on, and then obviously go for the hardest one.
Yeah,
if you go for the hardest one, then you might
problem.
miss out on the others.
It might be the hardest, but it was the biggest problem.
But do you think if we had a better defence, a better goalkeeper, and a better midfield, we would have conceded less goals?
Doesn't matter. We don't score goals.
But we do score some goals.
Not really. We sold Paulinho.
But we concede a lot of goals. Like I said, what is it easier to do? Go by a we win a game 1-0 or by you score 3, we score 4? What's easier?
Dan, look at all our goals pre-season. Set piece.
Yes.
Richie, tap-in. Solomon, the goalie fumbled the ball. These are all little tap-in-y, scrappity goals. The actual chances we create, we're not scoring any of those. And and as soon as we come up against a good or a half-decent team, we're fucked. We're absolutely fucked up front. It's so worrying. We're just about getting away with it against Sydney and MK Dons and Auckland. We're beating them by 1 goal. Mate, we went to penalties against Sydney.
But it's only a friendly. Who gives a fuck? Seriously, it's only a friendly.
It's the chances we're missing that worries me. It's the shots that we can't get on
I get that.
It's
but
the
we're
open
not
goals that we're missing. It's just.
But we're not
so
playing
bad.
a full team against fucking Sydney, are we? I think everyone can.
No, but we're creating the chances, though.
I get that, but each their own. But I think everyone can agree with me that friendlies are fucking irrelevant. They mean nothing at all.
But who's going to play up front that's different to what we've got
season.
now, though, Dan? But who's going to play up front that's different to what we're seeing now?
I get your point, but go on, Ben.
Sorry, can you bring up Paul Pablo at 11:24?
If I can find it.
I know Scott Amos is like, oh, he's done it now.
Oh, there we go. That one?
Right, I'm going to answer this if that's okay. I don't get stroppy. It irritates me that people don't see a player there that I see. I watch that guy regularly. Let me tell you something about him, right? The guy, okay, in 3 seasons, well, at Genoa, 10 goals, 9 assists. So that shows me and you one thing. He is capable of producing that type of GA. He goes to Manchester City. He goes to Manchester City in his first season. He produces 1 goal and 10 assists. Now, that's playing out of position and not regularly. He wasn't starting week in, week out.
Who was he servicing, Benji?
Hold on. No. I know, but give me a second, right?
Erling Haaland.
But this is about Savino, so bear with
me. Not the pigeon.
No, I know that, but we're not assuming he's going to be giving it to Richie. That's number one.
That's why I got 10 GA, because he's passing to Haaland, not the pigeon.
Of course, but for all we might end up with a fucking, look, it's irrelevant right now. I want to answer this. With someone like that, so those 2 seasons, right? So you've got 11 GA in his first season in the Premier League. Not played in the correct position, not played regularly, not started. And then the season just gone. There's context behind Savino, right? Number one is this. He didn't want to stay at Manchester City last season. He was made to by a hierarchy in Manchester City. I don't know the guy's name, right? How do you think that's going to affect his performance? I mean, I almost guarantee he was given assurances that weren't kept. Okay, he's not going to want to stay there. So, admittedly, performance has dropped this season. He was played in centre midfield, for fuck's sake. All I'm trying to say and advocate for is this. It's real simple. If you actually watch Savinho, rather than looking at his GA every 5 seconds, that guy is a fucking baller. You put him into a club where he feels part of the team, you show that boy enough love, I'm telling you now, he will set the Premier League alight. He would cook at Tottenham. He is a fantastic player. And I'm sorry.
He's better than what we got.
Ben,
a million percent.
You've also forgot to add in his first season, he was second behind ball running progression behind Doku, and second in assists behind Silva. Second in the first season.
But what was his goals? But what was his goals?
I'm saying, my man. No, but
and he played on the right wing, which is not his actual position.
Guys, we need goals.
We need goals.
We need goals.
But who says he won't produce those goals at Spurs?
Who says he will?
Who says he will?
Who says he will?
You're on the assumption that he won't.
But you're on
because
the
he hasn't
assumption
shown at any time in his career that he can score
being
Premier League goals.
utilised in the correct position in a team that he feels part of won't cook. I don't buy it. I mean, and I know you guys. I know you love football, and I know you watch. You must know what I'm talking about when you watch Savinho. You must.
Benji,
know.
he's a top baller. He's a top baller. But this is why I'm on the fence with Savio. I'm not against it. I'm on the fence.
No, nor am I.
I don't like these words: baller, attacker. I want to hear one word: goal scorer, and that's the issue with him. We don't know what we're going to get in terms of goals. Yeah, he's got brilliant assists because he's feeding Haaland, a goal scorer. I don't know. Maybe Savio scores 10 goals, 15 goals, 1 goal. But if we're going to pay 70 million,
maybe he makes Solanke score 20.
Yeah.
Andy Lester, by the way, Andy Lester, he signed a new deal because they offered him one. If he's got a stand club, would you not sign a deal to take more money?
But still, you're saying that he could do this, he could do that. Maybe if Solanke did get more chances, he'd score more goals.
Haaland has scored lots of goals everywhere he's played. No matter
but Haaland is a Haaland is a world-class player.
And that's what
he's a freak of nature.
So that's basically say me and you could
that's
be
why
there
Savio's
and sort out his
assists are so
goals.
high. That's why his assists
So would his assists be that high against a normal striker that we will get? We ain't going to get a world-class striker.
No, we don't have to get world-class. We just need to get a good one.
Okay.
We've got, do you know what? Part of me actually wants us to stick with Solanke and Richie just so that I can get to January and rip the shit out of everyone and just have a field day with it and just fucking
and go back to Stelligation, yeah?
Just go back to Stelligation and all that stuff. But I just know. I listen, I don't know, man. I'm on the fence with Savio. I'm not against it. I'm not. He is a baller. He's a brilliant baller.
He is.
But we need goals.
Yes.
That's my worry.
Don't we want to move away from could be, maybe? Isn't that the goal?
I don't think he is a could be, maybe. Yeah. I really don't believe that.
But what has he done to make you believe otherwise in the Premier League?
Benji, he is a bit of a risk.
I watch it. Okay,
Rashford has done better than him at scoring goals in the Premier League.
Why didn't he score goals at Man City? Benji, why didn't he score more goals at Man City?
Why didn't he?
Yeah, he was taking shots. Why weren't they going in?
Well, number one, I mean, you could ask the same reason for who's the English guy that went to Everton?
Jack Grealish.
The way Man United utilise their wingers isn't the same as a lot of other clubs.
Man City.
Their wingers aren't massive goal scorers. And
Doku scored goals. But Doku played wide. He scored goals. Semenyo played wide. He scored goals. They played for Man City. They scored goals. So why isn't Savio scoring goals when he plays wide?
I'll start with he's being utilised on the wrong side. He's been played on the right and then back into centre mid, which makes no sense.
That is
the
true.
guy's a left winger. Noah, he was on the left wing and produced his best work. Like for me, when people say, "Oh, nearly maybe," if I see a player that's already produced GA, which he has done, then that's not a nearly maybe player. That is a player that needs to be in the right place and played in the correct position.
Yeah, but he is a nearly because he's only produced 3 goals in the Premier League, right?
That's
for a sec.
He's only produced 3 goals in the Premier League. So we're hoping that he can do better with more, given more chances.
Can I just say, Mateus Tell has outperformed him. Mateus Tell has outperformed him.
Yeah, but he's played this correct position week in, week out. I'm not surprised.
So Savio can only get us goals if he plays on the left. That's the only way he can get us goals.
Well, do you know what? Right? Maybe I can't.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
No. I'm with you. Maybe I can't.
I like Savio. I'm just worried he's not going to.
I know you do. I can't hit you guys with facts. GA is a very difficult thing to argue against. But when I watch this guy, fuck GA up the shit pipe. When I watch this guy, have you guys ever had a real gut feeling about a player? And you don't usually see me doing or saying this. I'm not usually this fucking passionate about a player.
I thought Moani would be good.
I fucking hated Moani the day we signed him. I was against him.
Mate, do you know what? When we first signed him, if you go back and look on Dan's channel, I said Moani is not too dissimilar from from Solanke. Go and look.
I thought Moani would be better personally from what I'd seen from him in Italy.
I bloody knew it. It was a panic signing.
He was more of a panic signing or not. I thought Moani was actually quite good for the panic signing, considering what he was in Juventus.
He just didn't want to be here. That was simple as that.
And then I couldn't have been more wrong. He was more fucked up than Timo Werner, in my opinion.
To be fair,
you're right.
I had a gut feeling about Dogi, and that hasn't quite.
But Ben did say it.
Dogi hasn't quite worked out. I thought he'd be really good.
Now, do you think that's based off injury issues rather than lack of talent?
I don't know, man. He's made some dumbass decisions when he plays sometimes with Dogi. I don't know with the Dogi. I don't know what's happening.
It's a different. I mean, Ben, you know it as much as I do.
He was brilliant at Udinese. He was fantastic.
Udinese, I followed him for the whole year and that. He was
fucking
excellent. But then Italian football is a different style to English football. And the Premier League is considered the best league in the world for a reason. And that's not just opinion. That's said by people like fucking Klopp. That's said by people like Pep. That's said by other people. So other people who think it isn't, fair enough, each their own opinion. I will listen to Pep over you, basically, yeah? And when it comes to it, the English league, I wouldn't say it's the most... I wouldn't say it's the best at anything as such, but it is the most jack-of-all-trades league. Is that the best way to put it? It's got everything in it. Whereas you look at the Spanish league, I'd say it's a lot quicker. You look at the Italian league, I'd say it's a lot more. I'd say the Spanish league is quicker.
No, the Premier League's the fastest league on the planet. Everyone says it.
I didn't say fastest. Quick and fast are two different things, Dan. Yeah, quick is when you can accelerate to your pace. Quick is when you can go to your acceleration, to your top pace. But
no. I'm talking about the pace. I'm talking about the pace of the game.
I'm talking about what I think the pace that comes into the Spanish league is a lot quicker as such. They rely on quick acceleration instead of long school pace. If you want to go serious, Kulusevski, when he was at his peak, was actually in 100 meters faster than Basuma.
Oh, fuck. Basuma.
Go check up the stats. He actually was.
I can believe because Basuma's not.
No. I love that. Benji just about to swear the mid swears. Actually.
No. The point is I'm making, Ben, is sometimes as a striker, sometimes as a winger, you don't actually need to be fast. You need to be quick. Quick and fast are two different things.
You're talking about acceleration off the mark, yeah?
Yes. That the Spanish league for me is a lot quicker than the Premier League. I
thought you were talking about. Are you not talking about the actual pace of the actual game?
No. I'm talking about certain.
Oh right, okay.
Whereas you come to Serie A, there's nothing more pragmatic.
Yeah, Brandon does it there.
Tactical than Serie A as such. German, I think he's got a bit of everything, but a poorer version of the Premier League. Basically, the Premier League's just got a bit of everything. And that is why it is the best and hardest league in the world, because you can get the bottom team go and beat the top team, and people might raise an eyebrow but say shit happens. You go into Germany and say St. Pauli just beat fucking Bayern Munich. There's another gobsmack out there, and people can't believe what they're reading. That is why the Premier League is the best of the best.
The Bayern fans are out on the streets with pitchforks and fucking shears.
You get what I mean?
Manager, if they lose like that, yeah.
And that is why it is what it is, basically.
Boys, we're talking about our front line, right? and it was mentioned earlier about English players coming in. Do you think Phil Foden would be completely out of the realms of possibility because he's not had a great season? He's coming off a bad season.
I'd take him. I'd take him all day long.
Yeah.
I'd take him all day long, but he's just signed a new contract.
Yeah.
Oh, has he?
I don't know.
really?
That's what I'm asking. I've read that he signed a new contract.
Yeah, he just signed a 4-year deal. He's a
did he?
Manchester City product. And again, the problem is with that is if you're at Man City winning all the time, you're okay if you don't play every game, right? So,
Well, I
think he would be
goalkeeper
awesome. He'd
sitting
be
on the books
amazing
for
to
10
add.
years.
But
They had Scott Carson sitting around as like a third or fourth choice goalkeeper, didn't they?
And he's won so many trophies. It's crazy.
Is there a player at Man City other than Savio that you wouldn't take who's an attacker? You'd take Foden,
No.
you'd take Semenyo, you'd take Doku.
You take them all.
I'd have took John Stones after what we've got in defensive capability as such, but it's
Who
just
would you not take from Man City?
with Udogie. Just going on the Udogie thing, I would have. Udogie was fucking quality in Italy, he really was, but it is a different game. It is slower, and here's your perfect example. I think Udogie and Simmons. Simmons is obviously a gifted player. We can see that. But for me in the Premier League, he's looked bog standard at his very best. Unless he's played a game where they've all sat back and give him time with the ball. When did Simmons look at his best? When he was in the Champions League playing European teams where he had more time, more space. Yeah. And then he has looked like a good player. And we all know he's technically gifted. But as soon as the pressure's on him with the ball, to me, he was a flop last year. Bar his injury, he was a flop to what people expected and to what he expected of his capability. But that's where he stepped into a totally different league of a total different
the second half of the season, Dan, with Simmons, he was a lot better. And
he
also,
did improve.
He had how many managers did he have last season?
Yeah, but you can say that about Archie Gray and everyone else.
Yeah, but it's different because they're a different level to what Xavi Simmons is.
DK. I'm gonna kind of have your back here. Dan, you are 100% right. Simmons is as much to blame as any other player in that Spurs squad. He was poor. But at the same time, I do think Danny's got a point because I would have said the last sort of 3 or 4 games before he got injured, it looked like he'd started to adapt.
Yeah. Every game he played, in those games, he played teams that backs off him and gave him time. So what's he going to do when a game puts pressure on him and he's only got 2 seconds on the ball instead of 5 seconds on the ball? Is he going to adapt to that? Hopefully.
Yeah, he will. Do you know the sad thing? We won't see the best out of him for at least another season because he's going to come back. He's going to be back to where he was.
Simmons,
it's sad.
Xavi Simmons was our third choice. We wanted Morgan Gibbs-White, no. We wanted Eze, no. So we ended up with Xavi Simmons. So we didn't really want him. We wanted 2 other players. But he's a good player. But he played in a 4-2-2-2. And that system at Leipzig worked wonders for him because he always had runners around him. When we played him, there was never runners. So he ended up being isolated. So it took him a while to adapt. I honestly believe.
But look who he was playing with still. Look who he was playing with. He was playing with donkeys. Yeah.
I believe the way De Zerbi plays, mate, it will suit him down to
100% still. I'm completely with you on this.
It will suit him so much, and he'll be a very good player for us. Only if he comes back from this injury well, because you never know with these ACLs.
Yeah, I'm with Stel.
The other problem with Simmons is, and when everybody tells us, "Don't worry, there's however many weeks of the season left," is he came in 3 games into the season already. As Stel said, he's playing at a different system than he was when he came here. So that he was our third choice. So there was no plan on how to use him, no time to integrate him to the side. So if we would have got him in August, where he would have preseason games to work with, then he would have probably had a lot better time. Would have been easier to integrate him into the side. We would have been able to figure out how to use him properly, which is why we need to get these players in now, get the attackers in now, so that De Zerbi has time to work with them.
Here's a question for you. Here's a question for everyone. Hang on, give me a question for everyone then. Was Simmons actually bought to be the number 10 until Maddison got injured, or was he actually bought to be the cutting, attacking forward like Son was to replace Son? Because that's where he was actually better by stats in Germany than he was as a number 10.
Ah,
So
no,
was he
no,
actually
no.
bought as the inside forward?
No,
and
he was
because
bought as a number
Maddison
10.
got injured, he then got pushed into.
You know,
number 10.
he was our highest creator last season for creative chances.
But he scored and created more chances in Germany on a left wing inside forward than he did as a 10.
But
Dan, would it be fair to say to you, right? Would it be fair to say? Would it be fair to say that may have been the case when he was brought in? But clearly,
that's what I'm saying. Was he actually bought as the 10, or was he actually bought as that and used as the 10? Because
maybe.
No, Xavi Simons,
and then Maddison got injured, and then from there.
No, maybe. But listen, if you don't have pace on the wings, right, then you at least need a bit of strength or something. For me, if that was the case, I think that it would have rapidly changed. I mean, I will just say, right, on Stell's point when he said he was our third choice, I'll tell you one thing. 3 out of his 4 seasons previous to coming to Spurs, he had double GA, so it certainly wasn't a bad choice. But as for
he was better on the left than he was as a 10.
He was to be sure, but I think it's switched to him maybe being more central now, because in all fairness.
So was he actually bought, Ben, as a 10, or was he bought to take Son's place, but then Maddison got injured and he had to do that? That's the question I'm asking.
I mean, maybe. I can't really answer it, but maybe. I mean, for me personally, I thought he was brought in as that number 10. Okay. I mean, but you are right. He's played most of his games.
Xavi Simons was best at Leipzig when he was playing in the 8 and a hybrid 10.
Yes.
No, he wasn't. No. He was best when he played on the left and his stats say.
I disagree. Dan, I disagree.
No,
Okay, look, we
I
can
disagree as well.
We could disagree on this. He used to drop deep, actually put in some really good tackles and recover the ball, almost like a 6, but in the 8 role. And when he travelled into the 10, that's when everything opened up. And he'd play those passes into the channels. Yeah, he was good at it.
Agree, still.
But he got more GA, he got more goals and more goal assists than playing as a left wing playmaker or such, cutting into the box.
He's going to be
he did as a 10 or an 8.
I think under De Zerbi, if he comes back from that injury well, I think he's going to be absolutely one of the best creators in the league, in my opinion.
He's got creativity. I'm not disputing that, but going by the stats, like a lot,
and he can score a goal from distance as well.
I'm not disputing any of that, but going by the stats, like a lot of people like to turn it to, he was better as an inside forward or an inside playmaker out on the left. Like England did use Maddison, and Leicester used Maddison a few times, because you don't have to be a number 10 to be a playmaker, like a lot of people think. You can play it out wide, and that's what Simons was actually better at when he played in Germany before he came to England. So my only question is, I'm not saying he can't do it, is was he actually bought to take Son's place, but only had to take Maddison's place because Maddison got crippled? That's the only question I'm asking.
Do you want me to find out
honestly, Dan, my concern is
Go on, Scott.
I don't think he was brought in with a plan, and I think that's the problem. And that's why we saw him jumping around there. I think he was brought in because, like Stell said, we missed out on other guys. He was going to go to Chelsea. If Chelsea would have said yes, he would be at Chelsea right now. I think he was brought in because it was lastminute.com and we needed to bring somebody in, and he was the guy there. And I don't think they had a smart plan how to use him, which is why we saw him kind of thrown out to the left. But when we saw him out on the left, the problem was he was isolated out there, not used in any way that worked. And when he was put into the 10, he had nobody to work with. So I think the real concern is, and maybe, sorry if it doesn't answer your question, I think is he wasn't brought in with a plan for either, or he was brought in to bring in both, to replace both, which we know he can't do.
So you think we didn't, where we had no plans at Spurs as such, and it was just so disorganized, we just bought him because he was a player that looked like he had capability. That I can believe as well, because Spurs was that much of a mess. I can believe that. It's just a question I have. Like I said, was he actually bought as a 10, or was he actually bought as a 11? Is it a 7 or 11 on the left? 7.
7, I think. I think that's why he will, like I think Danny was saying, with De Zerbi now, De Zerbi will have a plan how to use him. Partially because he has time to integrate him into the team, knowing that he's going to be out, and because he has a better plan overall of how he wants to use players. So I think Simons I'm excited for him to come back. When he comes back, because I think De Zerbi will have a plan and he will be used properly under De Zerbi, whether that's at left or at the 10. I think wherever that fits best for how De Zerbi wants to use him.
Personally, I think for me he'll be the 10 personally, because I think if you've got Maddison, who's not going to, when he comes back, he's going to have to rotate them two, because they both like obviously for Xavi Simons' injury that he got, and obviously we know that Maddison is very brittle. But look, from what I've seen of Xavi Simons, I think he was just like Benji was saying, he was just starting to get into the flow of things before his injury, and it's such a shame that he got that injury because I think it really would have done him well the last couple of games of the season. But it is what it is. But I do think that De Zerbi is going to maximize his ability. I really
He's a
do.
player that
boys, we don't have a recognised cam right now.
The thing is, he's got his
Maddison's
passing ability. His passing ability is top. Xavi Simons, right? His vision is brilliant, and his distance shooting is very good as well. And I think what's going to happen is he's going to be the key to how De Zerbi wants to play, because he not only is he good from an attacking perspective, right? His pressing is unbelievable. Like, he doesn't stop running. The guy, he's always pressing. Like you were saying, still, he always tries to win the ball back.
But he gets knocked off the ball very easily as well because he's very brittle.
He was getting stronger, Dan. He wasn't getting knocked off as much before he got injured. Just before he got injured, he was getting stronger, and I think he will get stronger as well.
But I think that was more because he had less pressure on him, Dan. When he actually looked good was when he had 5 seconds to think on the ball. When he only had 2 seconds, he was fucked at the best of times.
I think he'll get.
Is that something you think he can adapt to? Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, fair
100%.
enough. Fair opinion.
100%.
I also think that with Simmons is when Danny was trolling with his Solanke nonsense about playing with better players. I think with Simmons, you can actually see that he would play better with better players, because sometimes you saw the passes that he made that Tell and Richie didn't see. And he put the ball where they should have gone.
Yeah,
and if they were smarter or better players, they would have been there. So I do think Simmons will benefit with his passing with players that are smart enough to read the game the way he does.
Also, Scott, I don't know if you guys remember how many times you saw Xavi Simons when he put the ball into the box or onto the head of Richarlison, he missed it, and you just see his face. He's like, "What the fuck am I like playing?"
In his
with?
defense,
it was kind of like that face. He was like, "What the fuck am I playing with?"
That's a fair point. In his defense,
the amount of times he did that.
In his defense, there was many a time I see him play as the 10, which was mainly we played him, and he'd get past his man, or he'd get the ball past his man as such, and then he'd stand there, look left, look right, look in front, and there was fucking nobody there. So I can defend him like that. I'm just asking questions of what did we actually buy him for, yeah? I can believe we bought him for a 10 or a 7 sort of thing. I can believe either way. I personally think we got him to take Son's place, and then Maddison got busted because he's brittle as well, and then he had to take that place. But that might be totally wrong. It's just an opinion. But I totally make you right. On many a time, he'd beat his man with the ball or to receive the ball, and then again, he looked left or right and forward, and he's like, is there anyone fucking here to help me? And he was the only one there. So I'm making you right as well. I'm just saying, was he actually bought for the left or the 10?
I think Scott's probably right on that. Like I think that there was probably no real plan of where he was going to play, because I don't think the manager knew where he was going to play. I think that they brought him for the number 10, right? But I think because the manager had no idea what to do with him, he stuck him on the left, and because also we didn't really have a left winger at that moment either, so we were fucked because of our injury. So I think it forced him to play him as the left winger. But when he did play as the 10, you could see that he was dictating a lot more games.
So you say with the injuries and that, yeah, that's the thing I wanted to actually ask earlier. And that, I mean, I ain't in no rush. If anyone else is, whatever. I mean, I still got a quarter of a bottle to drink here. I mean, do you think the injuries were a major problem last season? Because I do think they were. I think if we wouldn't have had the injuries, I think we would have finished, say, 10th. Yeah, I'm not saying that's good by any means.
The year before
manner,
that as well, Dan. The year before that as well.
One thing I must admit I will do, yeah, and I'll hold my hands up. I think Ange was a fucking terrible manager, yeah. But I do like the attitude he had to an extent, but I don't like the attitude that he just wasn't willing to learn and accept where he was wrong, yeah. The point I'm basically making is I think I can actually cut a bit of slack now when I actually look at it and say injuries were actually a problem. And I don't actually put injuries and that down as an excuse for a manager or a team or whatever else. But fuck me, the injuries we had last season, if anyone can sit here and say that is no reason why we finished 17th, I can't agree with that. Yeah. I'm not saying we would have done well last season, but I think if we wouldn't have actually got the injuries that we had last season, we could have finished 10th or 11th or 12th. And I'm not saying that's acceptable, but fuck me, did we get screwed with the injuries last season, didn't we? No, I mean, completely fucked over with the injuries. And I'm not usually one to make that as an excuse. It's just, and then the season before with Ange, we had a lot of injuries as well, whether it was his fault, because I think some of it was his fault, or otherwise, injuries have been a bastard to us in the past 2 years, haven't they? If anyone else is still on it.
Yeah. No, they've been. I've been saying how bad the injuries were. Like, I was saying last season with the amount of times I was arguing with people because when you look at the season before when we finished the season before when we won the Europa League, that season we had 5 players who scored a combined and assisted combined of 84 GA, I think it was, in Son, Madison, Solanke, who's the other one? There was another player. Oh, Kulusevski. And there was one other player. But all of those players were not available last season. So, and we didn't replace them. So that was the problem. It was a massive problem because as much as the argument that I had with Xavi Simons is that as much as he might be a good player, he's still not at the level of Madison in terms of what his output is in the Premier League because it's his first season. And he even said, and when you listen to the interviews of Xavi Simons over the season, you could see that he's starting to get more comfortable, more confident in the Premier League. You can see the difference in his play. He's getting physically stronger. He definitely has bulked up since the beginning of the season, last season. I think he's going to keep getting stronger. But if you look at like Kulusevski, people like moan about Kulu, but his output, like from a GA perspective, is actually pretty good for a good player. Like he's not like a player that lights up the kind of room, but he's a player that will give you a minimum of 10 to 15 GA a season, right? Which is pretty good in the Premier League nowadays.
I mean, because
I think, Benji.
I think he's having his coffee.
Sorry,
Ben, you asked a question. Pay attention, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Listen, regarding that question, I think absolutely.
Southern Comfort. Go on, Dan. Ask him the question again. He wasn't paying attention to you. That was fucking rude.
He wasn't here. Making it. I've been sat here for 4 fucking hours. Give me a break.
Are you ever fucking here, mate? Don't give it that bullshit. Go on, Dan. Ask him the question again.
Give it fucking large now. He's had a drink.
He was asking, like, do you think, and this is for Scott as well, do you think that the injuries hampered us a lot in the last 2 years?
No, God, no. It's just an excuse.
You think so? Really?
Really?
Yeah, I agree with Benji.
Yeah, it's just an excuse.
I mean, when you say did they have how much?
You fucking would.
I honestly think.
I want to hear what Scott has to say.
Criminal how that's not been addressed more. Like, I honestly, I don't feel bad for the squad or the managers, but you got to admit, I mean, we've been shafted by injuries. And look, I'm not saying with those players we would have done a load better, we would have been fine, but I do think it's criminally understated how bad our injuries really were. And it ain't for one season, it's been 2 now. So, yeah, to give my honest answer, it's been fucking awful. Of course that's gonna cause a problem. But the worst thing is, it's already started this season. Fernandes is out of an injury. Madison is re-injured himself.
Let's not get convoluted here. Madison looks in the mirror and he injures himself every day. So that guy's.
I think it was the walk to that stylist that probably did it, mate.
Do you know what? I don't think it helps when a manager comes to the club and he says, "We're going to lose some, we're going to win some, we're going to." It's just such a negative. And I think that puts a downer on the players that are fit. Whereas De Zerbi comes in and goes, "We're going to win the next 5." and it's just whether he believes it or not doesn't matter. It's that
Still, can I ask you a question? A big question.
A manager's got to motivate his players, and I think Frank was a bit demotivating. It was too scientific, it was too professory. It just wasn't human.
Still, can I ask you, right, as a previous coach, this is something I personally love, and Ange Postecoglou started it. 90 to 95% of our managers that we've had have always said, nope, we're not in the title race. Nope, we're not going to win this. Nope, we're not in for that. For me, and help me out here, how do you feel about managers like De Zerbi, like Ange Postecoglou, who come in and go, well, why not? I mean, surely that must fill the players full of confidence. Like, if I'm a player and I hear my manager say we're not in the race, that would...
I'm going to tell you exactly what I was taught when I did my UEFA license.
Go on.
When you coach players, there's 5 areas you focus on: tactical, physical, technical, social, and psychological. And every coach, whether it's golf, tennis, football, American football, basketball, they used to focus on tactical, technical, social, physical, right? And the American ice hockey team could never win the Olympic gold. They couldn't beat the Russians. The Russians always beat them every Olympic Games. And then the Americans said, right, why can't we beat the Russians? Physically, we match them. Tactically, we match them. Technically, we match them. Tactically, and then they said it must be up here. And then the Americans invented the psychology of sport. And when they worked on that, they beat the Russians, and they didn't stop beating
the miracle on ice. Yeah.
So, well, if that's what it's called, ever since then,
that's what they called it. The miracle on ice when they did it in the Olympics.
It wasn't actually a miracle though, because they came up with the psychology of sport, and they worked with NASA to understand the psychology of humans. And anyway, where I'm going with this is
this is going incredibly fucking deep. Still, I'm not going to lie, mate.
Yeah, but this is the answer. But no, this is. But I'm giving you the ever So if you ever have this conversation, you can back it up. Ever since then, it's been proven. Every sport, it's up here. Like sometimes you see tennis players that can't get over the line, and they work with a coach who psychologically practices creating a vision of what the winning shot looks like. It's all up here. So the point I'm trying to make is
100%.
The best coaches,
manifestation.
The best manifestation is part of it. The best coaches have mastered the psychological side of sport. So when a manager comes in and says, we can win, we will win.
Yeah, 100%.
They're working on that. They're working on that. So to answer your question, 100%. And that's why Fergie was one of the greatest, because up here, he knew how to boss a game. He knew how to boss.
Didn't we finish 17th when Ange said that?
Yeah, of course, because just because you're brilliant at psychological doesn't mean you can't just forget about the tactical side and the tactical side.
I think Stell has more practical knowledge. I think there has to be some.
Scott. What I'm trying to say is, if two teams match each other technically, tactically, physically, the difference maker 9 times out of 10 is who wants it on the day. Who wants it on the day? That's psychological. And it's
I agree. I'm just saying, like, if I come in and say, "Hey, San Marino, we're going to go out and beat Brazil today at football," like I think. There has to be a little bit of realism to it, and the way you say it.
Do you think that's why managers are a bit more?
Hold on. 1 second. Scott makes a great point. Let me answer that. Do San Marino have a better chance of beating Brazil, believing they can, or thinking they've already lost?
The belief, as a guy that went through,
they're going to lose to Brazil. They're going to lose, but the point is, they will never beat them unless they think they can. That's the point, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's the point.
Like when I was going through the youth system, like coaches like Stell, you believe in yourself. You got to push yourself. Application on the pitch when you're training every day. Believe in your ability. Believe, coaches like that get to the player and say, "I believe in you." Lifts the player. All right, you're not going to see San Marino
frowned upon, though.
But it's not just that.
It's so frowned upon.
You're not going to see San Marino beat Brazil. But if a manager comes in and he knows,
but they never will unless they think they can.
But unless you can do it, you're going to,
it's not just that. It's not just that in life, right? It's like anything, right? Do you think an inventor would have invented something like the light bulb if they didn't believe they could do something like that, right? Or anything for that matter? Everything that we humans are creative people, right? Humans are creative. They're born to create. It's the same for anything. If you believe you can do it, like Stel said, you can actually potentially have a far better chance of winning or whatever it is. Whatever, if you're talking about football, or, success. Like look at Cape Verde, right? Do you think Cape Verde got to how they played in the World Cup if they didn't believe in themselves? No, of course not. No one expected Cape Verde to turn out and play the football they played against the world champions. They drew with the world champions, and they should have beaten Argentina. It was unlucky that they didn't go through. So the fact is that if you don't believe in yourself, you're never going to achieve anything. And it's in elite sport. It's if you there's videos on YouTube, right? You could go and watch, like, if you look at like manifestation videos, right? Just look at what every single top elite sports player, basketballer, footballer, tennis player, whoever it is, listen to what they say, and they all talk about the same thing: the mentality, about the belief in yourself, and how you keep telling yourself over and over and over again.
The Americans invented it in the 80s, and it's just now it's become a science. Now it's actually psychology has become a science now. There's so much analysis they do on the neurology in the brain to understand what triggers impulses to get a more positive outcome mentally. Like Benji, it is deep. It's like you said, I'm going deep. It is deep.
Still, I've done a lot of research on neurolinguistics.
Incredibly
training.
simplified as well. It's not. It's deep, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. Like
all
I'm saying is when Ange came in and said, "Well, why not?" That was one of the best things I've ever heard.
Because he's a winner. He's a winner. He's a winner at a low level. He's a winner at a low level.
But what bugged me is so many of our own fans fucking stopped.
But Benji.
Yeah, it was clueless.
Do you know why? Do you know why we won the Europa League?
He's a winner at a low level. He's not a winner at the top level.
We won the Europa League because he made those players believe that they're going to win it. That's why we won it. It was no other. We didn't win it on talent. We won it on belief. That's why we won it.
We won it because the teams we played.
He listened to the players, for fuck's sake, and the players told him we can't play that fucking way. He actually listened in that one game.
Okay, but throughout his history, he's done it. Throughout his history, he's done it as a player and as a manager. At low-level competition, he always wins. And
I get where you're coming from.
It's because up here, he believes that it can be done, and he doesn't allow what are called limiting beliefs. So, you know, sometimes players say, I can't do that. Don't put those obstacles in the way. Limiting beliefs. He removes them. He removes them from his players. Listen, I'm not here to say Ange is fucking amazing, right? Because clearly he isn't. We had a disastrous couple of years under him. But there is no doubt psychologically he's a good manager. Psychologically 100%. He is.
I get what you mean.
He's not Pep, who's psychologically great and tactically great and technically great, and you know, but he listen, if you can't master the psychology of sport, very, very, very unlikely you will find success. Very unlikely.
You know what?
So why do you think most managers don't do that then? Because they don't, do they?
I think
because they haven't mastered it. They haven't mastered it.
Because the thing is, to be a master of it,
it's difficult to understand it. You've
got to master. No, still, I don't think it's that difficult. Still, I don't think it's that difficult.
It is because every player is different.
No, hang on. I don't think it's that difficult. It's actually quite simple. But to be able to be good at it is fucking difficult. Yeah. Look on this from two sides. What I'm about to say. Ange had a lot about him as a manager that I actually liked, and as a person. If you gave me a choice, if I had a problem at the end of the night at the pub, and I've got Ange standing next to me or Frank standing next to me, I know who I've got the better chance of walking home with. Yeah, you know, I mean that is obvious. Yeah, I mean, Ange's going to stand there and say, "Well, come on, boys, let's go for it." Whereas Frank's going to stand there and say, "Well, now," and get his book out, and you've already had your fucking head kicked in. It's just. He was one of those people that there was a lot I respected about him as a manager as such. Like, this is my way. We're going to do it fucking my way. I like his attitude. I liked his personality. But with that, to be that good, you've also got to be willing to learn and accept when you're wrong as well, which a lot of people, whether it's YouTube or off YouTube or whatever, just can't fucking handle that someone might have a better opinion, let alone be right over you, yeah? And that was the sort of thing that let him down from being
But he did
a
accept
quality
that in the
manager.
final. He
But
did
in the
accept
final,
when it
that's where I was
mattered.
about to go, Ben. But in the final, he did actually step back and say, well, I want to win this fucking final, so I might just have to shut up here and listen to what the fucking boys say. So fair play where it's due on that aspect. But for me, he cost us 4th place in that season because he wouldn't fucking shut up and listen. I thought if you would have given me a choice of a manager, I would have chose De Zerbi over Frank all day long. But for Tottenham, I would have chose Frank because I thought he suited Tottenham, Levy, everything about it more, that he could play with the cards he's given. And he blatantly proved he couldn't, basically.
Do you know?
So I think it's quite simple still, but it's not simple at the same time. If you get
it
what
depends
I've said.
how you do it as well, right?
Do you get what I've said, though? Do you get the point?
I do get it. I do get what you said. I don't actually disagree. But
it's not simple to do it, but it's simple to look at it.
It depends how you deploy your psychology as well. For example, one manager who in my opinion, was the greatest psychologist in sport as a manager, bar none, like number one. And he knew how to get you thinking more about him than focus on your team when it came to game day. So you took your eye off the ball because you're thinking about me, whilst I've kept my eye on my team and we beat you.
Wenger or
and
Mourinho?
Mourinho. Jose Mourinho was the absolute
I agree. Best manager
better
ever.
Better than Fergie. So what psychologically wise? Not in other aspects, but up here, mate, Mourinho was levels, man. Like,
yeah, I agree.
And he did it. He did it in Spain. He did it in Italy. He did it in England.
He did it in Portugal.
He would have done it at Tottenham if he never got sacked.
I agree.
He would have done it.
He's the best manager. In my opinion, still, I think he's the best manager ever. I think he was better than fucking Ferguson and everyone else. Ferguson, for me, it was excellent what he done, but then for 10 years, he stuck with a team that couldn't get touched in the Premier League bar once or twice, basically, yeah? Mourinho did it everywhere he went, even in England, just not at Spurs because he got through out on the last game. I reckon if he wouldn't have got chucked out on that last game, we'd have won a cup. I agree. I think Mourinho is the greatest manager ever.
He then got sacked by Tottenham, went to Italy and won Roma, their first ever European trophy.
And look what he done at Inter, for fuck's sake. He done them the treble against the greatest Barcelona team possibly anyone has ever seen.
Mourinho just knew how to get into your head. And you and that little subconscious, you'd be so focused on wanting to beat Mourinho because of what he'd said that you took your eye off the game and how it was changing. Whereas Mourinho was 100% zoned in on the game. He didn't give a shit what you had to say. He wasn't interested. So managers. Like, one thing I loved about De Zerbi is when he came in, the way he spoke, I knew we had a proper manager at the club. I know his coaching was good before that, but obviously he's never been my manager before, so I don't watch how he speaks everywhere else. But the way he spoke when he came to Tottenham, I knew we had a proper manager.
Well, look, we've covered.
I think he's the next Poch. I think De Zerbi could be the next Poch, basically. And that depends on how far he gets backed over the next 3 seasons. I think at the moment, I think he's got the attitude, the way he comes across. Do you know what the fella's got? What a lot of managers haven't had, especially the last managers, 2 managers. He's got fucking charisma. He's the sort of person that walks in the room and you don't know he's walked in the room, but you turn your head and you know he's there. Whereas you've always had that mate who comes
Italian
next to you for a half hour and you'll sit there and look at your watch, then phone your mate, where the fuck are you? And then he tells you he's standing next to you. You're like, fuck. You didn't even fucking know it, yeah? He's one of those ones that's got the charisma to walk in the room and you know he's there without even knowing that he's walked in there, if that makes any sense.
By the way, someone in the chat has said Brian Clough. Mate, I totally agree. Brian Clough, in fact, Brian Clough was the original Mourinho. If we're going to go back to like...
I can go with that.
He was the original Mourinho. Yeah, Brian Clough. Mate, he won Champions Leagues with
back to back.
Nottingham Forest, man.
Back to back.
Boys, can I ask another question really quick? It'll take us down a slightly different path.
Great psychologist.
This is something that interests me as well. What do you boys think makes a better manager? A manager like say Frank, for instance, that cares more about what the opposition team is doing, or a manager like Ange, who only cares about what his team are doing?
You got to do both. You got to do both.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
50-50.
got to have a bit of both somewhere, haven't you?
You have
got
to do
have a bit
both.
of both somewhere. You can't.
Because I feel
That's
like
a good question.
Pochettino-
That's actually
no,
really
it is a good question if you actually think about it. Like, I mean, you
Well,
only
you
think
would
this
say
after
that, but
Banksy
I'm
out there.
backing you up. It is actually a really good question.
Oh, I just think it's like Pochettino for me wasn't a manager that strike me as I care about the opposition. Again, for me, he was someone that I felt personally he was no. We'll worry about what we're doing, and
No, he did care. He did care. No, he did care.
Obviously, he did to an extent, but he struck me as that sort of guy that would focus more so on they need to worry about us than what we need to worry about them.
Just in from something I've seen online. Apparently, Inter Milan are only 500k away from Tottenham's asking price.
Well, that's just bollocks, isn't it? How can you be 500k? I mean, what are we talking about here?
No, basically, it's the wages. From what I know of Italy, like I've said, every fucking team in Italy, bar Como, is actually broke to fuck. Even Juventus are trying to sell their best players and can't even afford to buy one of the best goalkeepers in Europe and have to go for Ficario because they can't afford 35 mil, for fuck's sake. Inter are in the same sort of stage. They might be able to spend that money up front, but they're going to have to sell at the same time. They can't afford the wages. I think the only thing holding them back from Romero for, say, 40 million is the wages, but they could get the deal done. 40 million these days is tuppence for a player.
Benji, when you set up your team, you've always got to focus on how you want to play, right? So you focus on you as long as you believe in what you're doing. But then what happens is during the game, the opposition are going to try and throw you a curveball or they're going to try and counter you. Now, when they do that, this is where you earn your money. What do I change in my team so we don't change the way we play?
You have to adapt.
We've got to counter to what they've done. Pep Guardiola, when he lost that Champions League final to Chelsea, he fucked it in midfield. The next time he played in the Champions League against the team that did that, he dropped Rodri deeper and didn't allow that to happen again. So he learned, right, I ain't doing. So he adapted his way, but kept playing his way. And it's things like that. So you can't ignore the opposition because they might just, you know, sometimes teams just sit deep, come then break us down. They hit on the counter attack.
But you do have managers that you feel that about.
You've got to find a way to deal with that. You've got to find a way to deal with that.
For sure.
Yeah.
But you do have managers that it appears like they either focus on one or the other. And my examples here would be Thomas Frank. It felt like to me, watching regularly, he was more worried about the opposition than he was what we were doing. And then similarly, the opposite to that, I feel like Ange was the other way around. But I know you're right. Of course, you've got to think about both sides.
Thomas Frank, as soon as he lost that double pivot of Paulinho and
I agree, Bentancur.
As soon as he lost that double pivot, he didn't know what to do.
And that's because he didn't have the bottle to hold it himself and he went with the fucking fans. Sorry, Steph.
And it went tits up. And then once it went tits up, the injuries on top of it, it was game over for him. And then when he never got back to in January, it was curtains. But if he stuck to that double pivot and just mugged off what the fans want, I think he might have been all right.
You reckon?
Yeah, because it was working.
I just honestly, with what you're saying there, I can go with it to an extent because I thought Frank was a good manager, yeah, and I thought he would suit Spurs for just the way Spurs are. What he proved to me personally, as an opinion, is mentally he ain't got it for a so-called big club. And you know, I don't look at Spurs as a massive fucking football club. I look at us as a massive business. But there is major expectations at Spurs because we are that big on the business side. He ain't got it. He has not got the personality that you turn to like, you're fuck. I'm in trouble with my life. I'm in trouble with football. What I'm going to do is turn to my manager. He's going to give you a kiss on the cheek and say, now, boy, it's okay. Life will change in the morning. I'm sorry. I don't need that. I need that slap in the face off of someone like Conte. Fix the fuck up. Be a fucking man and get your life together. But that's where people are different these days. For me, Frank just didn't have what is needed for that next level as a manager. Go put him at another smaller team as such. and I think he'll be perfectly fine. Go put him where it really matters, where the pressure's on him, where he's got to tell someone, get your fucking finger out your ass. He ain't got it. Like I said, you come out of pub, you're in a bit of fucking issues. Who do you want next to you? Frank? Or do you want Ange or Conte or even De Zerbi next to you? I know I don't want Frank next to me because I'm probably going to have to defend him and get my fucking head kicked in at the same time. Whereas at least, with De Zerbi, Conte, or even Ange, either one of them three,
true.
Either one of them three, Dan, one of those pricks over there is going down as well, and you can go down with a fight. With Frank next to you, you might as well just go out there and cut your own throat, basically. That is what I'm basically saying.
Mate, if you look at it, every team that played Spurs under Frank, okay, they didn't change their way of football. They played their football. But the way they adapted was make sure we put 2 players on Mohamed Kudus, because if we shut him out the game, Spurs have got nothing. So we're going to play our football. We're not changing our way, but we're going to adapt. We're going to think about the opposition, just shut Kudus out. And they all did it to us. And once they sussed that out, we were finished. Because we didn't adapt.
You're 100% right. I said, and this is
was
where
it him or a personnel problem then?
No, this is Ben. This is where I got absolutely fucking slated. I got into this about 3 years ago. Yeah, first one I've done with Sava was
mate. These Danny photos
and then
are ridiculous.
Say a month down the line, when people were saying about we're up for the title with Ange and whatever else, I said after 6 games that if we keep playing this way with Ange, we're going to get sussed out and get fucked over because we can't keep playing this way. But everyone was saying follow the Ange bus as such. Next thing you know, after 11 games, we basically got sussed out with our style of play. The manager couldn't adapt to it, and it went downhill. If it weren't for those first 10 games, we wouldn't have finished 5th. Whereas a lot of other people thought we could still keep playing that way. That style of play just ain't going to work over a season. They will focus.
Yeah,
one way or another.
Ange needed to adapt, and he didn't.
I think the other thing with Frank is, like I think Dan said, when you go to a big club, when he's at Brentford and things aren't working, it's okay. If they finish 16th, if they're in 16th place, it's okay. And Frank was doing okay when everything was working. And then once he lost the pivot and he started to panic and went with, like you said, the fans, because at Spurs, when things aren't working, the pressure is much higher than it is at Brentford. He totally crumbled. I think Frank will do fine if he goes back down to the lower level teams, because that's what works for him.
Yeah.
But I think as soon as we saw it with Frank, when the pressure came of the big club, it didn't work. I think it also, like when Benji said, was it personnel or him? It was both. I think if he had stuck with Paulinho and why can't I think of his name? Bentancur. If he had him all season long, I don't think we would have done well, but I think we would have been like 13th, 14th instead of 17th. We would have never gone down to the relegation areas. And I think that's De Zerbi. That's what he did, right? He just went back to that Bentancur, Paulinho midfield, gives us solid. If we watch the games that we played under De Zerbi, the football wasn't great to watch, but he made us solid. He made us so that we weren't killing ourselves like we were when we had Tudor, who was making the dumbest decisions that were indefensible.
Tudor is one of the worst managers I've ever seen at Spurs. I've never seen anything like it.
I didn't think he'd be that bad still. I honestly didn't think he was that bad. Do you know what?
I think into him and I called him being a train wreck straight away.
You did. No, Ben, you did totally straight away. I mean,
I wanted him out after the Arsenal game. He had one game. I said, get him out. And me and Luba had a massive row on YouTube.
I thought he had the right mental.
Oh, fade to black.
Skills to do it on the other side.
Is he being hooked off now? Stinking hooked.
So in that side.
Don't repeat that, mate. You cut out for a minute there, buddy.
Oh, sorry. I think he had the right mentality to do it for Spurs, Tudor, but he didn't have the skill to do it for Spurs. He had
He's
the
your
mentality.
Sort of guy, isn't he? That's the thing.
I don't know. I don't look at guys like that, Ben. But
fucking
if you do,
not,
that's
man.
up to you. But whatever turns you on at the end of the day, no discrimination.
They fucking throw in your face.
No discrimination meant now. But my point is, I think he had the mentality, but I don't think he had the skill for it. And this is what Stel was saying earlier, as you need to be able to have both for it. You can't just able to have, or you need to have a bit of both. I think he had the mentality to come in and say, right, boys, get your fucking act together. But he just didn't have a clue how to fucking do it. And I got it totally wrong with him because I thought and I think Spurs took the shot with him because he'd survive us till the end of the season, then go for De Zerbi for the start of next season. And it just went totally tits up, and they said, fuck it, we got to pay 60 million to get this fucker in. We do what we got to do. Otherwise, we're 250 million in debt. I thought Tudor would actually cope us till the end of the season. Ellie, stranger, where have you been? How are you doing? Are you actually there?
Ellie. Oi. Ellie.
Is she on mute?
I don't know. She's on mute.
She's gone. Oh,
okay, she's gone. Okay, then carry on with what I'm saying. I think
Tudor
mentality, but he didn't have the skill.
I think Tudor came in and thought he was going to recreate the whole. He tried to do too much. He misread it. What needed to be done? Because again, De Zerbi didn't come in and I guess he said some people like the positivity he brought, but he really just came in, put in Polina and Bentancur, simplified everything, and we got through there because we should have never been in 17th. Our team is bad, but West Ham is always going to be worse, and we just needed to cruise through there. Tudor, I don't know if it's because he's just a poor manager. I don't know enough about him, or as I say, I think from the outside, other managers don't get how bad things are at Spurs. Other fans don't get it. We do as Spurs fans, but until you're actually in it, you don't realize what a disaster Spurs have been, and maybe that's why. But Tudor just came in and he made so many choices that didn't make sense. That even like I'm not saying he knows way more about football than me. He's a million times better.
He was actually a good player,
more, but
he was actually a good player, like one of those players.
Fuck
that, I wouldn't want to play against that. That's what I mean. I think he had the mentality of the hard man attitude.
No,
but like
Dan, he was fucking useless.
You got to have the skill. No, but like Stel said, I'm agreeing with you. He needed the skill with it, and he only had the hard man mentality as such, where you need the best of both worlds as such.
Mate, Frank came in, and after that Super Cup game, I think I was one of very few that said this guy is a loser. Like, he's a loser. This is the wrong guy.
You did.
I just couldn't believe what he did. And then with Tudor, that game against Arsenal, I couldn't believe a professional manager was sending long balls to a lone striker, Mawani, who was marked by Saliba and Gabriel. I sat there saying, why are you sending long balls to one striker marked against the two best centre-backs in the league? How is this going to work? Can someone please tell me? It was a disaster. And I thought, how's he going to keep us up? This is basic. Mate, Dan, listen to me. There's entry-level coaches that can do better than that. And I just sat there thinking, this is unbelievable. And it just got worse and worse and fucking worse.
So do you agree with what I said? He had the right mentality in the aspect of be the hard man, come on, this and that, but he just did not have the fucking skill for it. Where you have said you need the best of both worlds, or at least a bit of the other world. He only had one side.
I think he's a manager with no Premier League experience and a manager who came to a club that he ripped. Like Scott said, this is Tottenham. Like, you don't know where you've just come, right? This is a very
you're up shit street.
What the fuck did I walk into?
This is
different.
You haven't experienced this before. You really don't know what's about to hit you. And it hit
I honestly think, Dan, that the hard man approach might have been the wrong one for him with these players, because these players have shown in the past they will quit. They have no problem quitting, right? They quit on the Premier League season when we were winning the Europa. They quit then. They quit under Frank. So I wonder if maybe when he came in and he's being the hard man for them, they're like, okay, we'll quit for you. We have no problem. These players showed they have no problem quitting at any time. So I do wonder if that's maybe that.
Go on, Ellie. Go for your side now that we can actually hear you. Ellie, go on, go for gold. And everything you've heard us say, we can finally hear you. Go for gold, mate.
I disagree with the Ange Postecoglou thing, right? Because Yeah, he won 8 games and broke a Premiership record and drew 2 in the first 10 games. Then he won another 12 after that. So it wasn't like he didn't win any more games after and we finished 5th. Also, he wasn't given the right tools to execute his style of play. Like he wanted to be like Pep 2.0, right? With the high line, high press, and then moving the ball forward very quickly through transition, right? But our players, like Scott has clearly stated, and it's the truth, are quitters. So what they'll do, they'll down tools when the going gets tough, and they'll down tools when they don't like the manager, right? And if that manager is a hard-nosed manager like you say Igor Tudor, right? They don't respond to that. They respond to the managers who are lovey-dovey. Like, because our best period, when you look at it, was under Poch. All right, we didn't win anything, right? But we were up there. We were challenging. We were second, third. We was beating Arsenal which was unheard of, that we get above Arsenal in the league, right? We got to the Champions League final. Yes, we lost it, but then again, we played really well and we were respected. Then after that, when Ange, what I believe, when Ange came in, right, that second season, he needed players. And he said it on the overlap. I wanted players and I got Solanke and 3 kids. What is that? What is that telling you about our club? It's not the managers. I believe it's not the managers, but there are managers who've got a winning mentality, right? And Ange Postecoglou is one of those. He's a winner. He wins, right? And he knows how to win, right? So I disagree with the fact that it went tits up after the first 10 games. Yes, it did for a while, but we picked up, then it went a bit sour, and then we picked up again, then it went sour. So it wasn't all bad. But look at the players that he had to work with. Brennan Johnson, right? Brennan Johnson, who cannot beat his man. He can't cross a ball, but he used him to his best ability by playing him as a false nine and cutting in, because he knew, right, that he couldn't be a winger, right? So he said, get in that box, Brennan, and score the tap-ins, right? So Ange Postecoglou, although he gets a lot of hate, I liked what he wanted to do, but he just didn't have the players to execute it. Because when you play that style, Dan and the rest of you guys, you need technical players as good as Man City have got, right? Otherwise, it does crumble. It can crumble, but it didn't always crumble, right? And where you say we were sussed out, I agree with that bit. But he didn't have the players to get over the sussing, yeah? Whereas Pep, he had top quality players. And he had Rodri there as well. Rodri is the king of all football.
But even Pep adapts in his games, where as a game, if you know that left wing is the bollocks, you know you have to mark him up more. Even Pep knew how he had to adapt his game and change it a bit flat. Whereas other managers, that's the difference between a quality manager and just a manager as such.
Yeah, but you've got to have the players as well, Dan, to execute that style of play and to adapt. Those players can't adapt.
Yeah, but even if you're a manager and your players ain't that good at adapting, you still say, fucking mark that left winger because he's the best person they got, don't you?
Yeah, of course you do. Yeah,
whereas
that's where
with other managers they just stuck to what they had and that was that. Yeah, so that's down to the manager.
Yeah, that's where he failed from probably inexperience of being a Premiership manager, right? Like, it's hard because to be at Tottenham Hotspur, like Scott, I love Scott, right? He points out a lot. He's real, right? He points it out as it is, right? And at the end of the day, we are Tottenham Hotspur, and there's a lot of pressure on the managers, right? But the owners, they don't back the managers. And even now, right, I wouldn't say this manager De Zerbi's been backed, right? Yes, he's got certain players, but no, because when you think about it, when you're backed to the hilt. You're not backed halfway or 3/4 of the way. You're back to the top, right?
Oh, come
So
on.
look at our forward line. It's not even been strengthened.
I get that. But fucking hell, you can't say he ain't been backed more than any other manager we've had. I mean, come on, surely
No,
one
I'm
of
not
you can
saying
say
that.
something
I'm not
about
saying
that.
that. I'm
Would anyone
saying
say-
you have to back a manager fully
I
and
know,
give
but
him a
you can only
squad.
you can only do so much in one session, basically. I
Yeah,
mean,
we need the
can-
forward line, Dan. We
I
haven't got
totally-
no forwards who can score.
I totally get that, but would anyone else here actually sat here and say that the Zerbi has not been backed? Okay, not
I'd say it.
100%, but has he not been backed? Come on.
No, I don't
237
believe.
million? Are you
I-
fucking
We'll have to
mad?
see the
I
window.
believe
how it
you're
closes.
backed. I believe you're backed when you build a squad and you have a forward line, a midfield line, and a defensive line. 2 players in each position to go for it. Right? He hasn't been backed fully. I'm not saying he hasn't been backed. He hasn't been backed fully yet. If they get him the forwards, I would say yes, he's been backed.
This is the chat we had about an hour ago. By the way, there's news that Juventus have entered the race to sign Savinho.
Okay.
What?
Really?
I don't
He's
think that.
probably
No,
got
no,
the
it's
Juventus
bullshit.
thing.
I'm not. That's absolute bullshit. No,
And
there's no
apparently
way in
Arsenal
this
have
world
agreed.
Juventus could afford a player like Savinho.
Unless
No
they
way.
go and sell their left winger. What's his name?
Yildiz.
Maybe we'll
Unless
buy
they go and sell
Yildiz.
him, that ain't going to happen.
Or maybe
unless-
Yildiz is the bomber and they're going to buy Sabina to replace him.
Mate, if we
Mate.
could get Yildiz, I would fucking be over the moon with that one
Yildiz,
because
oh
he's
my
fucking
God.
good.
Maybe
I know.
maybe the bomber is we're going to hijack Vinicius Jr. from Arsenal. Bring him to Tottenham.
I want Yildiz.
Yeah.
He's better.
Yeah.
Yildiz is
No,
amazing.
I've never looked up his stats.
Ellie, we
I've
had this chat about the striker.
But
not-
what you can say with that one is Dietrich's might fly sort of thing. You know what I mean? If he's watching.
So you had this chat about the striker still.
Watchers.
The striker
we had a big
positions.
we had a big argument about whether it's a good window or a bad window if we don't sign him. We went-
Yeah.
we
I
went
mean,
for about
Ellie,
an
how
hour.
do you see it? How do you see the window so far? If it was to end now, would you say this has been a bad window or a terrible window or a good
Right.
window? What would you say?
I'm going to put it in women's layman's terms for you fellas,
Oh, my
right?
God.
So, right, I'll go to the supermarket, right, and my husband says
I've
to me,
already
"Get me
turned
a
off."
steak, mushrooms, and chips." Right, and I only come back with the chips. I forget the steak, and he goes mad at me. That's what it's
You want a
like
bit
at
of meat?
Spurs.
You want a
Yeah,
bit of
you
meat,
want-
don't you, Ellie?
Yeah, what I'm saying in layman's terms, right? You can't make a cake without all the ingredients, yeah? Right? You need all the ingredients to make a successful football side. Every top side who's ever won anything has had brilliant forwards, brilliant midfielders, and brilliant defenders, and a brilliant goalie. Now, what we've done, we've given Kinski the key to the castle. Well, I don't agree with that because 7 games is not enough, right? We've got Richarlison and Solanke who have been I can't start on it. I'll get too upset. Right?
It's all right. Go on, Ellie. Go on, Ellie. We're here to calm you down. We're here for you, Ellie. Just breathe in through your
then you
nose,
got
out through
Tell.
your mouth, and go for it.
Yeah, and then you've got Tell. What can
That's
you
it.
say?
Breathe.
Sean loves him, but no one else loves him.
Sean's going to die on that sword, mate.
Yeah, well, if he's watching, Sean, tell me shit.
No, you know, I can back up Sean on a couple of things, but that one, mate, I'm against.
Yeah.
It, totally. I think Tell is fucking crap.
He's rubbish. He can't take on his man. He checks back and he's frightened. He's frightened to take on his man. He's shot his powder puff, apart from one shot that he did brilliant, and that's it. Against Leeds. That's it. That's all he's done all
His
season.
only underlining attribute is probably set pieces.
And his best cross is in front of our own fucking goal.
He done one good cross to Mwani to score.
Yeah, but his best cross was actually in front of our own fucking goal. That's
Can't
the
remember
problem. I mean, that
Yeah.
fucking cross was epic, and he was in front of our goal.
And this thing that he works hard, bloody hell. Every player works hard, or more or less, unless you're Marcus Rashford, maybe. Right. But the thing is, that's a requisite, isn't it? To work hard for your team and play as a team player. Right. You've got to produce. That's why I'm glad we're getting rid of Bergvall, hopefully, because he's got nothing going for him. In terms, he brings the ball and then he does nothing with it. What's the point of that? Right?
And we rejected a £45 million bid for him. I think De Zerbi wants to keep him, sweetheart. Seriously.
Well, if he wants to keep him, then he's got to coach him to a level to get the boy to start playing. Because he can do everything to get there, but once he's there, it's like a man in bed. He does everything right. He can't finish the job.
Basically, Ellie, you're saying he hasn't got the foreplay.
No, he hasn't.
There you go. And any man who's got half a fucking clue knows if you ain't got foreplay, you ain't winning, mate. Not unless you got 2 hours in you. And any man that says he has, you're chatting shit. No one's got that stamina. Yeah, you got to have foreplay with your sister.
The problem.
You know it, Ellie. You know it's true, don't you?
It's true. Oh, I'm backing you up on that one.
You got to have foreplay. You ain't
That's your fucking
2 hours.
About it, mate.
I've been married 43 years. I should know by now.
You fucking go.
I've done longer than 2 hours.
You two and your fucking sexual interactions, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing sexual about it. It's just relating to real life. That's all it is.
It's
don't tell me
sexy
you got
Hotspurs.
2 hours in you. Still, don't tell me you got 2 hours in you because I'll tell you straight you're chatting shit.
Mate,
You know what? I'll tell
Pills
you how
might
it
give
is.
you
I've got
45
2
minutes, but
in
you
me,
ain't
that's
getting
it.
2 hours out of it. Pills might
Fuck
give you
no.
45 minutes, but
mate,
you
if
ain't
you
got
if
2
you get
hours
2 minutes out of me, you've done well.
Right? Not right.
If
Tonight, mate, the
if you get a woman interested, you've done well.
Mate, you'll never forget. You'll never forget those 2
Phil.
minutes. You won't forget those 2 minutes. But that's all you're getting.
They're the best 2 minutes of your life.
Benji's a 1 minute man.
And then that minute for me includes getting dressed and undressed. It's not good. And
God, fucking hell. What, you have to undress yourself as well. Fucking hell, man.
With the lights off or the lights on?
Mate, Benji's a 1 minute
see my
man.
gut, you man. I blindfold the poor cow.
Oh my God.
I'm actually very. Do you know
I'm
what?
dying.
If you're going there, I'm actually very, very upset with my missus.
Mate, Benji's a 1 minute man. 25 seconds warm up, 25 seconds warm down. You only get 10 seconds.
Absolutely.
10-second explosion.
Well,
That's why they told the England team to take Viagra. Why do you think I keep telling Ben to do it?
So I'm
Mate,
very upset with my missus, right?
Benji lasts less time than a Spurs manager.
Yeah.
If you was to
Good
put
point,
that in
actually.
perspective, he's got about fucking 16 seconds. You know?
What do you expect?
Mate,
How am I going to
mate,
put in
as-
effort
as-
when she buys
as,
me a
um,
spice rack for my birthday?
Mate, someone's just put a comment in the chat.
Drugs are bad.
Dan, she didn't buy that
Mate.
for you, mate. She bought it for the kitchen for herself and wrapped it up for you and said that's your present.
Bullshit is what it is.
No, mate, that was a knife. That was a knife.
Do you know what I've noticed about fellas?
Dan, bring
'Cause
up that comment.
I grew up.
Bring up that
I
comment.
grew up
Three
with
down.
7 fellas, right?
Next one.
I noticed when you mention sexual stuff, men come
Next
alive.
comment, Dan.
Go on, Stel.
Yeah,
Go on, you were
Ellie.
saying?
Mate, she's a pervert.
I am.
I know that. I know that. You don't have to tell me that.
I'm owning it.
Ellie's Herbert the pervert. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm Greek. You know, Greeks, Greek women. We're like
Mate,
tigers. in the
don't take
bedroom.
us all down with you. Don't take us all down. Don't
Don't
take us all down.
stereotypical, El. Don't stereotypical. That's not
Don't take
fair.
us all down here.
It's all right. 99.9% of Greek women. Then.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right. You're basically saying that most Greek women eat men alive, basically.
Yeah. Well, you just ask Mia. She'll tell
That's
you.
well, no, I don't really want to know of her either. But there you go.
Mate,
Go on, Stel.
Anyway, let's get back to
I-
football.
I-
Let's get back to
I would've-
football.
Mess with me.
Still, you said you
Oh.
wanted me to put someone's comment up on here.
No, it's gone. It's someone put pump and dump. They're talking about. So
No, go on. What one was it?
I can't.
Pump and dump. Let's have a look.
No, it's gone. It's gone.
Okay,
Is it
fair
gone?
enough.
What do you mean it's gone?
Where is it? Hold on, man.
I saw it. Well, it could have been that far up.
My screen. My
Oh, there
screen.
it is. 12:41.
for you guys.
No, it's got, the joke's gone though. The joke's gone. It was whilst.
No,
Benji
just
was
do it,
talking.
mate. It's too tired. No one's going to give a shit. Just go ahead. Go on.
41. I've got Pump and Dump.
There we go. Go on, still. Floor's yours.
It's too late,
Well, you
mate.
can't-
Oh, listen, you made a big deal out of it now. Listen, it's here. You've got to do it.
I mean, it's basically like football, yeah.
The joke
You
was
can
like
have
5
all
minutes ago. It doesn't even
I
relate.
get what you mean, still, but it's basically
It's like a Rosie
basically
Jones
like
joke,
football.
isn't it?
It's like
a Rosie
football.
Jones joke.
You can have all the stamina in the world, but if you've got no fucking tactics, you're absolutely useless. Isn't it? You can have all the stamina and all the pace you want. Do you know what? You can even have fucking 15, 18 inches, yeah. But if you ain't got the fucking tactics, you ain't winning nothing.
I just
Isn't
make
that
a
right, Ellie?
substitution, mate. I just make a sub.
Well, according to Brian Clough,
Make a sub.
according to Brian Clough, he didn't need tactics.
Yeah, but you
I
do
like
need
Brian
tactics.
Clough. I love him. I love Brian Clough. He said, I've got the greatest team on paper, but unfortunately, football is not played on paper, it's played on grass. I love him. Brian Clough, what a man, eh? You guys, maybe some of you are a bit too young for Brian Clough, aren't you? Maybe Scott maybe knows him. You all know him, but you didn't know.
I know him, but I don't
face.
know much. He was well before I was able to
He's
follow.
brilliant. He didn't take no shit from nobody. He was like
No.
Roy Keane on speed.
Yeah. But when it comes to it, Ellie, it's all about tactics, and tactics win you games. Trust me on that one. Tactics.
Dan, I'm going to use one of your analogies, mate. My tactics in the bedroom.
As long as the players follow the tactics. Some players don't know how to follow tactics, do they?
It's been proven that the most successful teams, the majority of the time, 80% of the time, are the teams that have got the best football players. Normally,
yeah,
not always.
I can agree with that.
80% of the time, the teams that have got the best footballers tend to be the teams that win.
But you need the tactics as well. You can, I mean, look at that Real Madrid team.
You do, but good footballers can win games on their own, man. Like
I totally agree with that. Yeah, I totally agree.
Zidane, just have Zidane. If you got Zidane in your team, there's a high chance you.
Yeah, but look at that Real Madrid team over. I can't remember the exact years.
Gareth
But
Bale,
look
how
at
many
that Real
games did he
Madrid
win on
teams.
his own?
Yeah,
That
that
was
Real
nice.
Madrid team. Yes, it won the Champions League, but it was actually quite a flop compared to what it had. Yeah, because technically, player by player, they technically had a better team than fucking Barcelona. Yes, they won the Champions League. You can't argue
Iniesta
that.
and Xavi were the two best midfielders in
Yeah,
the world at the
but
time.
what I'm saying is, with that team they had overall,
Messi was
it
the best player
actually
in the world.
they only won one league. One
Eto'o
league
was one of the
that
best strikers
fucking-
in the world.
Someone made me wrong on this. It was only one league that they actually won. Yeah. And they had the Galacticos of the Galacticos, that Real Madrid team. I can't remember the exact time of year. Yeah, they should have actually. I say Champions League is the massive thing, totally, but they should have won League Cup, Champions League, League Cup, Champions League. They had Figo, they had fucking Ronaldo, they had everything. Sergio Ramos,
Barcelona,
but this is the difference still.
Had
between when you get
Ronaldinho, Messi, and Eto'o up front. That was fucking disgusting.
I'm not making that wrong. I'm not making that wrong either. Yeah, but for the team that had, if they would have maybe had better tactics, they could have actually gone further. Just because you've got the team that's got all the players, if you ain't got the tactics for those players, you can make that quality team look bang average. Whereas you can do what Leverkusen, you see Leverkusen, if you actually look at Leverkusen's team, bar two players, they had nothing special. Nothing. They had good players. But what he did was play every player to what they were best at playing, and that team all of a sudden looked quality.
Yeah.
Whereas if you go and have a great team of spectacular players, but you don't play the players like the right way.
But that's the 20% of the time, Dan. That's like
we don't play Porro the right way. Then that quality team can actually look bang average as well. This is where what you're saying earlier, you've got to have one side, but you've got to have the other side as well to be good.
But what I'm saying is 80% of the time, the team that's got the best players will win. There's 20%
because they got the best manager as well.
Just top, like, look at Man City when they had Pep. De Bruyne wins games. Haaland wins games. You know, when we had Bale, he won us games. Like,
Yeah.
You've got like 2 or 3 Bales in your team. They can win you games. It's just
I'm not
Modric, Van
denying
der
that.
Vaart, brilliant.
But then
You
if you
know,
go,
these players
but
win
then
you
if you've
games.
got a manager who can then actually adapt to that and put the players to play at their best position.
yeah. Then he makes it better.
You can then take it a step further, can't you?
Yeah, I agree. Look at Arsenal, right? They're not the best footballers, but
they ain't.
Arteta's got
Like
them
him or not.
tactically astute, right?
Yeah.
Corners, set pieces, the way they press. They're not the best.
Ellie, do
they're
you know
not.
what they had,
They're not
though?
the best footballers. But I agree with you as well, Stel, because 20% of
Ellie,
the
they
time
had the best squad,
tactics will
though.
win you.
Ellie, they
Yeah,
had the best squad.
yeah, but
like,
what
they
you're
could handle
saying,
injuries.
they didn't have the best footballers, but they had really good tactics. Yeah,
They had the
and
best
that won
squad,
them
though.
it.
They
Yeah, but
had.
I
they
agree
had
with you that
4 really
20%
good
of the
centre-backs.
time. Yeah,
Hold
I
on.
agree with
They
you
had
that 20% of the
Saliba
time the tactical teams will win, and 80%
at the
of the
back.
time the best footballers will win.
Who was the best goalkeeper? Who was the best goalkeeper in the league last season? The best footballer goalie?
Raya.
Oh, Raya.
Raya.
Yeah.
Right. Who was the
That
best
was
number
only
6
because of his
last season?
defence.
Who's the best
Declan
number 6
Rice.
last season?
Declan
No, it
Rice.
wasn't,
Who's the best 2 centre-backs in the league?
Saliba and Gabriel.
Saliba and Gabriel.
So that's 4 players that were the best in the league at Arsenal.
But I think it's because how they were played as well.
The best players win you titles, man. They win
Yeah, but you look at the
trophies.
seasons before that, they were put at points where they were 12 points ahead, 10 points ahead, and they fucked it up. What the manager done was adapt his tactics to what would suit that team best to what won in the league. And even though they won the league, to me, it's more that Man City
because they couldn't
bottled that league.
Dan, they didn't
Man
have
City
squad
bottled
depth.
that league.
They didn't have
But
squad
Man
depth.
City-
Arsenal couldn't
Man
handle
City
it.
still-
When Saliba got injured, they fell off a cliff because they didn't
I think
have
if Man
Nketiah.
City had Semenyo earlier, they would have won the league.
Wait,
Man City still
Arsenal-
bottled that league.
Arsenal choked because Gabriel got injured and Saliba got injured in the title running. If they had Nketiah and Mosquera like they did this season, that was the difference. They had the squad depth. All Arsenal was lacking was squad depth, and once they got it, they were the best team in the league. Because
That's why I want us to get squad depth. That's why I believe we haven't got the squad, and that's why I believe we haven't been backed. He hasn't been backed fully.
Who's our backup? Danzo and Ben Davies. Who would be
Yeah,
fucking
that's.
do?
Do you know what I mean?
Actually, we've got great backup in defence, personally.
Although I do like, I know you don't like Danzo.
That's all right. We can disagree, but look,
I think Danzo's good.
The number 10s
He's
get injured.
all right.
We've got no cover. We've got no cover. If Tonali gets injured, there is no cover.
I know, and if Maddison
Archie
gets
Gray.
injured, we've got no cover.
There's no cover on the left or right wing. Solomon and
No.
Tab, that's the cover.
That's what I mean. No squad depth.
Not
That's why I
if
said he's
Ellie.
not been backed.
Madison's already injured.
He's already injured. Bloody
we got
hell!
to
really
We've
don't.
got to fix the
Still, you
starting
really
11.
don't rate Danzo, do you? You obviously you got. I agree. You got to fix that starting 11 before they
Dan, I do
You
rate
really
him.
don't like Danzo, do you?
What Benji said. I don't rate him for De Zerbi's system. If we were playing Mourinho ball or Conte ball, I think Danzo could work. But playing out from the back when the team's pressing you, knocking it across your goal line to play out the back, stepping into midfield and travelling with the ball. He's awful. He's awful at all of those things. And he's going
That's why we bought Van Hector.
Still, do you not think it's good for
Yeah,
shutting
but
up
Danzo's
shot,
the backup
though?
to that. Huh?
Yeah,
Do
I
you not
agree.
think it's good for shutting up shot, though?
Yeah.
He's a good old-fashioned defender.
If
You know?
He's old school.
if we're keeping him to shut up shop, that's just a
You know
waste
what?
of space in the team.
With Danzo, I think he's your perfect man. Like I think what's his face
think he's
got
crap.
totally fucking destroyed at us. Who was it we just got rid of back to
But what are
Italy?
you basing that on, though, still? Simply
Hang on.
because he can't
Who
play
was
out
it we
back?
just got rid of back to Italy? I forgot his fucking name.
He's
now.
technically
What's that?
shit.
Dragusin.
Dragusin, yeah.
Crap.
Now you watch when Dragusin goes back to Italy, you watch how good he becomes. Mark my words, yeah, because he plays in the middle of a back three and he plays as a no-nonsense centre back. That is what he is. So you play him as that. Why does Porro look shit for us at the best of times? Because we play him as a right back and not a wing back. No one can tell me that Porro looks fucking good as a right back. Seriously, compared to a wing back. Now, Danzo, I agree with you still. If you play him in the centre or three at the back as the no-nonsense centre back there with the two ball players next to him, you've got a fucking good man there. But if you want to play him as a ball-playing defender, I'll make you right, he's not a man.
And that's how De Zerbi's going to play. You've seen it all pre-season how we're going to play. Danzo's going to be a disaster. Listen, Danzo, for me, if he gets a chance, he's going to be a disaster in this team. He just won't work.
I don't think he's going to be a disaster. I think that's an exaggeration, but
no, I'm not.
I don't think he'll work with.
He's technically incompetent. He technically is. Mate, if I was scouting, he's technically poor. He's not a technically good player.
I get what you mean.
Whenever he steps forward with the ball, it's always too far ahead of him, or he miscontrols the short range pass, or he can't even shift the ball from one foot to the other comfortably.
All right.
Technically, he's a buffoon.
Who do you think you get more out of in the season? Yeah, I mean, I can only go by me personally. Me personally, I wouldn't play with. If I'm playing with 4 at the back, I'll be playing as one ball playing defender and one basically defender of no nonsense centre back, like an old school John Terry. Yes, a very poor man's John Terry. Yeah, but so my right back, my right wing back or left back can go further forward. Yeah, but I want one as a playmaker. Playing defender, whatever you want to fucking call him, and one as a no-nonsense centre-back, yeah?
No,
Danto, for me, as a no-nonsense centre-back, is a fucking good player. But as an overall skill player, no. I totally get that. I'll make you right on that. But
Pochettino played out of the back for 5 years. He had 2 technically gifted centre-halves. Toby
yes, he did.
And Jan. Jan was the better of the technical 2, but Alderweireld, passing wise,
Alderweireld was underrated,
mate. But that's why it worked, because we had technical players. As soon as Dyer came in, the Danzo, it went to shit because technically he can't do it. This is what I'm saying.
Danzo's better than Dyer, though. Come on, man.
Technically, he's not. Technically, he's not better than Dyer.
I don't think he's.
He's
You might not have as many big major mess ups as Dyer, but I'm not sure he's that much better than Dyer, if he is at all.
He's better defensively.
I'm with Danny here personally because I mean, listen, I really appreciate having a backup like Danzo.
You need ballers. You need footballers. Listen, you're going to see the intensity.
I hear what you're saying.
The intensity and the pace De Zerbi's going to want to play at. You need crisp, accurate, good touch, second touch, pass, short, medium range, shift the ball between both feet. Danzo is going to be a clown at this.
So do you think Danzo's going to be good with 20 minutes to go, bring him on basically to cover that fucking back line when we're only 1-0 up and we need that point?
I don't think De Zerbi's going to be a manager that shuts up shop like that, Dan. I think he's going to go for the killer goal.
Isn't that what a good manager does then? Notice when he does need to.
If it's the semi-final of a cup, if it's the semi-final of the cup, he'll do it. But if it's during the league season, I think De Zerbi will want to try and win the game. So it depends on the moment. But if Danzo's there for 3 or 4 games a year,
fair point.
I don't know, man. I just
want to him, haven't they? The club have kept him, so they must see something in him.
I think they've kept him because they're not going to sign 3 centre backs.
Do you know what's annoying?
We've got Senesi as well. Remember, so
what's annoying about?
We signed 2, and I think also they're too scared to give one of the youngsters the 4th slot. I think they're too scared.
What is annoying about it still for me? Yeah, and I can only stand.
Danzo would be great if Mourinho was here. It'd be fucking great for him.
Yeah, do you know what?
It'd be perfect if Mourinho was here.
Yeah,
you know what? I can't disagree with that in any way. Yeah, hands down, you win that one. Yeah, but for me, the manager has to adapt in the middle of the game, basically, and that. Yeah, and for me, Danzo is that perfect man that you need there to sit in the middle of a back 3, of a back 5, whatever you want to call it, when you've got 20 minutes to go. I think Danzo as a
not in the De Zerbi team.
Technically gifted, yeah, but then that's where De Zerbi needs to understand where maybe in the odd game he needs to sit back for 10 minutes.
Mate,
not fucking not 80 minutes. Yeah, but then that doesn't that make De Zerbi a negative manager then? Maybe he needs to know that maybe for 10 minutes he needs to sit back.
I think he's going to go
because with Danzo, if you was to play Danzo for 38 games and Romero for 38 games and rate it 1 to 10 in every game, who do you think would have the better games at the end of the season? The most points?
In a De Zerbi team,
Romero.
In a De Zerbi team, Romero all day long. In a De Zerbi
in
team.
any system, I think Romero.
I think Romero's too inconsistent. I think with him you get a 10, a 1, a 2, a 10, a 5, a 9, and a 2. Whereas I think with Danzo, you at least get a 7 or 6 every single game. I think with Danzo would then actually end up more reliable than Romero.
I can't remember.
Is Van Heck
can I
an
say-
upgrade on Romero? Is Van Heck an upgrade on Romero?
Yes,
Van Heck, yes. Yeah.
massively.
Can I say, people in the chat are saying,
I don't know about massive.
what major
Hang on, go on,
errors?
let's Stel, go on.
People in the chat, you're saying, what major errors has Danzo made leading to goals?
That
Danzo's
massive
never
one he
played.
made.
Well, Danzo's never played in a possession-based football team before. So the reason he hasn't made those lots and lots of those big errors is because he's not played this system before. Now you're going to see how bang average he is in this system because he's never
I
done it
don't think
before.
he's great.
Hey, still, who's leading the way for errors that have led to goals this season? Let's see if any of you know from a
It's got to
defender.
be Ben Davies. I'm just going to blame Ben
It's
Davies.
Van Heck.
It's Van Heck. Individual errors that have led to goals is Van Heck 8.
Yeah, but look how Brighton played. Brighton went through a 10-game patch where the manager lost the fucking plot. They all wanted him out. They were calling him to be sacked, and then he turned it around. So there's reasons. If you look at Van Heck for the last 4 years, all his metrics have gone up: goals, clearances, assists, head, playing it out from the back, possession, passing out. All his metrics have gone up the last 4 years. Van Heck is going to be the only weakness with Van Heck. He doesn't have pace.
No,
He's
you know,
not slow.
no, still, you know the
He's
other
not
weakness
slow.
that you
He
see
hasn't
what
got
Van
pace.
Heck, yeah,
He's not good in the
what
air
some might-
either, nor Senesi.
What some might
not good
say
in the
with Van Heck is a weakness, but is also a positivity. Is he's the sort of defender that looks forward before he looks sideways, and for me that is a positive, yeah. But in certain circumstances, forgive my figure of speech, I can't even pronounce the word properly. But in certain circumstances, maybe passing left or right is better. But Van Heck is the sort of player that he looks forward. He's like an old school Roy Keane. He'll grill the other player next to him because he didn't fucking pass forward. And where we're now with a manager who wants to pass forward, Van Heck is your perfect man. Yes, he's going to make the mistake or two. I understand that. And he might cost us a goal or two. But he looks forward. And that is what you're saying is De Zerbi wants, basically. For me, Romero, he slows the game down too much because he's like Kudus in that manner. He looks for that perfect pass instead of that easy pass that could lead to the perfect pass. Does anyone see what I'm saying here?
I don't blame him for that, man. Because every time I watched him do that, there's zero movement. Zero movement.
What I see Romero do, he brings the ball out, and then we've got such shit forwards that he holds on, and then he'll pass the ball really accurately because I think he was 17th.
He's a brilliant passer of the ball, Ellie. No two
Yeah,
ways about it.
but the
He
thing
really
is, we've got shit forwards who don't make the proper runs, the intelligent runs, right, to be found, and that's why he holds on to the ball so long because they're rubbish. They don't. Their movement is rubbish. They don't get into scoring positions. They ain't got a clue. So I feel sorry for Romero sometimes because he's looking, and then he'll pick out a pass and it'll be a bloody good pass because he made the pass, not the run.
He's a very good passer of the ball for a defender. I don't deny that, yeah. But sometimes you got to make that decision on the moment, basically, and not always make the perfect pass, but maybe pass it next to the next person who can make that perfect pass. And I think that's one thing Romero and Kudus lack. I think they always both look for that perfect pass. They haven't got the same capability as Maddison, who I won't say he was as good as Ericsson, but on the same sort of mentality, who already knew what he was going to do with that ball before he even received the fucking ball. Whereas Romero gets the ball and then he spends a couple of seconds looking where to pass it. Same as Kudus.
The difference between Maddison and Ericsson covered more ground than any other midfielder, right? And he was
such an underrated player, Ellie.
Brilliant. He used to cover so much ground, right? Maddison's a bit more of a lazy player. He's sort of a moments player as well, you know. But when he's on it, he's on it. Yeah, and you know that he's got the skill, but he doesn't always produce it.
So what do you want, Ellie? Do you want the man who's on it 24/7, or do you want that isn't going to be quite as good, or do you want the man that just turns up for 20% of
Neither.
100%?
No, I want the perfect player, the one who can do it all.
So who's
You
better?
know, we shouldn't settle for either or.
Moving from the defence, who's better for us then as a number 10? Morgan Gibbs-White or Maddison? Now, I pick Morgan Gibbs-White because he's more gifted as an overall player. But if I want a player that could do it on that spur at the moment, the Maddison is one of the 1 out of 100 players that plays an old school number 10 as such.
Out and out number 10, Maddison, all day for me.
Dan,
out and out number 10.
I think Maddison overall is
technically
the
gifted.
player.
He's brilliant. Yes, I agree.
I think Maddison overall is the better player, but Gibbs-White is the more consistent player because he's not injured all the time. So you take.
I think he's overall more gifted as well. Still, I think he can do more.
Gibbs-White is good.
To put it on the list, I can think Gibbs-White has got more in him than Maddison.
He's
Maddison
stronger
is just significantly better at what he actually
I don't know.
does.
I think
it's like Paulinho. Compare Maddison to Paulinho, yeah.
Maddison to Paulinho, they're two different players.
I know that, Ellie, but hear on what I'm saying, yeah? Paulinho, what he does, he's fucking quality at it. But the rest of it, he's not very good. Maddison is the fucking dog's bollocks at what he does, but he's not very good at everything else. I think with Morgan Gibbs-White, you've got more of a complete player there. Not as good as Maddison at what he does, but more of a complete player over the pitch.
Yeah, and he's stronger as well physically.
I think they're slightly different players because Morgan Gibbs-White's better at travelling with the ball, whereas Maddison's better in tight, confined areas. They're like.
Who do you think is better as an overall footballer? Still, if you was to put every pinpoint,
I think Maddison's got more vision.
Really? Maddison, yeah.
Maddison's got more.
Take away the injuries.
The injuries.
I'd like to have.
No,
I'd like to have Morgan Gibbs-White.
Dan, I know what you're getting at.
Madison at 10.
When you say overall,
go on, Ben.
I completely get what you're saying. But I think as an out-and-out number 10, but no, they are different players. You know, Morgan Gibbs-White is more of a utility guy anyway because he doesn't just play number 10. He can go back into midfield as well. But for me, honestly, Dano, if we're going out-and-out number 10, you've got a player that knows what he's doing before the ball gets to him, like Maddison does, and he's the only player
he
does, by the way.
He does
because he's got vision. He sees things.
But I do get your point of view of Morgan Gibbs-White because you're right. He has other elements to his game that Maddison doesn't. But
he has more elements to his game than Maddison.
Sure, he does. No, he does. I mean, but I think if your question was number 10 for me, it's got to be Maddison.
Mate, the problem with Maddison is he's always injured. This is the issue. I'm one of those fans that said I would sell James Maddison. I would sell him because I just don't see the point of keeping players that they're just are never going to play for a team for more than half.
We're not going to sell him though. Still, we've made him the captain. They've made him the captain, so we're not selling him.
I don't know. They haven't made him
I'm against him being captain. I don't know why he's
done it yet, have they?
I don't know why they've done that.
What are your thoughts on Alex Scott, guys?
Huh? Yeah, I get his character, but he doesn't play.
He's a character in the dressing room, and he's got a nice personality, and everybody likes him. And I think
this sounds like the Ben Davies description. He's a nice character. He's good around the dressing room.
Yeah, but Maddison is a better player than Ben Davies.
For me, your captain has got to be on that pitch. If the captain is called the general. You need your general to lead your troops to war. Our general's in the medical department. He's on holiday in Mykonos.
Yeah.
He's playing darts on sports channels. Mate, he's got to be on the pitch, you know?
Yeah.
I agree with that. You can't have your captain as 25%, 40% or whatever of the game sitting on the subs bench. You can't. For me, Maddison is an old school number 10 that there isn't many of the world anymore because the world has changed in football as such. Now, if you want to give me on quality gifted as a footballer, Maddison is fucking excellent. No, I won't say excellent. I'll say very good because he ain't no Ericsson. But for modern day football, I think Morgan Gibbs-White gives you more as an overall footballer than Maddison will. Maddison has got more of that moment. whereas Morgan Gibbs-White has got more of that 90 minutes.
Yeah, I think Maddison can score more goals than Gibbs-White, though.
I could
If you
go
look
with
at
that.
his career, he scores more goals.
Well, if
But
you're talking about moments, I mean, Morgan Gibbs-White, guys, he had a shite season until later on. So, I mean, he's not exactly captain consistent.
I wouldn't say he's captain, not at all.
Wolfie wanted him out at fucking beginning of the season.
I'm not surprised. He was fucking terrible at the start of the season. Awful.
It was only the second half.
You've got.
Yeah, I gotta head out. Dinner time here, guys. So always good
Yeah.
chatting, even if we don't agree, and even if Danny's trying to troll us
the
with his
man's
terrible
got to
views.
eat.
The hardest part about Danny is you can't tell whether he's trolling or just a terrible view.
No, it's just Dan.
Sluts.
Look, what I do is I call
I
it
love
quits at
that.
the end
Yeah,
of that. I mean,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
another one of those ones where I said to my wife, I'm only going to be 2 hours at the most, and we're now on fucking 5 hours.
Do you know
So-
what the tragedy is? Dan, do you know what the tragedy is? We're arguing, is Maddison better than Gibbs-White, right? Who would you rather have at Tottenham? Neither. I'd rather have Christian Eriksen back. I'd rather have Luka Modric back. Proper number 10s that boss a game, turn up every week and fucking cook.
And to add to that, they're not always injured.
That's what I mean. They turn up. They're available. They're
Yeah.
the number 10s. Mate,
He's right.
Do you know how amazing it was just going to Spurs and watching Modric live, watching Eriksen live? You knew what they were going to do, and they'd always do it. They were brilliant, amazing footballers.
Yeah, I remember the days.
We've got sick note Maddison, who's captain, unbelievable. Gibbs
I don't know.
White,
Is he
never
actually
signed.
captain?
That's what everyone says.
It's
No,
not
I
big
don't
enough.
think he is. It's not been
It's not
announced
big
yet.
enough.
I'd sell Maddison.
Do you know what,
Honestly,
Stel? Do you know what? I can
I'd
see
say
Davis
Spain.
going to be captain.
Who?
Ben Davis.
Danny, I'm going to make you a promise, right? If Ben Davies is captain, I'm going to go on side TV and shake my ass.
I'll join in. We'll both shake our asses.
Shake my bum, pull down my pants. Hey!
Helicopter!
And I'm gonna call my name Big Bum Ben Davies.
Innit? There you
Big Bum Ben. Big
There
Bum
you go,
Ben.
mate. There you go, mate. Have my 12 inches as well, mate. Shake and float. But yeah. Cyril McCoy should we have Maddison as number 10? I think we've just argued that. It's appreciated.
Should
right.
we trust? Should we trust?
Should we trust? Sorry. Trust him as a number 10 if he could stay fit 100%, but he ain't going to stay fit. And that is what he is as far as I'm concerned. And I don't think anyone's going to disagree.
Oh.
Oh, crap. I just realised.
So, Cyril, mate, thanks for the
Big up Cyril.
thanks for
Super
the
chat.
2 quid. Appreciate super chat. That's it. I've done a bottle of Southern Comfort tonight.
I've done a bottle of Southern Comfort.
I've
No,
drunk a
I-
bottle of Coke in a glass.
I've done a
of
bottle of water.
Look, Ellie can back me up for this. I can do more than-
Melly.
Melly, Melly.
End the show, mate. For fuck's sake.
Ellie can back me up on this.
That's
I
an
can
S
handle
away
more
from
than a bottle of
smelly.
fucking Southern Comfort, yeah? I can handle more
That's what
than
they used
that.
to call me at school. You know that, Smellios. I used to get into primary school. They used to call me Smellios. I used to get into fights.
You shouldn't be telling people that.
Smellios.
You shouldn't be telling people that. But Ellie can back me up on this.
I mean, we
I
call
can
him
handle
Flip
more
Floppy Oss.
I can handle a
Smellios, Danny,
I
used to
can
go
handle
nuts.
I can handle more than a bottle of Southern Comfort.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
So it looks
I've
like you
seen it.
can't handle more than half.
Stel, do
Proof's
you
in
like
the
my
pudding,
new-
mate.
I think Sav's still taking the bill, Dan. He's still got the
fuck me.
bill.
What was it I've done at that barbecue? A fucking bottle of Southern Comfort, half a bottle of Jack D's, and half a bottle of Disaronno,
And then
and still
smashed up
managed to walk
Salmon's
into the
kitchen at
car.
the end of it.
No.
Dan,
I
listen,
only
Dan had
smashed
two
one.
WKDs
Dan,
and
one
then
glass.
passed out.
It was only one glass I smashed in Sava's room, and that was by accident. Where I turned around like a clumsy cunt with my bottle like that to get the next drink, and knocks his fucking drink off the side. And it was only thank fuck. Phil Coyes was pissed out his head. Sava was fucked. It was only down to the fact that my wife was level-headed that she managed to clear the place up. But I can drink more than that. Right, what I'm going to say is thanks for everyone to watching. Guests, thanks a lot. Epic, much appreciated. I know I can't keep up with everyone on the amount of shows I do, but it is much appreciated. Right, Stel, you got anything coming soon?
Yeah, I've got a live watch along in 9 hours.
Yes.
Oh, ouch.
Chelsea v
Let's do a 24-hour. Woo!
I'll be going live in 8.5 hours. Come join me.
Still, you've got to talk about your show with the boys again.
Yeah.
What boys?
Tottenham away, the boys are back every Monday, 8:30 p.m. We're back. We're
Oh,
back.
right. I thought you were talking about the Spurs. I thought you were talking about the Spurs 5 boys. I was like, where they gone? Back to,
They've
back to-
disappeared into obscurity.
no, Ellie, they just gone back to school.
They've gone back to their own shows.
We're saying all this. It's Brighton Pride tomorrow. I was going to plan to go and see my son.
What, Brighton Prides?
Nah, the Pride's on all
right.
over this weekend. I can't get up to see my son because of Pride being on.
No, yeah,
I
thought the same thing. I thought you said the same thing. You're seeing your
I
son
thought
Pride.
you meant that as well. I thought he was like, is he part of the parade? Or...
I thought I missed what you said. So that
No,
wasn't just
the way
me
you
then.
said it,
No, the way you said it, Corey, you were like, I'm going to see my son at Pride.
That's what he said as well.
I'm
I
actually
can't get up to see my son because of Pride, so all the buses are cancelled tomorrow. So
I'm actually going out to tomorrow. It's massive,
Right.
the biggest in Europe
Ben?
festival.
With your new channel and that, when are you doing something soon?
I will be doing a Chelsea review, mate. Probably tomorrow at some point. I'm not actually sure, but I don't know if Stel sorted it out. But I may be doing a watch along with Stel if he's sorted out.
Give him your
stuff.
show's name, Benji.
What was that? Something pre-planned, Ben, or is that a hint? Come on, Stel, take the hint.
well, no, it's
Spells
no,
it.
he's-
Oh, is it something we
Ben's
spoke
interested.
about last time? No, mate. Look, it's something we spoke about last time. So I'm saying I don't know whether I will or not.
No,
But
Benji's
aside
allowed
from that,
on.
yeah.
Hold on. Benji's allowed on. Don't have an issue. My issue is
What's that?
on
Friends.
StreamYard. I haven't figured out.
It's there.
I haven't figured out how to have me, Benji. and
What?
the
How to
clock
deal with
in the
Benji?
top corner.
And the
Anyway.
score in the middle.
Benji,
Yeah,
I'll
so
stay
yeah,
Still, he's easy
regardless-
work. Still, he's easy work. Just slap him in the face because he's that feminist. You take it. Anyway, Ben, you doing with anything?
Yes, fucking, I'd like to see that. The Tottenham concept. I don't know if you can search it up and find it, maybe. But yeah, Tottenham concept. I'll be doing a Chelsea Spurs review tomorrow, probably later in the afternoon. But yeah, by all means, listen. I'm on 84 subscribers, so I'm absolutely fucking huge.
So come on, man. Come and give Benji a view and that on his channel.
Yeah,
and that.
come
I know-
on.
What's your channel
That'd be
called,
great.
Benji?
Huh?
What's your channel called? You're going to advertise it.
The Tottenham
It's called
concept.
The Tottenham concept.
Yes, don't forget it, people.
Sorry, I haven't
Get
got the
over
links
there
on
and
here.
subscribe, everybody.
That would be
But
appreciated.
come on.
You know what? It'd be amazing if you would, because like I say, I'm on 84. I'd love to get to 100 in the next sort of few days.
I mean, you know what? Benji's your sort of perfect manager in that aspect because you've got the ultimate. How do I put this? You've got the ultimate masculine side with him, but you've also got the 50% feminine side with him. So you get the best of both worlds with his channel. So he would be the perfect channel to go and look onto as
He's
such.
part of Sam's
No, it's
Sluts,
20.
that's
It's 25%. What did you say?
why. He's part of Sav's Sluts.
me?
For sluts.
Read my book.
The last
Read-
thing I am.
No,
Read my book,
this
bitch.
started last season when
it
Sava was pro Frank and everyone was backing Sava, and I just called
And then-
him
Oh,
Sav's
what?
Sluts.
And then fucking prickish got my name in it.
Still called all of us Savage sluts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
So
was
I had to make the picture. I can't deny it. But look, everyone, great to have you on tonight. I couldn't do this without the people on here as well, without the guests and without the people watching. Look,
Without a bottle of Southern Comfort.
that's how much.
He's freezing. He's
Probably smashed his camera off the fucking monitor. There he is.
drunk as well.
There we go. Gone.
This guy, man, this guy.
But I've still got Jews, as Asher put it. I'm not a second father yet, so I've still got Jews. I've still got Jews as a husband. So this is Ben. This is where tactics come into it. Basically, this is where I've got to now use tactics because I've got Jews as a husband because it's going to have to be tactics because I definitely ain't got the fucking stamina anymore, mate. This is the point I'm making.
I've got Jews as a husband.
Yeah, I ain't got the stamina anymore. Still, I've got to have the tactics. Now it's down to tactics, not stamina.
No, wait, and he calls it tactics.
It's down
Two
to
in the
tactics.
stink, one in the stink, yeah?
Ellie, back me up here. Ellie,
It's
back
all
me up.
tactical to me. They normally say it's all Greek to me, but this is all tactical.
You see, this is where I need my tactics now because the stamina's fucked. And anyway, everyone, have a great night. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for guests. Much appreciated. It was longer than 2 hours, what I expected, but I seem to have that issue. Everyone, have a good night. Have a good drink. Take care. Much love. See you.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.